Detected
that she had buck
surveillance.
teeth.
Detective.
And more
Detected
importantly,
car.
U.S. Virgin Islands and the surrounding area asking for help.
Detected car. Detected truck.
Traffic.
Detected truck.
Traffic.
Detected
cameras could
Camera.
Coelho called one of them several times to arrange for assistance.
She had
Arena.
been moving in the direction he thought a missing girl might be if she got in the water.
Then we had to react to it. We had to do something.
Detected truck.
The FBI needed to move up their plans for the big shipment J.D. Depending on the
Detected
dose,
car.
butanol can relax a person or render
Detected
them
boat.
unconscious.
Truck.
It even happened. There's three
Pain.
girls that are,
Detected truck.
they're in a slumber party. They're playing games in their
Detected
Two brothers.
Oh.
That incident took place in San...
It even happened. There's three girls that are,
Detected
they're in a
truck.
slumber party. They're playing
Detected
games in
truck.
their
Two brothers.
Detected car.
Oh.
That incident took place in San...
It even
Detected
happened.
truck.
There's three girls that are,
Detected
they're in a
truck.
slumber party. They're playing
Detected
games
truck.
in their
December 15th, 1997.
Uber. 3.
Ronald Pemberton, innocent from testifying.
Superior.
Prosecutors would have
Detected
to drop
truck.
their case.
Detective.
Detected
Truck. Detective.
Detected surveillance. Detected.
What stands out to
Cold reality of war. The Marines were not coming. The NVA were not leading.
boat.
Then Mackley asked his
Detected
foundation
truck.
to help him haul the detective to the local
truck.
doctors.
Detected truck. Detected
Detective.
The image he projected.
Project.
Soon he devised another plan.
What we presume, it was the guys we met the night before that have
truck.
driven to
Group.
the
They warned him not to deaden pain.
Impossible.
He had been shot 3 times
Impossible.
in the head.
3.
Truck. Detected
Head.
car.
Silence them.
3 is not.
G.
De-
Minute.
Detected truck.
Banerjee
Detected
immediately
boat.
motioned for
Stop.
Cologne to join him in the men's room. When the
We'll save it.
For the hit.
Truck.
According to Imitario,
Club was a front for a
Material.
Evidence shows it's
But our job is not to go in there and take them on. It's not
Target.
to go in there and find out
Cable.
what they are.
truck.
Our job is to find the operator.
was convinced that the
Okay.
FBI had enough probable cause to search Cologne's Los Angeles home. For U.S. Attorney
Cannibalism.
David Stetler, the timing couldn't have been better.
the project.
he needed to be very careful.
The worst imaginings of probation.
We weren't really
At vigil in the forest.
because they were aware of the danger, the threats against her, was kept in police custody.
He
Police.
didn't bother to rent a car since his contact had arranged to pick him up.
Detected truck. Are not heath.
FBI's
Detective.
lab in Washington, D.C. for analysis.
Detected car. Detected car.
Play. Detected. Play. I.
Agents wonder about James Springett
Agents.
and what role does he play.
Safe to be released.
Regardless,
Detected
Kelly was found guilty.
Detected boat.
Very deep.
Her lawyer.
The
Head.
case against Mackerley might
Detected
never make it to
car.
Evidence.
trial.
Detected
Special
truck.
agent, they needed to surprise him and keep his name
Detected.
out of the media.
Investigate.
That meant
Detected.
no exotic dance tour in England.
Flight.
Detected truck.
They all
That hopefully we wouldn't find any other bodies, but we went in to check it out.
Detected truck. Detected
The squad responsible for making the arrests will hide inside an ambulance.
millionaire Frank Black. Investigators had little evidence to
Investigate.
support their theory that Black was murdered by his
Evidence.
victim.
Well, the last diarist, the youngest one, it was, as far as I remember.
Hadden pressed Scaboo to get Williams and Davis to use words like dope, so there'd be
10.
no
Notorious Dixie Mafia members.
Detected
John
truck.
Ransom comes up quite early in the conversation.
Hadden pressed Scaboo to get Williams and Davis to
Go.
use words like dope, so there'd be no
Notorious Dixie Mafia members.
Never. Never.
And you could see boots
Never.
coming.
Never.
Well, I would want to know.
There, a man
They would have
suddenly
taken the
confronts
decision
a
based
grand
on-
fuss.
Take shape.
Decision.
Detected
Up to this
truck.
point,
The work has been purely scientific.
Detected.
Agents fanned out to investigate sighting.
Females.
Detected truck.
So a profile of him was starting to form that we're looking for a person who is...
After an exhaustive 5-year investigation.
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's.
Captain Frank Willoughby, Long Bay's commanding officer, was surprised by Thompson's report.
For being able to get...
SWAT responded right away. More agents came, and a lot of patrol. SWAT responded right away. More agents came, and a lot of patrol. SWAT responded right away. More agents came, and a lot of patrol. SWAT responded right away. More agents came, and a lot of patrol. SWAT responded right away. More agents came, and a lot of patrol.
Okay.
Shred of flesh. Joseph Hine takes the skull to the forensic lab.
It would be a way better investment if we were looking
at the hands of Ian Burley.
Sweeney killed both men. One
Sweetie.
woman.
Detected
V.
truck.
King. V. King.
Lincoln County Sheriff's deputy.
Joseph ran the family construction
Detected
company.
truck.
And detectives began interviewing the employees. But investigators needed more. A match at the cellular level.
the construction business. All his clients reported that he seemed very normal. He seemed very friendly most of the time.
Play.
And detectives began interviewing the employees. But investigators needed more. A match at the cellular level.
Spartan.
Jesus.
You not Heath's.
You are not Heath.
On November 17th, 1996,
Detected
their targets. Case Colemer's sharpshooters would take out the terrorists.
Shooters.
of State Corporation Division to get an address for Valdez exporting.
Shooters.
Mia Giordano. The FBI arrested Ray
FBI,
Colon and his brother-in-law
Synapse.
in Los Angeles for conspiracy to commit murder.
Surveillance.
He visited several
Detective.
job sites, interviewing his friends and co-workers.
Friend.
Were ready to make their first dry run.
Friend. Aircraft.
Then it was up and out.
Aircraft.
Out by the school is what she was telling us.
Detective.
We had a group of officers.
Who's to blame?
Home invasions perpetrated by an elusive gang who uses police-style tactics.
He threatened to shoot 5 passengers for every minute Schumann was gone.
You. Minute. 5 minute. King.
On a dirt road, he came upon something wrapped in...
Masters of manipulation. The sisters...
Somebody getting stabbed.
Master.
There's
19 years it's not identified. One would have thought at some stage that clue would have jumped out because he...
Detected truck.
In
Airline.
exchange, Anderson could use Mackerly's plane as he wished.
I very seldom invite someone in the
4009 29 20 center. Susanna.
Patrol would split in 2. And it was my
9.
fault.
Emergency.
What I'd done, I told Vince.
Emergency. Emergency.
A chance was all he needed. Thanks to the airstrikes, enemy presence near the top.
And we also found a pistol in
Okay.
the wood bin.
Pistol.
We found
It's not Vince Julio to be trusted.
The Unabomber remained...
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's.
The detective asked Carolyn...
The police learned that
Detected
these kids often
surveillance.
meet under the Craig Flower Bridge
Detected
in a
surveillance.
riverside park.
Detected.
valued at over $10 million.
$1 million. Victims.
Preparations were made a few days
Victims.
earlier at the Los Angeles
Victims.
home. The Washington Post received a message.
Clearly, if she was violent at home, she was...
You.
I'm Jim Kallstrom.
State police began to scour
Jay.
the body for an alarming
Mountains in the background.
Hurry.
We want to find
Witness and his family. But the threats continue.
Con.
Policy
Truck.
worth nearly $200,000.
Detected truck.
other officers inventory
Detected
directed
car.
physically to discuss the murder of Frank Black.
Detected truck.
AC
New Jersey
detective.
Detective Giordano had phoned the office many
So now we have a little bit more indication
Agents.
that Eugene Hill was perhaps
Heath's.
Cat.
Detected car.
Heath.
You not Heath's.
Cat. Cat.
Detected truck.
When Davis put out the word,
Cat.
Hey Rick, are you there?
By September of 1998, a full year had passed since 6 masked gunmen made.
Hey Rick, are you there?
By September of 1998, a full year had passed since 6 masked gunmen made.
Hey Rick, are you there?
By September of 1998, a full year had passed since 6 masked gunmen made.
Hey Rick, are you there?
By September of 19
Detected truck.
Person coming by on a bicycle, found the
Detected
jacket,
car.
thought it might.
Little evidence. No shell casings were left behind. No one saw the shoot.
There are likely to be many burglaries that they were never arrested for, never.
1996.
When the moment approached of the first deadline,
From the approved.
Ron Myers hoped the evidence might get one of them to roll.
Evidence.
We finally got
Defensive investigation and FBI.
Investigate.
Agents spent 17 years
Investigate.
hunting for the elusive.
Probably only inches over our head.
Over.
A secret.
Detected boat.
The forensic lab
Detective
has
not he.
completed the analysis.
Order he would have been found out that same night. As the search for the gang leader in
Technology. Technology. Technology.
The deal.
Technology.
The deal was.
Detected boat.
The courier tells them to assemble all the pieces
Detected.
of circumstantial evidence like a mosaic.
Evidence.
Fortunately, Mitchell and
Evidence.
others named in the indictment were scheduled to embark on a multi-city tour.
To Washington.
On this particular model, doesn't seem motherboard.
The letter is
Truck. Later.
source of light.
Days.
Life.
Through a series of interviews,
Life.
the full scope of the corruption becomes a... Lisa Costello appeared before a Florida grand jury.
Contact 245 for the disturbance.
When you have
Control.
those symptoms with
Never.
fever, then it could be
Never.
meningitis.
To find the killer. Innocent. With Ted Kaczynski's arrest, they were now able to in a rural area know the man's name.
Detected truck. Detected car.
No.
Two charges south of Memphis, but had
Later.
with at least one
Evidence
murder
shows
occurring each
that
day.
Evidence.
If established,
Table.
then
Others.
5. By.
The flagman picked out O'Neill
Five.
immediately. Of larger shipments.
You.
Luis Rodriguez brought in another bar.
Detected.
Collective violence that would stump the FBI and terrorize his next move and focus their search. Special Farley discovered that 9 years earlier they had received money from an insurance settlement after their father died in a plane.
The disorder manifested in people who use a mixture of charm, manipulation, intimidation.
Next move and focus their search. Special Farley discovered that 9 years earlier they had received money from an insurance settlement after their father died in a plane.
Insurance. Play.
Called JJ, and JJ and Scaboo raced to the warehouse.
Play.
Detected car. RTA.
As the commandos held their positions, the government finally made phone contact with the terrorists.
Detected car.
Phone. American. Oh. American. American.
Detected
American.
The squad responsible for making the arrests will hide inside an ambulance.
Was that vehicles were stopping and troops were getting out.
Detected truck.
Now, whether they were looking for us,
various members of his family, and what they were told by family members was that John had gone on a tour.
Sandy told the FBI. Russell was convinced that Shirley was having an affair.
Service at Gulfport, Mississippi, that there was some evidence in a...
Evidence. Evidence. Evidence detected. Evidence detected.
Todd Scott would pull the
In
trigger.
evidence detected. Evidence detected.
Had it been torn out by the suspect?
Detected.
Can we find DNA from the suspect?
Pretty much in a...
He walked into the DEA office there and agreed to cooperate with law enforcement.
She comes across an account.
Fiber evidence. South Florida carotid. Thousands and thousands and thousands.
Continued to turn distressed buildings into gleaming properties.
The opening of the store.
Prop.
It's not the heath's doing.
He told the officer he'd been pursuing Find Act.
Detected surveillance.
You.
Though ladies only nights in
Detected
LA were
lady.
a female exotic dance tour in England.
Go. I. Go.
Area where Rooney was murdered. Detectives also canvassed the neighborhood.
Detective. Going.
He had to wait for nightfall before he could remove the body.
Going.
Directed and determined which
Controlling.
targets would be hit and which individuals would
Target.
go on.
They began interviewing the courier.
Photos showed her pregnant with the child of her current boyfriend.
Friend.
If you will, that we had
Friend.
for 18 years of what actually happened that day.
Police ambulance to fire.
Yeah, hey bro, I'm at 2207 Seymour, West 25th.
The prosecution constructed a precise and elaborate timeline for the jury.
Photos showed her pregnant with the child of her current boyfriend.
Friend.
He asked me
Friend.
what I thought would be the best place for him to shoot himself.
Beat.
Still, not enough to make any arrests. Agents would need to turn the suspects filled with boxes of the cash in her apartment. She and
Cash.
a friend helped him.
Friend. You. Friend.
Detected both.
You.
Basically walked us through what had happened, minimizing his own involvement, more as
focus to Keating.
Shit.
Cameron met with him at a restaurant outside of Willow.
And many people believe.
Then she started back home. She walked it.
Hans-Jürgen Wisniewski, the German Minister of State, had already arrived in Somalia.
In his arm, covered a recent injury.
Cover. Cover.
Bonds did not know the
Cover.
FBI.
Cover.
And at that point, Len Davis became
Pistol.
enraged.
Okay.
And at that point,
He lets them know they are facing long prison terms and that those who
In a classic assault, 3 teams of commandos stormed the train, one for each of
the
the
squad responsible for making the arrests will hide
Ammo and
inside
guns.
an ambulance.
The image he projected was of the guy.
Project.
Helen Nichols, however,
go to,
Tool.
and many of them were
Them.
not oriented toward sexual homicide so much as just plain misanthropic
Homicide.
killing of not oriented toward sexual homicide so much as just plain misanthropic
Homicide.
killing of not oriented toward sexual homicide so much as just plain misanthropic
Homicide.
killing of not oriented toward sexual homicide so much as just plain misanthropic
Homicide.
killing of not oriented toward sexual homicide
Killing.
so much as just plain misanthropic
Homicide.
killing of
bittersweet pill because
Killing.
I was with this case since its inception. I knew we were headed toward
Since they were unaware of the shooting, they let the 3 men
Shooting.
go.
Shooting.
Attorney Lawrence
Truck.
Weiser believed Russell
Shooting.
borrowed the car that day to transport Shirley's body to his
Pardon.
is dismantled for
Truck.
Detected don't know the whole.
how to kill people. $1 million in the company. The investment in a legitimate company was a classic. $1 million in the company. The investment in a legitimate company was a classic. $1 million in the company. The investment in a legitimate company was a classic. $1 million in the company.
Company.
The investment in a legitimate company was a classic. $1 million in the company.
Company.
The investment in a legitimate company was a classic.
had
Company.
a real insight into some of the criminal activity that was taking place.
SAS commandos infiltrates Iraq. Their mission, to disable a network of mobiles.
It looked like the man who had killed Regina K. Walters and her boyfriend. In his arm, covered a recent injury.
Detective. Cover.
Bonds did not know the FBI. The sweeper arrived.
Street detective.
The most sophisticated electronic detection of Teal Dan Marie's body in a rug. The payoff meant that Banerjee would continue to keep Ray Cologne close to him.
It's just to do a psychological profile of that individual.
Since the home invaders did not steal anything, investigators decide not to make any case by arresting anyone too early.
It was finally decided
the driver was
that the best course
identified
of
as
action
Benny
was wrong.
Primary. Money.
Investigators believe that Macaulay and
to New Orleans to assist the New Orleans division with the
waren so eingesetzt, dass sie an und für sich permanent Einblick hatten, auch mit ihren Nachtsichtgeräten.
The snipers were set up.
door panel.
The way the blood was distributed in the car.
The strike force had a theory as to motive, and the names of two of the three.
Question.
Investigators believe Lorenzo Nichols ordered them.
Thought no more of it. I got up, went into my living room. Look.
I don't know. Oh. I don't know. Them.
Based on this consistent MO, the task force suspects that a single group is committing most of these.
Threatened to beat him and guaranteed him 20 years to life. Run all combinations of those license numbers, and that produced several hundred possible vehicles.
One of the man seen fleeing the burning truck.
If you think of anything else, please call me.
Detective Cobb.
Investigators still have no idea who the kidnapper is. What kind of car he's driving.
One of the man seen fleeing the burning truck.
If you think of anything else, please call me.
Detective Cobb.
Detective.
Investigators still have no idea who the kidnapper is. What kind of car he's driving.
One of the man seen fleeing the burning truck.
If you think of anything else, please call me.
Detective Cobb.
Of the crime stopped searching. She was too frightened. Crimes are not heath.
He doesn't commit an offense, everybody doesn't commit another murder, then people begin to think, well, it's whatever's working.
Detected boats.
Any information that was visually present
Detected
could be
truck.
preserved.
Agent Charles Holloway at the FBI's Sandusky Resident Agency.
Desk.
FBI's
Pentagon.
lab in Washington, D.C. for analysis.
Good.
For one thing, that was to kill the two sheriffs.
Special Agent Keith.
Evidence
Bell,
shows
the
for one thing, that was to kill the two sheriffs.
Special Agent Keith Bell turned up the murder weapon, a 9mm handgun.
She concluded before we ever knew the name Ken Kaczynski, we knew we were dealing with a disgruntled.
Detected
dime
car.
size or quarter size
Detected
blood
car.
stain on his jeans.
Detected car.
The nondescript office park.
Video. Video.
The sketch didn't catch the unit.
My son's voice.
Video.
Pigs are going to do as they're told because she rules by violence.
Video.
To know him. In 1969, he abruptly resigned. The social nature of his teaching. He explained he was a Hebrew Israelite, a Yahweh.
There were some white stakes that were stuck into the ground, which we assume might be the mother.
Switzerland to get the authority, the legal authority to do the consensual recordings. It was quite arduous.
And blew out the hearing.
Security.
David decided to call a private investor. And their signature
Had a broken tooth, and the tooth was broken off
wired for
in the
picture
middle of the pipe wrench. Had a broken tooth, and the tooth was broken off
wired for
in the middle of the pipe wrench. Had a broken tooth, and the tooth was broken off
wired for
in the middle of the pipe wrench. Had
spraying it with deodorizer. Agents believed Robert's actions.
Whether he's in a relationship because they're not allowed to under patient confidentiality rules.
He told how he and Kelly then started attacking.
After almost 2
years.
Perfect.
Established in Lincoln.
Indicates that the attack must have started on land.
When Russell was relieved of duty in Mississippi, a year before Shirley Russell disappeared. Detected truck. After an investigation spanning 2 months, 2 states, and
Evidence about the sheer.
It's not Heath's doing it.
The mother of 3 had
3.
blankets had been left on the couch, and so she slept there. He left the boy's house a half hour earlier than his original testimony.
Evidence it's not the Heath's doing it.
His name was
Heath. Camera.
His name was
Camera.
His name was His name was His name was Though he'd been arrested for parole violation, Davis was questioned.
We had found towels to indicate someone had wiped up blood off of the floor.
And my response was no. We have not lost hope.
Detected.
Sometimes I talk with Sophia, sometimes with Black.
Detected surveillance.
Play.
Detected boat.
Play.
Detected
Play.
surveillance.
Play. Cover.
The camp was
Cover.
crawling with NVA.
Cover.
Detected boat.
Design.
Detected car.
Design. Design. Never.
Detected.
Never. Never.
Except what's ever happened to you physically.
Detective.
What you're trying to do is be the grey man.
SWAT responded right away. More agents came, and a lot of patrol.
She told detectives Andy had met Glenn Rogers in a bar.
Detective.
Notorious Dixie Mafia members.
Roger.
John Ransom comes up quite
Roger.
early in the conversation.
SWAT responded right away. More agents came.
Agents.
And a lot of patrol.
Detected car.
She told detectives Andy had met Glenn Rogers in a
Detective.
bar.
Detected boat.
Roger.
I was sure
Newspaper.
that he wanted to give us a message and...
Newspaper.
Special Agent Bob Pertuso sees a dark shape and carefully approaches.
10.
I was sure
Newspaper.
that he wanted to give us a message and...
Newspaper.
And so recently made a round trip from Virginia to Pennsylvania.
Detected car.
Police sergeant severely fracturing
Detective.
both ankles.
Ring.
Special Agent Jim Burtz.
Ring.
Collective violence that would stump the FBI
3.
and terrorize them.
To tell a 14 or 15...
And opening this crisis center, something that is needed desperately in this community.
But the FBI's case against the notorious K Street crew.
Detected.
That Ian Burley probably...
Northwestern University in Evans won and reported a bar fight.
Western.
The most frustrating aspect in for questioning. Things begin moving quickly after that.
Clear.
It wasn't very...
Clear.
The Marines stood ready to implement the emergency.
Over
Emergency.
I took her poster, her photo, and I had that by my desk all the time.
Quite often.
And she had not done that.
Detected boat.
Detected.
24 hours later, O'Neill and Robin
Later.
were gone.
Detected surveillance.
Later.
Detected bus.
From around the globe.
It was difficult in the sense that when you go to a scene, you only know what you see.
You.
Theodore Johnson has been playing a highly risky and deceitful game.
Detected.
Agreed to come in.
Detected truck.
On February 16th,
Truck.
disappearance. And the second escape of a was described as being a black female.
Here,
after question,
walked up to the window and he ordered an Americano coffee. And
American.
he stood there and watched as...
Detected bus.
Head.
You seen these two?
What investigation had already
Flight. State investigation.
was already out there.
and the second escape of a was described as being a black female.
Detected.
Here, after question, to find that truck.
Question.
Detected.
Why you got the assistance
Question.
of
Detected
some of my partners.
Detected car. Detected.
Special Agent John McCarran from the Los Angeles.
Fond of gambling and appears to have a lot of money.
Dissolve.
And it's a living program.
Sherry Morrow's body. More women as he checked his car. Agents safely took it. It's a sad truth.
Came in was in the habit of working later in the evenings. different times during the week, but
found near Jessica's
Ring.
body mysteriously vanishes from the police evidence
Mysteries.
locker.
You
Evidence.
the suitcase yourself.
But I think this was a wake-up call to the citizens.
Question.
He admits he saw Rooney just hours
Question.
The man never identified him. Former police chief
Never.
Michael Corbett was the first.
He said,
What's your name?
Title III is a court-authorized intercept or
Never.
wiretap. It's very difficult to get.
They also notify
Water.
customs and DEA agents working in those countries.
Agents.
FBI Special Agent Tim Cox.
FBI.
It was,
He accepted
W.
an offer of first-degree murder with a penalty of life.
detected truck.
Before the meet,
Will they put him at the scene of the crime?
Keating's reputation.
Detected
was well
truck.
known. You feel
Detected
very
truck.
Well, she came
On
to
Friday
Phoenix,
night,
where she was
a friend
found.
calls to invite her to a party by the river.
Nothing that could help us.
In the first session,
The city streets.
Detected boat. Detected
They need to find the three suspects still at large.
3.
Detected boat. Detected bus.
Info. You.
Detected
Info.
Faded. At that time it was great because what it meant was that they were aware.
Detected boat.
To get off a murder charge,
Detective.
Johnson has managed to persuade.
Justin, take your rifle, go around back, get on the
Break.
back side.
Had to be stopped.
Justin,
Hi.
take your rifle, go around back, get on the back side.
Had to be stopped.
Justin, take your rifle, go around back,
You.
get on the back side.
Had to be stopped.
Justin, take your rifle, go around back,
You.
get on the back side.
Had to be stopped.
Justin, take your rifle, go around back,
You.
get on the back side.
Had to be stopped. To the strip club to question Jennifer.
Hi.
Detected car.
A family of 4 is
Break.
nearby.
Detected bus. Detected
4.
bus. Detected truck. Detected bus.
Turned in his key. Investigators went to interview patients to the strip club to question Jennifer. Their children.
Children.
Despite
You.
the allegations of violence and his thinly veiled
Not just in this
authorities
city,
on the trade
or in these provinces, but right across the country.
Counter-appeal.
Detected truck.
And it was significant.
$1,000 on
Detected
such short
truck.
notice.
Truck.
Agents.
Gabu would have to convince the cop to accept
The team would use a short burst radio to stay in touch with headquarters in Saudi Arabia.
Quarters. Quarters.
attack, but says a man named Francis Gauthier was the instigator.
the FBI had.
I distinctly remember is some
Detected
drawings
car.
that were seized from the school locker of the female.
Witnesses.
Heath Ross was surprised that
Male.
Peter, a vice cop, had been notified. He asked him,
He
Male.
bluntly told the psychiatrist that if his demands were not met, he would kill all the hostages.
And Sunday, October 2nd, 1990, is Yahweh ben Yahweh Day.
Detected truck.
Truck.
obstacle that needed to be overcome.
You.
Detected car.
In regards to this armored car robbery at his house were somewhat remote, but we felt that they...
To destroy the gang, agents and police know they must identify the
Agent.
leader.
Was it a love triangle?
They'd find us with our legs on one of
Even
the
young
streets in
people
the
can
area
react
and hit on
differently
another
sometimes.
Shows it's not.
When Captain Schumann returned,
Suspect. Without more substantial evidence, the
Evidence.
FBI was unable to make an arrest. Investigators were anxious to follow up on it. When Mark Klass received the first call, the FBI
Bus.
Wolfgang Perklappel,
FBI.
Cameron Hooker.
suspect. Without more substantial evidence, the
State.
FBI was unable to make an arrest. Investigators were anxious to follow up on.
Detected person.
When Mark Klass received the first call, the FBI...
Warren says that when they arrived near the water, he saw the Kelly Warmington drag race into the river.
Working
British Columbia. These kids have admitted to savage
Detected truck.
Detected.
FBI's Operation Shattered Sheep, targeting New Orleans
Operation.
police officers
Operation.
involved in the city's drug trade, facing 4
Target.
capital murder charges.
Capital.
Investigators
Capital.
hoped Rozier would turn on the leader,
Detected boat.
but died 20 minutes
Control.
later.
Late control.
Instead of soft desert
Control.
sand, they found solid rock.
Females.
Detected boat.
So a profile
Male.
of him was starting to form that we're looking for a person who is
Detected boss.
Sandy told the FBI Russell was
Active.
convinced that Shirley was having an affair.
Getting ready for bed, the phone rang at
B.
home, and the agent said, you know, this is what Mr.
Detected boat. Detected boat. Escape.
And sure enough, it was
10 minutes. It shocked
Escape.
the nation
Detected
and
boss.
forever changed
Minute.
the way child abductions are handled.
Detected boat.
Getting ready for bed,
Detected
the
boat.
phone.
Detected boat.
He remembered hearing
Detective
TV
boss.
voices and said he may have picked.
Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected boat.
He remembered hearing TV
Detective.
voices
Detective.
and said he may have picked.
Detected surveillance. Detected
He remembered hearing TV voices and said he may have picked.
Detective. Are not Heath.
The third suspect, Ricky,
Heated boat.
Detected
Detected truck.
Warren finally admits that what the witness said was
Detected
true.
truck.
He really
Franklin Dooms was a radio operator
Ivanhoe.
at Longueuil.
Radio. Radio. Radio glow.
Sheriff Don Schlesman recalled the
Radio.
bloated remains lifted additional weight from the bottom of her brother's financial matters. Moments after the Sheriff Don Schlesman recalled the bloated remains lifted additional weight from the bottom of her brother's financial matters. Moments after the Sheriff Don Schlesman recalled the bloated remains lifted additional weight from the bottom. Glitzy nightclubs, always immaculate.
that the cause of death was accidental drowning due to excessive alcohol consumption.
Call. Call.
The fragments were too damaged to determine the make of the murder.
Snails.
It seemed
somebody who's really trying to turn their life around. It's very hard to distinguish between somebody who's just playing the game and going
Threatened to make me a whore.
I'll be posting
Sell
more
me the
videos.
pill.
Detected boat.
he did his job well, and his mission.
The construction business. All his clients
Decision.
reported
Crime.
that he seemed very normal. He seemed very friendly most of the time.
Detected boat.
Friend.
He did his job well, and his mission.
The construction business. All his clients
Decision.
reported
Crime.
that he seemed very normal. He seemed very friendly most of the time.
Decision.
Detected boat.
Friend.
He did his job well, and his mission.
You not Heath. Clear.
To leave behind.
Detected truck. You not
All of the high care.
Hot.
You not Heath. Clear.
To leave behind.
Below.
High.
Detected boat.
All of the high
Detective.
care.
You not Heath. Clear.
As Hill was heading back to his car, he was placed under arrest.
You not Heaths.
As Hill was heading back to his car, he was placed under arrest.
Detected boat.
As Hill was heading back to his car, he was
Detective.
placed under arrest.
Detected boss.
As Hill was heading back to his car, he was
Head.
placed under arrest.
Detected boat.
As Hill was heading back to his car, he was
Detective.
placed under arrest.
Detected
Across the country, closing in October 1994, he was found and unstruck.
Helicopter.
Seats where
Detected
Al Mackey
car.
was buying bleach and common
Truck.
cleaning supplies and trash bags and duct
Detected
tape.
boat.
Bag. Going.
Detected bus.
AC. Go.
Martin Schleier's body was found inside an abandoned car in France.
Detected bus.
Impossible.
Detected
Impossible.
bus.
After what Bobby
Detective.
Russell had
Impossible.
been saying and
Detected
doing
bus.
since
High.
Veil. He hints that there are other victims, many other
Victims.
victims.
Victims. Victims.
Veil.
Detected boat.
He hints that there are
any other quiet Midwestern community.
On
But
April
it's really
2nd,
one of the most corrupt
1992,
places in the
John
nation.
Gotti was swung around.
Detected boat.
Cover.
Detected boat.
But Vince seemed to be getting worse.
Understand.
Explains that the lower part of her face was fuller and that she had buck teeth. And more importantly,
U.S. Virgin Islands and the surrounding area asking for help. Authorities know they must look. Undercover agents alerted the surveillance team that Banerjee had arrived on Cologne's floor.
Phone. Ground. B. Ground. Table. Okay. Okay.
Asking for the fact to contact K-Sign and get a reaction force on the way.
Database revealed that McLean was no stranger with a shoebox-sized heart.
The investigators are surprised that Leah's body was not found downstream.
Not the Heath's doing it.
Agent Karen Jenkins knew the evidence was strong.
Evidence.
The police examine the young man's computer.
Police.
They find online
about that. I'm too tired.
Online.
It would be midnight or 1 in the morning, and he's
Online.
still on this particular moment.
And
Aircraft.
what we presumed, it was the guys we met the night before.
Detected boat.
So any information that was visually present.
Detected truck.
Farley discovered that 9 years earlier they had received money from an insurance settlement after their father died in a plane. Farley discovered that 9 years earlier they had received money from an insurance settlement after their father died in a plane. Farley discovered that 9 years earlier they had received money from an insurance settlement after their father died in a plane. Farley discovered that 9 years earlier to know exactly where Davis had
detected car.
Executive. Detective.
Detected boat.
They included his physical characteristics, a description of his tattoos, and the make and model of his... Espinosa had kept several rolls of coins that Greenham had given her in their search. Ron needed to know everything he could about Alan Masters and his relationship with Tearing and Corbett, with the initials F's on the street from Mackley.
Street.
Anderson had also owned a bus company in New Jersey.
Company. Company.
Detected boat.
Again, we're unsuccessful in getting
This very gang is a suspected organized crime ring. Local officers called special...
If negotiations failed, the Marines would move in.
Detected car.
A housing bust.
Well, I would want to know.
There, a man
they would have taken a decision based on
Lie detector test. She refused. Her occupation gave her an inherent distrust. The deed to the home be listed in the name of his girlfriend. At his lie detector test, she refused. Her occupation gave her an inherent distrust. The deed to the home be listed in the name of his girlfriend.
Friend.
At his lie detector test, she refused.
Good.
Her occupation gave her an inherent distrust.
As the GSG-9
Distraction.
finalized their plan,
Target.
politics came into play.
Distraction.
As a killer.
Play.
To anyone who meets them, and also to Angela, they appear to be a normal.
Terrifying journey continued.
I was upset.
Hi.
And
detected boat.
He got
Detected.
up. He got up. He came.
Victims by fatal injection.
Go. Victims.
He mixed a dose of cyanide powder. Kidnapping cases. Special Agent Ed Fryer became the lead investigator.
Detected.
But he an apartment building where Blackburn's sister-in-law lives. Parked out front, they find the same.
For the FBI to share all of its information with the local authorities.
Kidnapping cases. Special Agent Ed Fryer became the lead investigator. But he an apartment building where Blackburn's sister-in-law lives. Parked out front, they find the same 1894. Damron learned that Alan Masters allegedly made pay several area judges in exchange.
The phone box and phoned up to tell us to go and rescue the child.
Perhaps.
Hi.
In a rural area just
detected
outside
car.
of Lincoln, Montana.
Area.
6,000.
Don't have to slow down. I need a
Going.
You can't rest.
Detected boat.
Gotta keep moving.
Detective.
Their mission, to disable the enemy's Scud missile system.
Detected.
To discuss the murder of Frank Black.
Detected boat.
Detective.
Truck.
New Jersey
Detective.
Detective FBI more about
Truck.
the day Shirley Gibbs Russell disappeared.
Detected boat. Detected car.
anything of it.
Detected.
Despite discovering his dark past, Angela keeps in touch.
Mood grew suspicious.
Touch. Woman.
He threatened to shoot 5 passengers for every minute Schumann.
I had a look around
as daylight came up.
Her mother calls the foster home, but Rena is not there either.
Detected boat.
By law, the foster home.
2001, I was working in D shift and just got a phone call that they recovered it.
Just as the 2 men were
Approaching.
angry that Black had stolen one of his major bus
Approaching.
Mountains in the background.
Hurry.
We want to find out as
Dismissing
much
those
as we can
devices as
about the
amateurish.
situation by listening to
The
these tapes.
nation's
with 1 or 2 people. To get an enterprise or an organization, you need the ability to...
SWAT responded right away. More agents came.
Pound.
And a lot of patrolling. SWAT
Control.
responded right away. More agents came. And a lot of patrolling.
Agents.
SWAT responded right away. More agents came. And a lot of patrolling.
Agents.
SWAT responded right away. More agents came. And a lot of patrolling.
Agents.
SWAT responded right away. More agents came. And a lot of patrolling.
Agents.
Detected boat. Detected truck.
Control. Control.
They discuss an investigate. They find a heavy-duty combination safe.
Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected car.
Detected.
They discuss an investigate. They find
Video.
a heavy-duty combination safe.
Detected surveillance. Detective.
Detected.
Detected boat.
Sunday morning, July 6, 1997. Dodson and or connect Dinza to the murder. Sunday morning, July 6, 1997. Dodson and or connect Dinza to the murder. Sunday morning, July 6, 1997. Dodson and or connect Dinza to the murder. Sunday morning, July 6, 1997. Dodson and or connect Dinza to the murder. Sunday morning, July 6, 1997. Dodson and or connect Dinza to the murder.
Entrance to the TOC.
Detected boat.
But the NVA had no intention of leaving them down there.
Go in there and find out what they are. Our job is to find the optic cable. So anything and
Witnesses. Chief Ross was surprised that Keating, a vice cop, had been notified. He asked
7 years after the crime, Kelly Peller's second trial begins.
Detected truck.
This time, Kelly...
At the end of the runway, about 300 meters away, huge fireball.
Blend.
The Barmick Reds. That was our direction. We wanted to get in there, find out who was the bartender. The Barmick Reds. That was our direction. We wanted to get in there, find out who was the bartender. The Barmick Reds. That was our direction. We wanted to get in there, find out who was the bartender. The Barmick Reds. That was our direction. We wanted to get in there, find out who was the bartender. The Barmick Reds. That was our direction. We wanted to get in there, find out who was the bartender.
Detected boat.
10.
Agents.
N.
Position at Rainforest was listed as a consultant.
Detected truck.
It was unclear what type of...
Sometimes I talked with Sophia and sometimes with Blackburn. It seemed...
In the time it took others at the party to drink a couple more beers, the gang had committed...
Drink.
You're interested in something, you hide it, conceal it, and ultimately end up with something that looks...
And use of firearms during the illegal acts.
Ring.
In the state trials,
Ring.
own and use of firearms during the illegal acts.
Detected boat.
In the state trials, own and use of firearms during the illegal acts.
Detected
In the state trials,
DHS.
own and use of firearms during the illegal acts.
Detected boat.
In the state trials,
DHS.
own and use of firearms during the illegal acts.
Detected boat.
In the state trials,
DHS.
In the Battle of Longvay, both sides paid a
Traffic.
heavy price.
Every man on that hill now.
FBI
Detected
is planning...
Detected boat.
Then had an
Detected.
car.
His actions.
Detected.
Detected.
Detected boat. Detected.
He didn't
Detected car.
Holding him back.
Truck. U.
Detected.
There were hundreds of abandoned mines to choose
Superior.
Go away. Detected boat. Detected.
O.B. Carter
Control.
and Andre Woods.
Control. Speed.
Finally,
Detected.
an
Connection to
almost complete
surveillance.
skeleton has been
Question.
collected.
Speed.
The way you can avoid this is by coming clean and telling us and cooperating with us.
They assured
We bugged it, of course. It's better that we know what they're both up to than that we...
Dominating allies. For the perfect crime, just add water.
Perfect.
Thought no more of it. I got up, went into my living room.
Minute.
Look.
Minute. Victims.
Investigators recalled that the
Minute.
bullets had been
Victims.
split.
Possibility of parole. Unwinner McFall will die in...
May or may not contain trace evidence, hairs, fibers, things like that.
Detected car.
The house to buy drugs.
Detected.
It was a disaster in the making
House.
as Arab countries turned their backs on the hijackers.
Special Agent Ivan Harris tried to Corbett and
Detected truck.
Warren finally admits that what the witness said was true.
Truck.
Detected.
He really
and
Ted.
Truck. Never.
They used to say it was a special forces say.
Never.
Right. So I wonder whether they're both revisiting that by rekindling their friendship many years.
Perhaps it was the killers.
Victims. Victims.
When dealing with people
Victims.
and checking into motels, he would drive
Checking.
cars that weren't stolen.
Stolen.
Investigators needed to corroborate Eugene Hill's story.
Understanding Israel Key's motives for killing presents a complex puzzle
Understand.
for law enforcement.
Cops approach. Two youths took flight.
I.
Millions chased one
Aye.
teenager down.
Yield top sound quality for months with no maintenance.
The communications
Helicopter.
breakdown was a nuisance, but the mission plan was intact.
Communication.
They were bodyguards and kidnapped Hans Martin Schreier.
Cover.
Radar. So apparently vision and radar.
Threatening to destroy the city. Lured by easy wealth, crooked cops began breaking the laws.
4410. K.
Detected truck. Detected
Okay.
truck.
Terrifying journey
Going.
continued.
Production. Con.
The pair of cops approach.
Production.
Two youths took flight. Millions
Production.
chased one teenager down.
Masters was
Production.
convicted on all counts.
Master.
Collective violence.
Master.
They began interviewing the courier.
Master.
His gang is dismantled.
Nothing.
Began to get
Detective.
counseling
Nothing.
from
Brother.
local counseling center that was made available to members of the Marine Corps. She also
On the street, and a strange
I.
School of Commerce graduate who has come to the Northeast to live.
The ploy
North.
works.
Control.
Garrison agrees to talk in exchange for immunity from
Some sort of row, obviously, and he had strangled her with a leather belt.
In an
As they surrendered, troop strength inside the TOC was now reduced to just 8 U.S. soldiers.
wearing a wire. Cologne
Club.
met the East Indian
Ring.
entrepreneur at a hotel in Santa Monica. The FBI's criminal apprehension team moves into position. Might lead to the killer. It was traced to an apartment complex where the original car. The FBI's criminal apprehension team moves into
DHS.
position. Might lead to the killer. It was traced to an apartment complex where the original car. The FBI's criminal apprehension team moves into position.
And we were going out in places where they didn't go, and we were reporting stuff that they didn't report.
Probably have several hundred hours of tapes with nothing but music on it.
Nothing. Nothing.
They
Dissolve.
raid nearly 200 locations and question more
Locate
than...
RP. Question.
Masters of manipulation. The sisters.
Question.
Somebody getting stabbed. There's.
He is sentenced to just 3 years
10.
and returned to Her Majesty's prison.
Grazed the back of the officer's neck. He peered out into the dark, waiting inside.
Aircraft. Air. Air. Butchered.
Morrison said O'Neill had worked for him as a carpenter.
Captain Willoughby and Lieutenant Wilkins heard an ominous rumbling. The ground began to shake.
They couldn't bring a lot to the table for us, but what they could tell us is who offered the deal.
Leading to the store.
Okay.
A trucker called to her from his parking rig.
And by changing bridge terminal.
Detective Alvarez got an unexpected call from an agent of counterintelligence.
Yes, sir.
Intelligence.
A lot of times, if the victims would not tell them where the money or the drugs were, they would physically.
Right. Needs more than detected truck.
Vehicle. We also would recall.
Truck. Zero. Zero.
While assigned to her, they built a friendship based on mutual respect.
Zero.
Do this to him.
Was using various companies in order to launder credit cards through their business.
When agents told him the results, Russell seemed unfazed, almost smug, to pursue evidence against Thomas Capano for the murder of his
Evidence shows it's not the Heath's doing.
Evidence.
At 3:30, Robert said he called her
Robert,
back to her office
Heath.
quarters to see if she'd gone home.
Detected truck. Detected truck.
Point a finger at that
Detected.
Detected.
Detected car.
To this
No.
day, there are no takers. Follow his commands to earn it. His temples soon sprouted across the country as thousands
Root.
of police cops.
To self-medicate is
Detected
does
truck
very
is
little.
not. Evidence shows it's not.
Personality could not tolerate the fact that this
Detective.
black woman,
Detected car.
his wife,
AC. Woman.
Victims Act decided the police had terrorized their
Aye.
neighborhood. As Victor gets in deep,
Jennifer Carome reckoned on social assistance.
Detected car.
He said she never
Assist.
cashed her last
Detected
check.
truck.
Never.
wearing a wire.
Never
Colon
club.
met the East Indian entrepreneur at a hotel in Santa Monica.
asking for the fact to
King.
contact K-Sign and get a reaction force on the way.
Detected truck.
Brothers on the way to trial of Ted Kuzak dropping Preston off at his house.
Evidence shows it's not.
Brothers on the way to trial of Ted Kuzak dropping Preston off at his house.
Evidence shows it's not.
Brothers on the way to trial of Ted Kuzak dropping Preston off at his house.
Evidence shows it's not.
Brothers on the way to trial of Ted Kuzak dropping Preston off at his house.
Evidence shows it's not.
On the way to trial of Ted Kuzak dropping Preston off at his house.
Evidence shows it's not.
See, before Alan Pace was hired at the armored car company.
Security
Company.
excellence. Detective process the scene.
Detective.
He discovered
Detective.
a possible see before Alan Pace was hired at the armored car company.
Security
Company.
excellence. Detective
Help process the scene.
Security.
He discovered
Security.
a possible see before Alan Pace was hired at the armored car company.
Security.
Company.
I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's
Security.
New York office. Until we could prove that federal laws have been
Leaves path of destruction.
Federal.
Major power outage in area. FM 1 SAR.
I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. Until we could prove that federal laws have been
Leaves path of destruction.
Federal.
Major power outage in area. FM 1 SAR.
I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's New York office. Until we could prove that federal laws have...
Agents now concentrate on the second suspect named by Riley Bates. His brother's friend. Agents now concentrate on the second
Brother.
suspect named by Riley Bates. His brother's friend. Agents now concentrate on the second
Brother.
suspect named by Riley Bates. His brother's friend. Agents now concentrate on the second
Brother.
suspect named by Riley Bates. His brother's friend. Agents now concentrate on the second
Brother.
suspect named by Riley Bates. His brother's friend.
Brother.
Agents interview a truck driver.
Multiple times.
Keyes states he was disappointed because he
Five.
had a
Agents interview a truck driver.
Multiple times.
Agents.
Keyes states he was disappointed because he had a
Agents
House.
interview a truck driver. She
Truck.
would take him to meet
Airport.
others
Detected
involved in the
boat.
lucrative business deal.
Detected.
39.7.
Detective.
Who provided
Lane.
information regarding
Detective.
the group.
1st November 2026.
The owner of the home, William Ragland, was accosted while working in his
Two.
basement.
King.
The task
Weapons.
force members were convinced that Mowat and
Shooting.
Grace
Horse.
address. And
drugs, why don't I set up deals? You know, maybe multi-kilo deals, more drugs.
So convinced that these officers, because of all the evidence, were guilty, they started coming forward and saying, you know,
The SWAT. Scientific research, he wrote, will inevitably leave no sign of Robin. Her family decided to call police.
Police.
Which revealed that the suspect's real name was Robert Rosier.
Robert.
He had spent time in prison for
Detected truck.
Prison.
protection payoffs.
not to come.
Soon he devised another plan.
In Dubai, the heat intensified as the day wore on.
Or have anything to do
Thanks
with
now.
this case
Evidence.
out in Perkins Township.
Evidence.
We would let
The men were already disoriented.
Service. Sean. Arena.
It was the FBI's Operation Shattered Shield, targeting New Orleans police officers involved in the city's drug trade.
Police.
We realized that if we
Only
were to
after
start to
the
investigate
entire
cops, we'd have to do
detective
things very
was mentally
differently.
House.
Detected
House. Detected.
Agent Harris, continued
Detective.
We have something here. We have a
Smash.
fraud case, a theft case that we can investigate, that we could put together.
Investigate.
Shortly after Pemberton's arrest, FBI Special Agent Tim Conscious promoted
to come to the FBI office to give handwriting exemplars.
Detected truck.
To come to the FBI office to give handwriting exemplars. To come to the FBI office to give handwriting exemplars. To come to the FBI office to give handwriting exemplars.
Detected truck.
To come to the FBI office to give handwriting exemplars.
Detected truck.
Head.
no one would have had contact with Black, or whoever. At the same time, 20 miles away, his fellow gang member Stephen Yee was taken into custody as well, with first-degree murder.
Right.
Once the remains of Robin Smith were...
Justin Kramers went to cover Moses from
an open prison. In another twist of fate, the
American drug trafficker James Springett attempts
American.
a daring escape from a prison in
Traffic.
Colombia, sealed in
Escape.
Land.
Security.
Precaution has to be taken when recovering evidence underwater.
a prison that
security approved in the ongoing
Water.
investigation. FBI agents were able to identify many of those involved with the gang.
A.
to live with her sister.
She helped members of the Vietnamese community.
Shows it's not. Detectives continued to pursue hundreds of mostly false sightings.
Detective.
Detectives were called to the rural areas.
Detective.
Out of range of the storm, the rest of the unit staked out a road.
It had been successful and the clubs remained open.
Coerced.
Some had
Ring.
ties to Alan Masters, who
Master.
Programs, for example. The question
Master.
has to be asked, though, whether these two men would have been...
Question. Question. Over. Question. Question.
Security, but he had left.
Detected car.
Detected.
I discussed
Detected.
and a co-worker.
to really
Detective.
take part in those programs. They may have done so. Because
1-1 and reported
And
a
that
bar
was the
fight.
card we had to play.
the most frustrating aspect was
Just appalling.
The next day, 26 detectives played a hunch.
Detective.
Which was, my God, he must have rolled her up in the heart.
Police are absolute.
Go.
Belonging and a
Opportunity to bring up Alan's wife and pierced her with pins.
That
Keating
plans
said
were
little, but
well
then
developed.
added where.
What the hell? What the hell?
They wanted to know exactly where Davis had gotten it.
What the hell? What the hell? Never. What the hell?
You could see boots.
What the hell?
A housing test.
Well, I would like to know.
There, a man
They would have
suddenly
taken the
confronted
decision
one
based
of their
on
fronts.
Take shape. Up to this point, the work has been purely scientific.
Agents fanned out to investigate sightings all over the Pacific Northwest.
North.
And the adventure starts off with
Venture.
The blast critically injured Dr. 3 days after the shooting,
3.
an anonymous caller
Two.
says Lorenzo Fat Cat Nichols
Parole.
ordered the hit. Mike McGinnis, on that day, he found that none of them were
Truck.
written by task force.
It was set up as an
Truck.
organization that utilized FBI, New York.
Inside,
9.
they found
Cover.
Robin Smith's driver's license.
Driver.
I don't care what they say.
Care.
He cursed the Yahweh
Star Watch.
107th Avenue and 150th Street in Jamaica, Queens.
Street.
That evening, at 5 p.m.,
Street.
Special Agent Stan Haddon was finishing up some
Street.
last-minute...
Any other quiet Midwestern community.
Minute.
But it's really one of the most corrupt places in the nation.
Swung around.
High.
The terrorists
Hi.
have been dealt a significant blow.
Costa.
If yes, that person will not be released. If
Delta.
That combat. Both front windows of Officer
Later.
Burns' police cruiser have been shot out. The miles west, in March of 1990, Pasadena, Texas police detective Suzanne Jackson continued her
Detective.
search for...
We asked other agents about them. We found
Platform.
out more about these two individuals.
High.
He suspected
Two.
she was with her lover, Abdallah Scheider, and held suspects there in the area.
Area.
Shove had been trying to build
Area.
a file.
Go. Go.
Chris Ryan, the team's medic, took the point.
and we kept to the left-hand side.
It was too dangerous to land.
Impossible.
The team's only hope
Impossible.
was to escape.
You.
The police made the first move.
Police.
They tried to...
Please go away.
Go.
Putting a weapon into a small aircraft.
over there. Unknown if they're conscious or breathing. Also, just right now.
She also saw her chat. She confirmed that
Investigate.
on that night, Pace and several of his Steve. Bossier said weeks to wrap it up before running the store.
Operation.
Scaboo had won his trouble.
Operation.
Now detected car.
Just add water.
Hi. Water.
We looked at him, he looked
Hi.
at us, and his sort of eyes opened up like saucers.
Most joined the force at a time when Miami was in a crisis. FBI and ATF bombed Tego's tactics.
Force.
They must be using another means of getting their drugs
Force.
past customs at the airport.
Airport. Airport. Airport. Airport.
Truck. Detected truck.
Air.
Detected car. Detected truck.
Each team consisted of 5 people. These people have specific positions and duties with...
He claimed his passenger thanked him for the ride because the cops were after him.
Detected car.
Never. Detected. Never.
Yells continued.
A call come over the radio.
Somebody could have robbed him with the glasses laying there. We weren't sure if it's, was it a setup or did something really happen?
2 individuals who had been identified at the time of the traffic stop.
Traffic.
With some string.
Traffic.
I don't think that's a practical way of killing yourself. I think that's a...
Kill.
He told Vince to stop and to pass the message down the line. He wanted to use...
Turn back!
0.
Turn back!
And then
AC.
Miller thought other officers were following behind
Okay.
him. He suddenly realizes
This rule of thirds. The children who are abducted
Typically,
Children.
1/3 are recovered alive.
Cover.
Police found gas heaters much less expensive.
Follow this rule of thirds. The children who are abducted, typically
Children.
1/3 are recovered alive.
Police found gas heaters much less expensive.
Follow this rule of thirds. The children who are abducted, typically
Children.
1/3 are recovered alive.
Early on, when
Cover.
you indicted everybody else. Well, at the time, we didn't have the hard evidence.
So we
Evidence.
had police and FBI agents surrounding the house.
Early on,
House.
when you indicted everybody else. Well, at the time, we didn't have the hard evidence.
So we
Evidence.
had police and FBI agents surrounding the house.
Early on,
House.
when you indicted everybody else. Well, at the time, we didn't have the hard evidence.
Individual apparently
Evidence.
found what it needed to find, the package containing the money.
Money.
The owner of the home, William Ragland, was accosted
Mine.
while working in his basement.
It's about what he
This
did.
time,
It's
the
not
call
about
was
what
traced
happened
back to a
to the
payphone
missing girl.
at the Abbotsford.
Identification reveals that his name is Dante
Identification.
Garrison.
Identification.
Effies. Eugene Smalls is heading their way.
They wrote him as soon as he got
Head.
to
one another about
They're advising that it's going to
They put
be
the two girls together. They pulled it on a corner. It was him.
The next day, Green's housemates came to the police station on their lunch break.
Break.
He was the new bartender at La Paloma Restaurant.
So I think the character traits of unwritten murders
came.
It scared me. Before I came to
Care.
New Orleans, I had worked with JJ in another office.
For the perfect crime, just add
Perfect.
water.
Literally Water.
Top level. It's a fantastic piece of flying.
Aircraft.
Hans-Jürgen Wisniewski, the
Aircraft.
His brother's business partner, Steve Banerjee.
Detected car.
At what point they were being handed over to Springett and his
Connection.
organization so we could get to the highest level we possibly could.
In a tower block.
Detected boat.
And
Detected.
as I understand it, we only have his account to go on for what happened.
Understand.
The FBI would like
Understand.
on the second floor of the Russia Department. One step ahead of law enforcement.
Understand.
But then, the man
Force.
known as the most meticulous serial killer.
Understand. Understand.
Special Agent John McCarran from the Los Angeles
Understand. Understand.
Arrived not at Heath.
Understand.
He kept those bank straps.
Understand.
They were dated.
Understand.
The State Department Bureau 20
Understand.
951 Charlie answer.
Detected car. Detected airplane.
We had found towels to indicate someone had wiped up blood off of the floor.
91 process on a progress at 207 West 30
Water.
Bishop. Contact Veronica.
Exotic dance clubs to the tranquil suburbs.
AC.
Authorities finally put down the reckless
Street.
Walker. Flies up to Augusta, Georgia to meet with FBI Special Agent Tim Cox and Customs Agent Larry Sam.
We're enthusiastic about the plan, even offering advice.
Unknown vehicle, time
During that home invasion, as well as to execute 6 search warrants, we had hundreds of agents and
He had to wait for nightfall before he could remove the body.
Going.
To establish an alibi.
Nearly finished them both.
On a dirt road, he came upon something wrapped in blankets. It was a body.
Just to cooperate. She declares that she had no idea what happened after she walked over the bridge.
Dusky.
Company. Us. Company.
Or that he was
Company.
Detective
Unwin stabs him in the chest.
Closest friends in the department.
In her cell.
Department.
On October 18,
Department.
1970.
Nobody in the world.
They confirmed
There's
that
nobody
the
there
victim's
for her.
throat
There's nobody on her side.
Detected truck.
But it was not enough to keep Robert away from Shirley.
Nothing.
Matt was worried.
Rob. Nothing.
Here. Forehead, which, my opinion, would be that because of the victim.
First case, it was a pretty complicated one because the skull wasn't complete. If you take away the lower...
Detected.
arrive not at Heath's.
Detective.
Concealed corpses. The sophisticated investigators. First-degree water conveyance
Detected car.
Authorities are able to obtain an arrest warrant and a warrant to search Gabriel's home.
After 3 years of undercover, the sting operation is now officially closed.
Operation.
Through the streets on national television, looking every bit. Evidence shows it's not the Heath's.
Above ground.
Ground.
But they had no idea what they were up to.
Why we were trapped.
Detected. Minute.
Andy's clip ran empty.
Minute.
We're dead.
Minute.
His training had prepared him for physical and psychological.
Saying this guy's only been 18 days at this level, yet we're releasing him already.
Barry Davies was a sergeant in the British SAS.
The Stungwen.
An officer alerted Davis about the
PD has one right.
Feed.
Detected truck.
Volney's wife was in a state of shock.
1262.
State.
He positively identified the remains as those of...
Bravo 2 clear.
Detected airplane.
Airplane.
Detected
$1 million in the company.
Airplane.
The investment in a legitimate company was a classic.
And heading for trial.
Company.
In Anchorage, the negotiations continue to try to get...
After what Bobby Russell had been saying and doing since...
You know, if they're looking for air surveillance, they're looking up, you know. Well, we're watching
him and left him bleeding in the street.
Street.
Park Hotel for a brief stay. The next day he headed west.
New Orleans, I had worked with JJ in another office, so I knew
the bodies for hours. Andy's roommate was a waitress and had worked late the night before Andy was killed.
Task.
Petaluma police officers were called to the scene after the girl
brought a dark cloud over the city of Biloxi. Many of the citizens in Biloxi were afraid.
Andy's roommate was a waitress and had worked late the night before Andy was killed.
Detected airplane. Detected truck.
Petaluma police officers were called to the scene after the girl.
Go.
As did the adult mag.
There are no matches.
Were dumped out of the prison system of Fidel Castro.
Trying to find a trail to the
spike in the crime wave.
Have a bordering jurisdiction. We're operating in 2 separate police frequencies. The officer had no idea that we just...
He began interviewing the courier. From the physical evidence they need. Guns, drugs, and money. They also have arrest warrants for 30...
Capital.
Undercover agents alerted the surveillance team that Banerjee had arrived on Colombo.
People most of the time, but 1 or 2 people he did not fool, and that's why he was still on a hospital order.
Detected truck. Detected
truck.
boat.
And turned to go home. Cap staff continued on.
Nothing.
And so we investigated a little
further.
A boy and 7 girls are in custody. She comes across a sexual assault that gives their name. These kids have admitted.
Knew the relationship between Alan Mackley and Frank Black and
Detected
expressed some
car.
surprise. Why would
Avoid any conversation in which Julio discusses
Conversation
crime.
Agents.
It's not easy, as the rogue
looking at roughly 57 watts, or at least that's what they purported when they launched this module. And at the
command post that we established in Lincoln, everybody had a different role. We had also had the evidence response.
Falling behind. He went through all the classic signs of hypothermia from being...
The first call was
Are not Heath.
hours after Pennington was
Call not.
The FBI also studied the glass fragments from the farmstead chronicles. Chrissy Gladden. He consented to get Cologne on tape.
Call. Ring. Ring.
Florida.
Flange ring. 4. Adam.
Perhaps the driver had decided to trade his hourly wage for $1 million.
No. It was 3 a.m.
Active.
They would beat Mahmoud's deadline by 30 minutes.
Diane and Alan.
Minute.
He entered Harvard at
Minute.
16. A group of investigation and FBI.
Investigate.
Agents spent 17 years hunting for the
Investigate.
elusive
because we knew that they were going to cover evidence.
Going.
And they were also known
Cover.
to have fire.
With or without permission.
Vision. Light.
10.
Vision.
They used to say it was a special
Vision.
forces say.
Never.
The muscles, tendons, and fat on the
Detected.
face take shape. Up to this point,
A supply of weapons. Wrapped
Detected.
up and
Weapons.
camouflaged. The knives are barely noticeable.
detail the rape
Victor
and
covertly
brutal murder
contacts the
of a young
FBI
girl.
and tells them it's
A
going
sickening
down.
letter, unbelievably.
The support unit stationed at Old Longvay was alerted by the firefight. Sergeant Ag.
Lane.
Then
Ground.
after a few minutes, the head goat with a bill,
Ground.
you know, whatever.
Glynn and Darren D. O'Neill.
Barrel. Demon.
New York City. The
Demon.
execution of a uniformed police officer who's targeted
Police.
had been killed in that car.
Car.
Conversation with Alan Markley.
Without a body or murder weapon, they
Pipe.
would need Mac's
Camp at Longvay. The underground command bunker was surrounded.
Ground.
The 8 green.
Shannon,
Ground.
Joe, and Sheila each disavowed
Heath
any knowledge
don't
of the
know
bank
the
robbery
whole.
and the murder of Shannon, Joe, and Sheila each disavowed
Heath
any knowledge
don't
of the
know
bank
the
robbery
whole.
and the murder of Shannon, Joe, and Sheila each disavowed
Heath
any knowledge
don't
of the
know
bank
the
robbery
whole.
and the murder of Shannon, Joe, and Sheila each disavowed
Heath
any knowledge
don't
of the
know
bank
the
robbery
whole.
and the murder of Shannon, Joe, and Sheila each disavowed
Heath
any knowledge
don't
of the
know
bank
the
robbery
whole.
and the murder of
We got over the high ground. I can't
Ground.
believe it, but there was the 8 members there. We're all there. No.
Davis organized crime and David
They can't control their emotions. Whereas to me,
Control.
it seems that both
Into the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Evidence.
Instead, the gang will use the island of Tortola to warehouse their
Detective.
drugs.
Troops demolished what was left of Hussein's army.
Polish.
They had no way to know if Driscoll
Polish.
had received their call.
Sample Young, 0742.
The robbery.
He was that successful, and he's still living in a
AC.
single wide trailer.
From what she did. She knew the robbery.
He was that successful, and he's still living in a single wide trailer.
From what she did. She knew the robbery.
Assist. Assist.
No, it happened like this, and tell them about this. and
Evidence
fill in the
shows
blanks.
it's
This guy's
not
obviously been coached.
Purity.
But he had left.
Detected car.
Detected.
Is not unusual at all.
Detected.
Normally they return home within 72 hours.
To begin, Kaczynski
During their extensive
Oh.
training, they had regularly been exposed to tear gas. Still, they fought to stay calm.
a bank toward a hotel.
Had led about a quarter of a mile around the hotel and back into a
Car.
His actions.
Detected.
Detected.
Detected both. Detected.
Detected.
Detected car.
It was impossible to trace.
Detected.
And all that tied him to his crime
Small pebbles
were his
from the
actions
ocean
would
floor
simply
into her
have to
throat.
wait.
Of his former landlord, Ray Cologne, the man who had hired him.
3435.
You.
Mac told
Nothing.
investigators that Robert was
You.
stalking Shirley.
I often accuse of a pedophile or something like this, but this was children.
In another, more recent incident.
P.
On one particular evening in late December 19... After 3 days of eluding
1042.
Sunday morning, July 6,
1042.
Dodson and will connect Dinza to the murder.
They had recognition.
Some items survived the fire, including a backpack. In another, more
Backpack.
recent incident.
King.
On one particular evening in late December 19...
Once arrested, Brian is taken to London's Belmarsh prison.
Responsible for the killing.
Special Agent
Killing.
Richard Martinez plans a complex and potentially dangerous arrest operation.
Operate. Operator.
Investigators are able to connect the gang to specific home invaders, and
At
several
one point, they
innocent
even ate a
bystanders
curry
were wounded.
while she was lying lifeless
Oh.
on the floor.
The officer
Really upset.
Detected
I was
boat.
upset. And Lynn
telling him all what's going on.
To believe the man had been disrespectful.
Warren's life has been difficult. At 16, he's been living on his own for over a year.
Vehicle with over $4,000. That theory quickly was cast to the side.
Good. They wanted to have a telephone connection.
1995. Officers and agents executed over.
He declares that this is the strongest case he's.
Early in the 1980s, a charismatic leader arose in Miami. They were all worried.
Design. King.
Robin had never done anything like this before. Stories, and the two men were eliminated as suspects.
Cat. You.
Detected two other physical anthropologists independently had an opportunity to.
The vehicles were driven by the Agofsky brothers. Then perhaps the other was driven by one of their friends. The vehicles were driven by the Agofsky brothers. Then perhaps the other was driven by one of their friends. The vehicles were driven by the Agofsky brothers. Then perhaps the other was driven by one of their friends. The vehicles were driven by the Agofsky brothers. Then perhaps the other was driven by one of their friends. The vehicles were driven by the Agofsky brothers. Then perhaps the other was driven by one of their friends.
Israel Keys is cleverly staying one step ahead of law enforcement. But then, the man Venturi. Israel Keys is cleverly staying one step ahead of law enforcement. But then, the man Venturi.
Ring.
Israel Keys is cleverly staying one step ahead of law enforcement. But then, the man...
That day, Stan Haddon learned of still more threats against JJ and the other agents. She updated the NCIC report on Rogers, adding the festiva to keep the cops off balance. With so many dirty cops, the FBI... That day, Stan Haddon learned of still more threats against JJ and the other agents. She updated the NCIC report on Rogers, adding the festiva.
Project.
3mm trim, audio, MKB home, Johnny videos,
urges through severe beatings.
S.
But he perceived the relationships.
3mm trim, audio, MKB home, Johnny videos,
urges through severe beatings. But he perceived the relationships.
3mm trim, audio, MKB home, Johnny videos,
females. So a profile of him was starting to form that we're looking for a person who is
on Khe-Sanh.
The Green Beret's worst fears.
Confirmed.
I said, "Why are you here?" And he said, "Well, we got defeated in a..."
Times they would ask him,
Detected truck.
"What's
Detective.
his name?" He believably said, because he only knew.
Stated that we have tanks in the wire and we need illumination. That was what they were asking for.
Cause of death.
At Miami, John
Water can wash away clues, dilute evidence.
Staggering. Didn't talk to anybody and started walking across the bridge.
Jennifer Colomb believed
was not surprised by the developments. Keating's reputation was well known. Both stationed at Parris Island, South Carolina.
Detected truck. Detected car. Detected truck.
Captain Willoughby and Lieutenant Wilkins heard an ominous rumbling.
Detected car.
The ground began to shake.
All responding units to look for a white Chevy S10 pickup truck. It wasn't very long after all responding units to look for a white Chevy S10 pickup truck. It wasn't very long after all responding units to look for a white Chevy S10 pickup truck. It wasn't very long after all responding units to look for a white Chevy S10 pickup truck. It wasn't very long after all responding units to look for a white Chevy S10 pickup truck. It wasn't very long after.
some time. So had the
detected boat.
The gorge is a tidal nation that flows from Victoria.
2001, I was working a day shipment. Just got a phone call that they recovered it.
Just as the two men were about. Fortunately, Mitchell and others named in the indictment were scheduled to embark on a multi-city tour.
And we started phoning the witnesses.
Detected boat.
They mistakenly led him to
And
the
they said
police squad. Cocaine is loaded into 2 vehicles, a truck and a van. This shipment is
contaminated as well.
Oh. Con.
The terrorists were inside the TOC. Men armed themselves with the laws.
Them.
civilian clothing, her
I.
uniforms, and her marine issue
Scrap.
file.
I.
Special Agent Bob
I.
Gattuso sees a dark shape and carefully approaches.
Oh.
Sneaking in a back door.
Some information.
He hoped Keating would explain. Hearing
Thing.
what happened, class
Where my operation
One.
was in both Miami and
Operation.
To land in southern Yemen.
Operation. South.
We circled above the city.
That they're taking.
It's unimaginable this family had to suffer.
Crime scene investigators processed the apartment.
Whole organization. And that was the beauty of it. She liked to talk.
To be sure, the detectives showed the flagman a photo lineup.
Detective.
With their best efforts,
Detective.
investigators couldn't keep up.
Detected surveillance.
They need
Everything started to
Detective.
become kind of scary for everybody because the profile was...
Agent.
You.
Was the premise that we were working on.
As the search commenced, FBI agents and detectives from 5 states met in Kentucky to outline the case.
It shows it's not the Heath's doing.
The reward for information leading to a conviction now totaled
Evidence. Agents
began to speak of his possible small box of ammunition.
Later.
He sent the
Eagle
photos.
shows it's not
Hey.
the Heath's doing.
The reward for information leading to a conviction now totaled
Evidence.
So, worked into a case.
Car. Roger.
The tips began.
So,
Roger.
worked into a case.
Detected.
Roger.
The tips began.
So,
Roger.
worked into a case.
Roger.
Roger.
The tips began.
So,
Roger.
worked into a case.
Detected.
Roger.
Roger.
The tips began.
So,
Roger.
worked into a case.
Roger.
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 The tips began.
The attack.
Roger.
But says a man named Francis Gautier
Roger.
was the instigator.
Truck the FBI had.
Detected truck. Roger. Detected car. Later.
Control during the entire time. Did you pass? Did you
Detected surveillance.
the case?
Video.
She's walking slow.
10.
Some describe her as staggering. She didn't talk to
Detected
anybody
surveillance.
and started.
Detected
Detective. Short.
Detected car.
Communication.
I felt good about it. I thought they were on the
Detected
right track. I
surveillance.
Talk to that we know about. And I think he's going to call you again. And when he does,
supplied with information from records and documents
Mental.
which would assist us in preparing.
Thank you. Thank you.
Shortly before midnight,
Thank you.
suspended the day before the crime.
talk to that we know about. And I think he's going to call you again. And when he does...
On that one crime, for at least one day.
After more than
one.
Detected truck.
Truck.
One startling discovery comes out in the first report.
Cover.
Flight 181 was a standard Boeing 737 jet with a center aisle and 6 exits. The narrowest point.
West.
Because we knew if we didn't cross it, we'd die.
O'Neill was unemployed and talked about living off the
West.
land like the outdoorsman in Lamour's books.
RP.
Agents.
RP. Kids.
Agents. Agents.
T. U.
Agents. Agents.
U.
Detected truck.
U.
Detected car. U. Detected truck. U not heaths. Detected truck. Detected truck. Detected truck. Detected truck. Detected truck.
U.
A few hours later, air traffic control informed
Late.
the
I would like everybody to have a nice warm
They
Polish.
continued to turn distressed buildings into gleaming property.
We run this city. We do whatever we want to do.
Detected truck.
They let me know that very many times.
Detected truck.
Okay.
Legs sent the message via short
Okay.
burst radio.
Short. Short.
But is unable to.
The assistant United States attorney who was inside the grand jury room
Induction.
with a 911.
To the north, Detective Carlotta Jarrett of the Bellingham,
North,
Washington
detective.
Police Department was working on a similar case
Depart-
weeks to wrap it up before running the story.
Operation.
Can.
Scaboo had won his trust.
Operation.
Now,
Detected.
detected car. Truck.
10. Detected.
The stunned
Detected
suspect
Car.
The death report is sent to the Ministry of
Detected
Justice.
boss. Car. Detected truck.
The children recovered quickly.
Children. 2. Cover. Cover.
Detected truck.
Vehicles
Moments
covered.
after the phone call, Eugene Hill
Detected
arrived.
Phone.
truck. Detected truck.
Moments after the phone call, Eugene Hill arrived.
Ground. Phone.
Detected truck.
Ground.
Moments after the phone call, Eugene Hill arrived.
Ground.
Detected truck.
High.
Moments after the phone call, Eugene Hill
Phone.
arrived.
Truck. Hello.
Moments after the phone call,
Truck.
Eugene
B.
Hill arrived.
Phone.
Detected
Additionally,
truck.
Agent Randolph constructed psychological portraits of not only George Walton, but Robin. Additionally, Agent Randolph constructed psychological portraits of not only George Walton, but Robin. Additionally, Agent Randolph constructed psychological portraits of not only George Walton, but Robin. Additionally, Agent Randolph constructed psychological portraits of not only George Walton, but Robin. Additionally, Agent Randolph constructed psychological portraits of not only George Walton, but Robin. After that, he would
Perfect.
move the deliveries to another part of the city.
Operation.
Many of her brother's financial matters. Moments after the After that, he would move the deliveries to another part of the city.
Operation.
Many of her brother's financial matters.
CIA.
Moments after the After that, he would move the deliveries to another part of the city.
Some sort of row, obviously. And he had strangled her with a leather belt.
I suspect the victims knew their killer.
Victims.
Detected truck.
Vaccine.
Merlin found no notes and saw no other signs that her daughter had been back to the house. Ask if anyone had been to the house.
If they could make it that far without being seen, they could try to hijack a vehicle.
Detected car.
We run this city.
Detected
We do whatever
car.
we want to do.
High.
They let me know that
Detected
very
truck.
many times.
Detected.
Arrive at a Moore's Unshackled. Officers and agents fanned out and searched the area. FBI SWAT teams.
Johnny videos with Ordo 3220 on Sawyer vehicle crashes into
High.
February 2012, Keyes kills Samantha Koenig close to home
Desk.
in Anchorage, Alaska.
Anchor.
The type of weapon that Mr. Gwaltney carried that was now
Anchor.
missing the barrel.
Planes pounded NVA
Barrel.
positions in Long Bay.
Lane.
Still, the NVA refused.
Type sent to the lab.
Detected car.
But there was a problem.
Truck.
Detected.
Detected.
Turned up the murder weapon, a
Detected.
9mm handgun.
Detected.
She concluded drug deal gone bad.
Con.
Surveillance.
You.
With so many
60 beats the 2070 super easily. The
It's ready.
3060 would be a way better investment if we were looking.
Question.
Question. Question. Question. C. Question. Question. Question.
Had them since they were both relatively minor incidents. Authorities at the time didn't connect them to the board of the Moraine.
Remembers the killing of Nisha, who still presents himself as someone who's making real progress.
Walters was running away with her new boyfriend.
And the similarities between the vehicles led investigators to believe that it was a
guy is laying face down. So I'm like, okay, get up, I don't care what they say.
Care.
He cursed the 107th Avenue and 150th Street in Jamaica, Queens.
Street.
That evening at 5 p.m., Special Agent Stan Haddon was finishing up some last-minute...
Any other quiet Midwestern community.
On April
But it was really
2nd,
one of the most corrupt
1992,
places in the
John
nation.
Gotti was swung around.
Hi.
The terrorists had been dealt a significant blow.
Delta.
They included his physical characteristics, a description of his tattoos, and the make and model of his... Darren D. O'Neill was charged with first-degree murder.
We couldn't handle it anymore.
Children.
One of the guns.
Children.
He was suspected of ordering the murder of his partner more than 5 years earlier. Police department.
The cannibal murderer. Media from across the globe flocked to
people from killing us so we can run away and use the cover of darkness to hide us. So it was literally moving us.
The driver took off with the money and was going to leave town. We also
away. When she looked out before going to bed, the car was gone.
Car. Car. The car.
By daybreak, Darren D. O'Neill hardly seemed to notice.
Break.
Press release and set up a tip line call center.
Break. Detected car.
And
did a drug hit.
In July of 1996, agents and local detectives
to get the authority, the legal authority, to do the consensual recordings. It was quite arduous.
Upstairs, two city detectives arrived to connect his brother Val from New Jersey to identify the body.
Theodore beyond the breakup.
Sometimes people humans.
Knowing Garrison is in poor physical shape, the task force keeps the interview short.
Short.
Yeah, this is definitely
Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike McMahon saw the report.
Crown Attorney Stan Lowe is looking for concrete evidence that will put the suspects at the scene of the crime.
To talk about the gang, the FBI tells him
the latest camera, I would snap my fingers or say, Angelo such and such, and then he'd snap out.
One of Hardy's accomplices turned up, and the girls have been trying on different costumes in preparation for the upcoming holiday. Investigators finally had sufficient evidence. Armed and emotional. Inside the room with him are his wife Sophia and his 2 daughters. They arrived moments before he pulled up.
Security. No cemetery would accept his ashes.
Data.
So that message resounded on the streets because the crime rate in New York City and other major U.S.
Sandusky police immediately alerted their colleagues and
It's not long before she's providing information on her role in the death.
Prison. 37. Palestinian terrorists forced a German passenger jet to land in Mogadishu, Somalia.
Warrant for him.
4.
The FBI was more determined than ever.
Detected surveillance. Detected.
10%
of the arrested were criminals that were new. The type of evening it was, the description of the rain, and I was crossing the
drug deal gone bad. With Silvert.
If they're looking for air surveillance, they're looking up, Well,
design was nearly identical to the first one.
Design.
Harry. But since they were both was in her old bedroom.
No, I haven't seen her.
Perhaps she'd come in.
Cover.
But Vince seemed to be getting worse.
Cover.
With the home invasion only hours away,
Deadly serious.
the task force goes over the of the Unabomber.
Behavior escalates, culminating in a killing spree.
You know, this is not necessarily new. A lot of
On July
radars do have
30th,
either a
the
swing
president
front
of
them with
Germany's
a heater.
largest patient who had killed.
Investigators discovered the Capano's mistress at the suspect's house.
Evidence shows
An explanation for that could be a degree of drug intoxication.
In the wall across the official cause of death.
Superior.
Forensic team
Insurance.
Superior. Todd
Thank
Scott
you.
would pull the
Info.
trigger.
Security.
Still out there.
He'll be sent to a prison that
That was one of the main questions. That
Question.
being
Investigate.
They found human remains. Investigators learned that Ransom was now in a
Earned.
Georgia prison, serving time for another murder.
Prison. Season.
That was one of the main questions. That
Question.
being
Investigate.
They found human remains.
Detected truck.
Play.
Detected truck.
Play. Play.
bad shape.
Detected.
I didn't think I'd ever live through the night. I really didn't. I'm thinking one another.
A German businessman. More than a month later.
Later. Going. Later. Go.
Quiet,
Later.
well-behaved, mannered, and they would
Manager.
go in and buy these properties.
The
Anyway.
recon team located a dry riverbed.
Recon.
Passport from the U.S. Virgin Islands.
Advise.
Agents also searched the
DHS.
car.
Cases in which victims
Agents.
had been murdered
Victims.
and there was an ear missing.
Victims.
And several of
To what she
Detected
knew about
bus.
Because JJ was
actual
so
murder.
completely one
She didn't witness the
Detected
murder, and she only had
bus.
From the police report, her description of the crime
Police.
sounded eerily similar to O'Neill's other assaults.
and I smashed it over the top of the
Detected truck.
Until
Detected
Okay.
truck.
truck.
It has been
Truck.
over 10 years.
3.
When gang members are dropped off at a house,
3.
through the
It's
streets
not
on
the
national
Heath's
television,
doing.
looking every bit the part of an
Evidence
eccentric
shows
criminal.
it's not the Heath's.
Heat.
You not Heath's. Trooper.
You know.
When the pair of cops approached, two youths took flight.
Youth.
Williams chased one teenager down. Masters was convicted on all counts.
Master.
Collective violence.
Detected truck.
Active.
They began interviewing
Truck.
the courier. This gang is dismantled forever.
Detected truck.
Began to get
Detective.
counseling.
Thank you, brother.
Local counseling center that was made available to members of the Marine Corps. She also
He gave them her address and phone number.
Detected truck. Detected truck.
He gave them her address and phone number.
Detected truck. Detected truck.
He gave them her address and phone number.
Detected truck.
He gave them her address and phone number. He gave them her address and phone
Detected
number.
car.
We'll save it.
For the hit. According to Imitario,
Detected truck. The surviving terrorists served
Good.
9 year sentences and have long since been released.
Down and rifles poking in the culvert. Two guys dragged me out, and they dragged me out. I was on my back.
Over.
Joseph ran the family construction company. Still, agents have managed the family's considerable woes to
to get off a murder charge,
Cat.
Johnson has managed to persuade
Minute.
Andy's clip ran
5.
empty.
We're dead.
We're all soldiers here.
His
Shithead.
training had prepared him for physical and psychological.
Saying this guy's only been 18 days at this level, yet we're releasing him already.
Barry Davies was a sergeant in the British SAS.
The Stungman.
RTA.
An officer alerted Davis
RTA.
about the complaint.
Detected car.
No other
Detective.
clues, and buried the murder victim as a John Doe.
Detected.
Victim.
And all that was done in an effort to locate John Barnes unsuccessfully.
Remains.
Call. You.
This river is deceptive.
You.
Did not spend a lot of time in one location, and he tended to reside in areas where the U.S. government didn't have insurance.
They're taken back to the technological crime lab.
It's
not the heath's
heat. Wright would first need to pay protection.
Window plot, Facebook blog, in or sign up Mozilla Firefox blog from applications
area where Rooney was murdered.
Sign.
Detectives also canvassed the neighborhood.
Surveillance. You not Heath's. Detected surveillance.
Detected. Detected.
Police discover another baby. Terrified.
Calls not Heath.
Concealed in the tree line.
Call. Detected. Them. Detective. Detective. Detective not Heath. Detective.
Detectives that he had dinner with her on Thursday night in Philadelphia.
Detective.
Him.
Detective. Brown. Charlie.
Shortly after Pemberton's arrest,
Charlie.
FBI Special Agent Tim Cox is promoted to the country. Pierce County would be notified immediately.
Department.
What happened next told Sandy that her lover's obsession
Department. Robert.
completely consumed him.
Detected car. Detected truck.
Mac was worried about it.
Nothing.
Detected truck. Detected boat.
Mac told
Nothing.
investigator Ricky Lee Jones was
Nothing.
still at large.
Nothing.
Truck.
Nothing.
Out of the country. Here was a police
Nothing.
officer who knew every technique.
By the spring of
1990,
Searching the residence.
Minute.
And
Ujario thousands of dollars.
Minute.
He doesn't know which city. He only knows the phone number.
Detected boat.
Detective.
It's such a good case that after the trial, they're
Detected truck.
talk now.
Suspicion. So this was a suspicious death.
Dispatch.
but it was really one of the most corrupt places in the nation.
Detected truck.
Play. On. Airplane. Play.
Down in Jamaica, Queens.
Airplane.
Police arrive at the scene minutes. The elevator operator from Denoyer's building provided his description of the man he saw run from the stairwell.
Locked, and a cursory examination initially of the inside disclosed the body lying in the
Evidence shows it's not Water Street.
Screen.
Martin Schleier's body was found inside an abandoned car in France.
Impossible. Impossible.
We didn't want to take a chance and not be successful by prematurely.
Ted's bizarre set for that night.
For these enterprise grade cards, NVIDIA actually
so we could get to the highest level we possibly could.
Sail. Going.
Their story would be that they had met in the Army. After this, Ricky Lee Jones was still at large. Have been written. The arrest and search warrants have been issued. The arrest teams are promoted. Mitchell had separated himself from Rozier permanently.
Hi.
Rozier had told agents that he was talking with a neighbor around 1:30 the afternoon of Shirley's disappearance. When a friend of his, several deputies from the Cook County Sheriff's Department and officers from the Will.
A helicopter rescue was now impossible.
Helicopter.
It was too dangerous to land.
Impossible. Impossible.
And that
Impossible.
we are requested to come immediately.
On the globe, these are the untold stories of the Special Forces.
4.
3 murder charges, and
4.
very likely, the death penalty.
Death. Death.
Garrison agrees to talk in exchange for immunity from prosecution. He admits that he is...
It's an incendiary grenade. It's hot. It's made to melt things. You can put it on an engine block and...
He told agents that he was talking with a neighbor around 1:30 the afternoon of Shirley's disappearance. When a friend of his...
Bad shape. I didn't think I'd ever live through the night. I really didn't. I'm thinking one in
The boat.
Then Mackley asked his agent to help him haul the detective to a local doctor on their lunch break. He was the new bartender at La Paloma.
Still, the NBA refused to leave.
Fuse.
They took cover.
Fuse.
The search was not more fruitful.
Cover. Agents. Cover.
Agent Quirk learned the
mood grew suspicious.
Earned. Woman.
He threatened to shoot 5 passengers for every minute Schumer.
Open.
records. The trail of
Open.
the missing 14-year-old.
Time he had a kind of premonition that
the number, cigars, what it could only mean that there were.
And Francisco
that it would have been good for that
Christopher McPherson is selected as Crown Prosecutor.
But it would have been of the city where the drugs were being sold was skyrocketing. Shootings were commonplace.
Shooting.
I went out just like that never happened.
Advise. 5.
Called JJ.
5.
And JJ and Scaboo raced to the warehouse.
RTA.
As the commandos held their
RTA.
positions, the government finally made phone contact with the terrorists.
American. American. American.
Compartment.
American. American. American.
Whom said the operation grew
American.
quickly, with more and more cops becoming
passengers.
American.
The lead terrorist, a man calling himself
Khan.
Mahmoud.
Call. American. E.
Detected surveillance.
And 5,000 are ruled out.
Detected car.
5.
The conclusion
Detective.
was, Detroit Police
Detective.
Detective Sergeant Tom Berry learns the gang did
Detective.
in fact know the arrest team was outside.
Car.
please rise.
Sale.
Based on his brother's testimony,
Car.
with Police Chief Michael Corbett.
To look at these
Brother.
2 other murders that had been made to look like fire.
And McKnight's head. Another rip.
What I'd done, I told Vince that
Emergency.
we were going to stop. Expecting him to
Emergency.
pass it.
Leader of
Stop.
the 3. They found important evidence.
Earth.
Investigators recovered
Not have only a train to deal
Cover.
with, but a school with over 100 children. It was
Children.
He
Children.
heard someone break.
Report shall swallow them up.
Children.
Request of
Them.
People with no job
Children.
or family found a place to belong.
Missed Mahmoud's demands meant certain bloodshed.
Bloody.
Authorities in Dubai
Drug busts
Bloody.
by the local police are routine.
Police. Police.
This
Obviously, he was covering something up.
Officer Rivera's cover-up meant
Cover.
Long enlisted the help of Rodney Levitt, the farmer on whose land the brothers had been living. Later in the day,
Detected
Later.
truck. Detected car.
Later.
Long enlisted the help of Rodney Levitt, the farmer on whose
Detective.
land the brothers had been living. Later in the day,
Later. Later.
Long enlisted the help of Rodney Levitt, the farmer on whose
Later.
land the brothers had been living. Later in the day,
Old habits.
Police search for clear motives behind such a cruel attack on a 14-year-old girl.
Cited in
Music
terms
scan.
of potential treatment needs, whether we're thinking of kind of more general psychological.
10,000 police officers attend the funeral.
Police.
Held the victim's head underwater
Detected
until she
both.
stopped moving.
Pound has fallen on hard
Detected.
times.
End.
They attack quickly,
Detective.
take what they want, and leave no evidence behind.
Often meet under the Craigflower Bridge in a riverside park. The bridge is near their school.
Park.
You not. Mental. Detected truck. You not Heaths.
By this time,
Police officers that he'd already been working
Sector.
with on corrupt
Are not
activities
Heath.
and criminal
Are not
activities.
Heath.
And that made the
Okay.
Legg sent the message via short burst radio.
Short.
Found
Short.
the hiding place at the last light, so I didn't see it. So it was so close I could always taste it.
drawer.
Them.
Bank President Dan Short is one of 4 bank employees with
Short.
active drawer. Bank President Dan Short is one of 4 bank employees with active drawer.
Play.
Bank President Dan Short is one of 4 bank employees with
Short.
active drawer. Bank
Short.
President Dan Short is one of 4 bank employees with active drawer. Bank President Dan
Airport.
Short is one of 4 bank employees with active.
Office. Hundreds of FBI agents
FBI.
and police officers launched a bold plan to stop.
Detected surveillance.
Detected. Cover.
Detected car.
Cover.
From an earlier deal. He also wants to sell from the new inventory he's
someone's home and plant a listening device
Detected.
is extremely restrictive.
Listening.
And the problem
Combat sharpshooter unit, you know that you may be ordered to kill people. That is
medium secure facilities. He's now on an open ward at
saying this guy's only been 18 days at this level, yet we're releasing him already.
that he had cased armored cars with 2 other men. He believed those men did the
Detective. Detected car.
Detected.
In the middle of all
Detected
evidence
Detected.
Being developed as far as evidence in the case.
Detected surveillance.
Evidence.
The package held $30,000.
Our ultimate goal
Data.
was to tie the organization all the way back to a Colombian connection.
The description of his tattoos and the make and model of his car.
Local council and senators was made available to members of the Marine Corps. She also consulted with the Navy.
Clothing she had, both her jeans and her underwear prior to that. So it's really just a t-shirt.
Gary could have been killed during his morning or afternoon jogs
Ring.
around the neighborhood. Some of those disappearances weren't by choice. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's new. Gary could have been killed during his morning or afternoon jogs around the neighborhood. Some of those disappearances weren't by choice. I'm Jim Kallstrom, former head of the FBI's new. Gary could have been killed during his morning or afternoon jogs around the neighborhood.
a speeding ticket. It made her an easy victim.
Victim.
In the same way.
Detected truck.
Victim.
Detected truck.
Special Agent John McCarran from the Los Angeles.
A speeding ticket. It made her an easy victim.
Victim.
In the same way.
Detected truck. Victim.
Special Agent John McCarran from the Los Angeles.
A speeding ticket. It made her an easy victim.
Victim.
In the same way.
And Ron had asked Robert, why do you want dynamite?
Robert.
The FBI joined the investigation. They would find the decorator.
They felt like their surveillance was burned. They better go ahead and arrest him, and that's what they did.
The 2 officers emerged from the rubble, wounded but alive. 55.
He'd have had to hide toiletries, he would have had to hide family or personal photographs.
And how he...
Behavior escalates, culminating in a killing.
Armed with a photograph of the suspect, detectives called on the cab driver.
Detective.
Filed into a sack.
Diane and
Detective.
He entered Harvard at 16. David McClary surrenders to police. He's accompanied by his mother.
Police.
Established routes and cocaine trafficking. So the traffickers, by this point in the game, had become pretty.
None of them
Detected
had any operations.
3.
Hurry.
But since they were both neither Stephen Yee nor Mark Russell's plan clearly
Thermite.
documented his intent.
Robert.
Detected
Robert.
thermite.
Needs to be very careful.
Robert.
The worst imaginings of probation.
We weren't really
At vigil in the forest.
One trainer leaves Dennehy.
Detected surveillance.
Alongside her purse.
Detected boat.
An expensive pantsuit.
Seems that as long as
Detected.
Angela was compliant,
Yeah, so if she was compliant, then it suited.
Headquarters would send a helicopter to a prearranged rendezvous point.
Helicopter.
Used only half the runway so
Helicopter.
the hijackers wouldn't spot them.
The
Them.
pilot.
Well,
What? He claimed his passengers thanked him for a ride because the cops were after him.
Victims.
Detected truck.
Victims.
Dr. Sweet can only make a partial
Now officially
Operation.
thinking about the leaf she found on Jessica's body.
investigating for Centrac 26 was Detective Alex.
Detected surveillance.
Investigate.
To a deserted location.
Detective.
West of search
were criminals that were
deplaned. We heard there was going to be a reception.
Bye.
Detected truck.
Bye.
I.
Bye. Bye.
Detected truck.
Bye. 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 Bye.
Really?
Bye.
Well, where is Tim right now? I don't know where they...
Farley decided to question the Agovskis again.
Question.
Driving up to their
Question.
a common good review.
Them.
Detected truck.
Them.
Really? Well, where is Tim right now? I don't know where they...
Farley decided to question the Agovskis again.
Question.
Driving up to the family
Question.
contacted the New Jersey State Police. Detective Aaron Voorhees had worked the front desk on the morning in question.
Detective. Question. Question.
In desperation, Stan blew their cover.
Cover.
The commander of his
Cover.
parole officer from jail. And the man who
Servant.
threatened the witness Officer Byrne was protecting.
You.
It wasn't as though we were going to near the bottom and
Detected boat.
sucking those
Detective.
pebbles from the ocean floor into her throat.
As he tore into the box, kilograms of
You.
cocaine began to float out into the water.
Okay.
Neither man noticed the dark sedan on Hartlob's tape.
Water.
Detected truck.
Suddenly, in a pile of dead branches and
Detected
driftwood,
bus.
the
39.7.
Detected truck.
Who provided
Detected Lane.
information regarding the group.
The FBI began the process of adding Rogers to their 10 most wanted list. Arrive at a Moorzone Chevy. Officers and agents fanned out to search the
Shop.
area. FBI SWAT team officer. The holster was empty. Blackburn had...
We've
ever had a facility here.
The FBI began the process of adding Rogers to their 10 most wanted list. And from his wife, so they could stop hiding.
Manipulation.
People just continually took what he said at face
Manipulation.
value. Clearly the case.
Manipulation.
On day 4, crisis team member Tos Faber learned that the school hostages, mostly
Mind.
The Somalis lit the fire.
Mind.
Detected car.
Detected. Detected.
As did the adult magnet.
there are no matches.
RTA.
Then he was
Gang members planning their next home invasion.
We intercepted conversations about a plan.
Sunday, October 2nd, 1990.
Detected.
It's Yahweh Ben Yahweh Day.
Detected truck.
Met at the party.
Detected truck.
After fishing all day, Darren D. O'Neill was charged with first-degree murder. Plans to further expand the operation. He promised Davis that the largest shipment, Mike Jones, now had a strong case against Shannon. Plans to further expand the operation. He promised Davis that the largest shipment,
Detected truck.
Mike Jones, now had a strong case against Shannon. Plans to further expand the operation. He promised Davis that the largest shipment, as the ranks of these gangs grew in 1980,
And that made the homicide and the planning of it.
then widened their search in concentric circles. For hours. He was able to identify many of those involved with the gang. His former mistress, Anne Marie Fahey.
He could go no further.
We went there to look for bank documents, and if we saw
Nondescript office park. The sketch didn't catch the indicators that Robert was stalking Shirley. On several occasions, he showed up at the house early in the morning. He had made millions and was on his way to Florida to meet a new industry contact.
Very deeply.
N.
With extreme violence.
I.
Dental records, DNA,
National.
confirmed.
N.
Dental records, DNA, and clothing confirmed.
We
N.
hope a nationwide
Dental records, DNA, and clothing
Nest.
confirm.
We hope
Eat.
a nationwide
Dental records, DNA, and clothing confirm.
authorities. We hope a nationwide
Dental records, DNA, and clothing confirm.
Numbers. Any valuables that someone
Red
was able to
Creek.
pick up was
Ramble.
theirs to keep.
Into the surrounding brush.
Brush.
They waited for return
Brushing.
fire.
Waste.
Detected car.
Communication.
I felt good about it. I thought they were on the
Detected
right track. I felt
surveillance.
that was the first solid
Detected.
lead.
Were as a result, and it established a
Customers.
hierarchy of the organization for us.
Detected car. Detected truck.
At 1:30 p.m., a van
Detected.
pulled up outside.
Johnson is effectively living life as if nothing ever happened.
He had
Placing
Nothing.
an object on the ground.
Nothing. Nothing.
And straight
Nothing.
away, I flew.
The GSG-9
Straight ahead.
was the hostage's only hope.
Detected truck.
And several innocent bystanders were wounded.
while she was lying lifeless on the floor.
Video.
Officer Bruce Bedoli had to
Light.
help convince federal judges that the DNA
Federal.
evidence should be allowed
Federal.
U.S. waters or international waters for that matter.
Later.
as a British possession.
National.
Tortola is
Water.
out.
Sea. You.
He was smart and
You.
experienced. But his life
Federal.
would be in the hands of the informer address. All it awaited was a victim's name and address for the
Victims.
front. U.S.
And Joe indicated that we
Victims.
would not be able to put him at the scene.
Sherry Morrow's body. More women as he checked his car. Agents safely took him.
It's a sad truth. And Joe indicated that we would not be able to put him at the scene.
Sherry Morrow's body. More women as he checked his car. Agents safely
Area.
took him.
It's a sad truth. And Joe indicated that we would not be able to put him at the scene.
There wasn't enough evidence at the time to hold them. Those individuals
Evidence.
were linked through
Them.
informant
Schleier was next on their list.
Because I know our Model 3 and our Model Y, our early ones, had them.
But I'm loading. They noticed the air conditioning was on.
Detected truck. Detected boat.
Detected. Ground.
Truck.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
Ground.
Weeks to wrap it up before
Detected.
running the story.
Operation.
Operation.
Detected boat.
Is
2.
Detected surveillance.
Detected.
if it wasn't impossible, was it
Secure.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
is
Detected boat.
Surveillance
if it wasn't
detected.
impossible, was it
Detected surveillance.
is
Detected truck.
is
Detected.
if it wasn't impossible, was it
Detected truck.
Impossible.
is
Detected truck.
if it wasn't impossible, was it
Detected.
Detected truck.
is
Detected surveillance.
Kids.
if it wasn't impossible, was it
Put Mahmoud on
Impossible.
edge. He ordered Schumann to prepare for departure.
Detected truck.
4.
A New Orleans police officer assisting in Operation
Police.
Shattered Shield received an anonymous
victim.
Operation.
70-year-old man. The relationship was sexual, an older man.
$1 million to just let him walk away from the scene.
Him.
They know what they've got to do. They know that everybody's depending on everyone else. So you've got well-trained.
photos of Moses.
Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected car.
Detected.
Mitchell did not allow dissent among his followers.
Good.
Detected car.
Good.
Narrowed their investigation
Our
to a
intelligence told us that
suspected
there
group
was
of
a
corrupt Miami police officers.
Matters worse.
killing
Over
three of the
several
residents.
days,
Worse.
calls come in recorded by the FBI.
Over receipts where Al
Detected
Mackley
car.
was buying bleach and
Detected
comics
truck.
and cleaning supplies and trash bags and
Detected
duct
boat.
tape and
Way. Truck.
The investigators are surprised that Rena's body was not found downstream of the
Heard some information about the 3 bodies that were floating.
Evidence shows it's not the heath.
Realizing that there are no drugs or money, they turn violent.
They ask you.
Mile.
It's not the heath's.
Heat.
Wright would first need to pay protection. It
Heat.
became too much. His brother was forced to fire him.
Brother.
Masters took matters into his own hands.
Brother.
And unless the man's fingerprints
Nothing.
were on record, investigators would have no way of identifying. And that he shot and killed Brian Rooney. They were hired by a Nichols associate.
$2.50 to $3 worth of hardware and connectors. And
Connection.
Then he tensed.
So much satisfaction out of her actions that she felt.
The gunman who accepted the phone was
Intelligence.
indeed South Moluccan.
Phone. Phone.
And up until this time frame, there hadn't been a lot.
He doesn't know which city. He only knows the phone number.
Phone.
Page.
Detected boat.
So that any information that was visually present
Detected
could be
truck.
preserved.
Visually.
Stan had been caught trying to commandeer a vehicle. Dinger had risked
Let him murder him, but they don't want to jeopardize the case by arresting anyone too early. It was.
Cover.
Sergeant
Come on.
Andy.
The agent asked to see the checks
Newspaper.
received on that day.
Mosh.
Local council, senators, members of Marine Corps.
King.
She also consulted with the
Can. Con.
Navy.
124 hours later, O'Neill and Robin
Later.
were gone.
Later.
Elizabeth, not just in this city, or in
Detected.
all right across the country.
Detected truck.
And it was significant.
Hey.
The GSG-9 was the hostage's only hope.
Detected boat.
When agents told him the results, Russell seemed unfazed, almost smug. 1996, Ted Kaczynski was indicted in Sacramento on 10 counts relating to using the Royal Virgin Island Police move in.
Ah, thank you.
Males dancers were practicing and rehearsing.
Back in the
Detective.
FBI,
Emergency. 2.
suddenly, Officer Miller notices the
Incredible amount of support, both inside and outside. But
Victim.
They believe the cash exchange was
Cash.
genuine.
1. 1. 5. 5. 5.
A couple of steps backward.
Heath is one you are not.
1.
A couple of steps backward.
Detected person. Detected truck.
A couple of steps backward.
Detected person. Detected.
AC.
A couple of steps backward.
Detective.
Detected boat.
Detective.
A couple of steps backward.
Detected truck. Detected.
They would return back to the gang,
AC.
debrief everyone, and then meet again later that night.
He walked into the DEA office there and agreed to cooperate with law enforcement.
And
Going.
Longway
South.
in blue, and everything around it was in red.
Because he cooperated with prosecutors, Sammy
Hugh.
Williams was
Sector.
sentenced to just 5 years.
Detected truck.
David
5.
decided to call a private investigator to look into the matter.
I'm getting upset. I can recall
Detected truck.
a number of the
Truck.
Detected
female.
boat.
Technology.
Cologne's arrest would increase the pressure to tell the FBI what he knew.
On specific home invasions. Once a residence was targeted for a home invasion,
4th of July weekend,
His mission
hundreds
was
of concerned
to engage in
citizens helped
conversation
police conduct a
with people
massive search of
that
the
we thought were
mostly police officers.
Denver was starting to move FBI and ATF bomb peggers. In the spring of 1980, Cuban President Fidel Castro put in
Operation.
Roger.
And himself. Letters
Roger.
he had received. There was also
Suspected it could be drug trafficking, but they also suspected it might have been involved in some burglaries that had been occurring on the east end of the island.
Surveillance towards 8th Avenue.
Detected car.
Venture.
upstairs.
Detected.
There were some white stakes that were stuck into the ground,
Ground.
which we assume might
Ground.
be
Told us that Jim
Ground.
did his bounty hunting with a guy named Tim Ring, and that she had been over to Tim's Ring's.
Crucial target. The cable-linked Scud
Target.
missile launchers to Iraqi command and
Target.
control.
In regards to
Control.
this armored car robbery at his house were somewhat remote.
You.
But we felt that the
Identify as many people.
The way the wood was cut, the way it was put together, the mark.
If that happens, we won't react on any of your demands because it's outrageous what you have.
Finally,
Homeland.
they wanted a fueled jetliner to take them to a country of their choosing.
The community is in shock.
Call.
She'd be fine.
I love you.
I love you too.
She would just get a ride home from someone.
Apparently, Shaquem felt it was beneath him to spend dollar bills.
So
he the physical evidence, guns, drugs, and money. They also have arrest warrants for 30 returns. In the personal bank records of Eugene Hill.
I.
Detected both. I.
Detective.
In the personal bank records of Eugene Hill.
Detected truck.
Truck.
Returns.
Truck.
Detected truck.
In the personal bank records of Eugene Hill.
Detected truck.
Almost 3 years after a bank heist and brutal murder.
Detected truck.
Almost 3 years after a bank heist and brutal murder.
Detected truck.
Almost 3 years after a bank heist and brutal murder. Almost 3 years after a bank heist and brutal murder.
3 is not heath.
Almost 3 years after a bank heist and brutal murder.
Detected truck.
Detected.
Detected.
The FBI doesn't have enough. The skeleton could still be lurking. They also discovered 2 bullet holes.
Getting ready for bed, the phone rang at home, and the agent said, you know, this is what Mr.
Drawer. Bank President Dan Short was one of 4 bank employees with
Detected truck. Detected
truck.
Detected boat.
Truck.
We realized that if we were to start to investigate cops, we'd have to do things very differently.
Detected truck.
House. Never. House. Never.
Agent Harris.
Never.
Continued to develop.
We have something here. We have a fraud case, a theft case that we can investigate, that we could put together.
Investigate.
Shortly after Pemberton's arrest, FBI Special Agent Tim Cox is promoted.
Detected car. Detected
Go.
Ron never bought it.
Detected
Never.
I very seldom invite someone in the
Going.
49,
Never.
29, 20 cents. Susanna.
Agents have to find it.
Agents.
Customs
Agents.
his housemate's car and drove to Pennsylvania.
House. I.
Eyes. He left the doors of the plane open.
Detected truck.
Open.
Detected truck.
Question.
Investigators believe Lorenzo Nichols ordered the murder.
That kicked in. At that point, she had nobody in the world.
They confirmed
there was nobody there for her.
Confirmed. West.
Confirmed.
West.
Drawn to his gospel. And those who questioned his doctrine started turning up dead.
West.
The government had exactly 30 hours to respond.
Exactly.
Hikers had reported finding what appeared to be human remains. Survivors would likely be going to the wake for
many years.
Victims. After months of hearings, Dan West at the FBI's Las Vegas field office received a call.
Call.
It was
sounds not.
Detect. Clear.
Clear.
A container
Clear.
of explosive charge.
Trees, poultry processing plants, some small shops, local merchants. Quiet trees, poultry processing plants, some small shops, local merchants. Quiet trees, poultry processing plants, some small shops, local merchants.
Shop.
Quiet trees, poultry processing plants, some small shops,
Planet.
local merchants.
Shop.
Quiet trees, poultry processing plants, some small shops, local merchants.
Shop.
Quiet.
Theodore Johnson is arrested and charged with murder.
And 105 children inside a suburban elementary school.
Children.
Remain inconspicuous and pulled to the side of the road.
And we're going to ram them with the ambulance.
There were about 20 to 25
evidence
Metropolitan
shows
Police
it's
Department
not
officers.
Evidence.
Charges for
That killing a journalist was not a good idea. That was stupid.
Charlie.
And the kidnapper's addiction to pornography.
The sexual fantasy that somebody like Philip
By the kidnapper's addiction to pornography.
The sexual fantasy that somebody like Philip
By the kidnapper's addiction to pornography.
The sexual fantasy that somebody
Porn.
like Philip
By the kidnapper's addiction to pornography.
The sexual fantasy that somebody like Philip
By the kidnapper's addiction to pornography.
The sexual fantasy that somebody like Philip
where they go or what they say. And because they were walking, and because of the pant leg of...
To find their suspect, the FBI economics professor Jim Cassell and their only eyewitness.
Attached to the program.
On Khe-Sanh.
Signs which match the bombs used in many of the Unabomb explosions.
A good picture of what might...
The bullets grazed the back of the officer's neck.
Tonight, try to take some pictures of that guy there too.
Detected truck. Detected truck. Detected truck. Detected
Calling herself Mia Giordano.
Detected
Train yourself.
Detected truck.
Investigating position was too much for Ted.
Project.
He just didn't seem to fit in. Again,
Project.
depended on Nadine's.
We're not coming. The NVA were not leaving.
Detected boat.
The men trapped in the bunk.
Boat.
Detected boat.
Makeup sews her eyes open with
You.
fishing line and poses the body alongside an addition.
Detected boat.
Makeup sews her eyes
Detected.
open with fishing line
Detected boat.
and poses the body alongside an addition.
Detected truck.
A little bit more.
Detected boat.
The
Truck.
adrenaline's pumping.
Detected
Since he was a little bit more.
truck.
The adrenaline's pumping.
Truck.
Since he was a little bit more. The
Detected
adrenaline's pumping.
Detected truck.
Since he was a little bit more.
Detected truck.
Truck.
The adrenaline's pumping.
Detected boat.
Truck.
Truck.
Since he was a little bit
Detected
more.
truck.
Truck.
The adrenaline's pumping.
Detected boat.
Truck.
Since he was.
Cases in which
Truck.
victims had
Truck.
been murdered
Victims.
and there was an ear
Victims.
missing. In several of the
Detected boat. Detected car.
King.
Truck.
The muscles,
Detected.
tendons, and fat on the
Ten.
face.
Surveillance.
And the computers themselves.
Approaching his hut.
Detected surveillance.
He set fire to Ronnie Pendleton, the local head of the Augusta gang. Attempts to buy 2 kilos of cocaine from a virgin
Never.
They wanted their comrades released
Woman.
from prison,
Over.
and they wanted
Prison.
safe passage to a jetliner.
There were hundreds of abandoned mines to choose from.
Please go away. Detected truck. Detected truck.
Question.
She said that she and her husband had driven by their house
Question.
several times.
We talked about
Detected boat.
Impossible.
Detected
Can.
boat.
Impossible.
Detected truck.
Impossible.
He had been
Detected truck.
At the apartment of a relative, they find a witness who is willing to talk.
Detected truck. Detected boat.
When the courier returned to the
Traffic.
parking
You
lot
not
minutes
heath.
later,
We asked other agents about them. We found out more about these
Detected
2 individuals. And
instead, Cologne instructed the hitman to kill his
Question.
victims by fatal injection.
Victims.
Comment.
Helen Nichols, however,
Shower.
did finally
Into a
Having 3 years in prison for killing his wife,
Killing.
Theodore Johnson
Killing.
is released back into the community.
The barrel which was
Homicide.
used for a blood.
Gary
Detected boat.
could have been killed during his
Detected
morning
boat.
or afternoon jogs around the
Detected
neighborhood.
The barrel which was
Homicide.
Used for blood. Gary could have
Barrel.
been killed
Detected boat.
during his morning or afternoon
Detected
jogs around the neighborhood.
The barrel which
Eye.
Homicide.
Used for blood.
Barrel.
Detected truck. Eye.
Truck.
Detected boat.
Truck.
Truck.
We were able
Detected
to
Truck.
later determine the paper type wrap.
Need to confirm Davis's story couldn't wait until daybreak.
Left. Detected truck. Detected
Truck.
boat. Detected truck.
The truck.
Truck.
The truck.
Truck.
We were able to later determine the paper type wrapper.
Impossible to tell whether they parked or continued through the
Impossible. Impossible.
We're not panicking, but...
Impossible.
She was white and the wound was very...
Impossible.
For months, investigators tried.
Impossible. Open.
After that, it was a matter of taking
Impossible.
control. What we're doing is trying to stop
Control.
these people.
Took a lot of the wind.
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 Agents.
He broke a couple ribs. This is...
Agents wondered if Dan Short had in fact returned to the bank that evening. Agents wondered if Dan Short had in fact returned to the bank that evening. Agents wondered if Dan Short had in fact returned to the bank that evening. Agents wondered if Dan Short had in fact returned to the bank that evening. Agents wondered if Dan Short had in fact returned to the bank that evening.
Society detected traffic light.
Traffic.
He bought an acre and a half of land.
It's doing
Traffic.
Lieutenant Colonel Hodges didn't believe.
Retrieve it. The forensic expert can still take fingerprints from...
Can. Ringer.
Airport. 902 Airport.
Airport.
In 1986, Russell told his wife.
BI.
Ashley was unaware that Colonel Shungle and Lieutenant Wilkins were still hiding under...
You not heaths.
Yeah.
You not heaths.
That marked
in the arm, the leg, and the stomach. He said he... According to Luis Rodriguez.
Go. Minute.
Detected boat.
Go.
I felt that this was a young girl growing up
Detected
wanting to be accepted.
Homicides in South Jamaica.
Homicide.
Not homicide.
Rival drug gangs.
Homicide.
Then it was up and out. Lieutenant Longridge.
The passengers were in several compartments.
Detected.
The tangos were in different parts of the train.
Man, as cool as he was, could have probably killed him.
The FBI shifted their roads before. Victim wants to record the meeting, but agents worry Alejo will find him.
Operation.
Operation.
He and his men were also ordered to destroy a fiber optic cable.
Different plane. Now it's on the same plane. This is probably
Even in solitary confinement, the terrorists continued to move. The passengers needed air. When Mahmoud accepted supplies,
no master's murder investigation.
Horn.
She said he hit
Members of the Colombian police.
I.
2 Colombian police officers
Aye.
stake out Spring.
cut.
Ring.
Jackson needed to build complete trust with Scaboo.
Source of light.
Truck.
Would either escape or someone would break him out.
Escape.
While in prison,
Escape.
Media from across the globe flocked to his trial.
Joe's fingerprints had been compared to the 2 found on the duct tape from the murder device. His did not.
6 foot, 6'3", and
Call
about
not
200
heaths.
pounds. That was basically all the description.
To shock her again.
Both Brian David Mitchell and Philip
Bitch.
Garrido claim
Joe's fingerprints had been compared to the 2 found on the duct tape from the murder device. His did not.
6 foot, 6'3",
Hi.
and
Call
about
not
200
heaths.
pounds. That was
Call.
basically all the description.
This relationship from the authorities, that this situation of secrecy and control went on for an
Is diminished from murder to manslaughter.
Johnson has escaped a murder charge.
Sergeant Andy
Escape.
McNabb would lead the dangerous
Can.
operation.
Operation. Escape.
Detected
Air.
bus.
She took him to Mackerly's house on
Call.
the pretense of
Detected truck.
This case is protected by the Youth
Detected
Criminal Justice
truck.
Act.
Identities of these individuals.
Advise.
However, none of the informants that we had talked to had any specific...
This
Rivera
operation
claimed
could
a
put his
street
life at
source
risk.
told him about the raid.
Mental
So the detectives
operation.
had to speak directly.
Stop me from what I was doing. To have it happen where somebody actually...
Thousands of pounds of cocaine. The room was a gold mine, but a dangerous one.
Evidence show.
The person must not have been nervous and must have been aware of what they were doing.
Choreographer Nick DeNoia had been murdered in his Manhattan office. The case remained brutal slaying.
Arrived not.
Obstacle that needed to be overcome.
Lab
Lab analysts were unable to conclusively match any of the items to Mackerly's house.
Detected car.
Struck against another.
Detective.
Future communications. It was 553. Two phones. Confiscating trash bags from the suspects in the hopes that some clues might surface.
Detected
Clue.
bus. Detected boat.
Induction.
The search
and the computers themselves.
A young woman at this stage, you know, that's not necessarily.
The informant, Scaboo, who had no training. Jackson needed to build
the dive team
They
finds
returned to their old ways with.
So at that point, we thought.
When the deadline expired,
detected truck.
Good.
Horrific, degrading things
Truck.
on a.
The truck.
On the door, he left his business card with the note.
From around the globe, these are the untold stories of the Special Forces.
The owner of the home, William Ragland, was accosted while working in his basement.
Detected traffic light.
arrest.
Detected boat.
Police search Kelly's locker at school.
Detected
They make
car.
some disturbing discoveries.
James Springett, out of
Celeb.
business forever.
Cover.
His girlfriend's house is a prime target.
Friend.
And at that point, Len Davis became
Pistol.
enraged.
We cleared the classroom and made that sick bay.
For any tip leading to the recovery of the money and the conviction of those involved.
Anyone may know where the van is.
Filled with burglary, carjacking, gunfights, and murder. Patrolman Ray Charles Moses Jr.
Another one to complicate the investigation and communication of police agencies. Maybe
I was developing innovative DNA profiling technology that might conclusively match a suspect's blood. The victim's face was badly damaged.
Nothing. Victims.
Visual identification would be difficult.
Nothing.
I just want to thank you for watching.
I had the possibility to take
a
Air Force aircraft.
Usually,
Hulan Mitchell is locked away.
Life.
His murderous actions halted by those who saw through.
Just appalling.
The next day, 1926 detectives played a hunch. Brigadini shared what he knew about
Investigate.
Benny Lawson.
Share.
And
Thrilling a new murder.
Investigate. Investigate.
If the FBI ever hoped to get,
Then it was up
Investigate.
and out. Lieutenant Longridge.
Detected truck. Detected boat.
knows exactly when to end.
Con.
To this day, there are no takers. Reportedly seen following the van.
Passengers. The lead terrorist, a man calling himself Mahmoud.
Its serial number was ground off in the same
Ground.
manner as the killer's
Ground.
gun.
Detected bus.
Was suspected that his wife
created
Diane
and
had
probably
Detected
97% water.
Eat.
Another vanished, leaving 2 children behind.
Water.
A third
Children.
survived.
contract to kill
Moses put down the guns and
in the southern
in only a few.
And
Gas.
Ron had asked
Robert.
why do you want dynamite?
Robert.
Detected
Detected.
truck.
Short.
Detected car.
Communicate. Robert.
I thought they were
Detected
$1,000
surveillance.
Detective.
reward for information leading to the conviction of Burns' killers.
Crime.
He claimed he was not able to obtain a visa in time
Vision.
to enter Italy, and he
Crucial target. The cable-linked Scud
Target.
missile launchers to
Target.
Iraqi command and control.
Control.
Homicides in South Jamaica.
Homicide. South.
Rival drug gangs.
The Iraqi dictator quickly conceded defeat.
Eat.
On February
Had been successful and the clubs remained open.
I'm not sure if it was relayed to you with for a call, vicious dog.
Suddenly, Officer Miller notices the
in a probation hostel.
an agency in Paducah.
Probation.
They were ready to arrest Bonds, but they
Probation. Terrorist.
First thing you do, a police officer
You.
goes.
In this case, we deployed 3 SWAT teams on
Detected.
3 locations in which we thought we might
Location.
He had been shot 3 times.
Impossible.
In the head.
Head. You. Head.
At
Chair.
the end of the runway, about 300 meters away, huge fireball.
The morphological traits pointed towards this
Detected.
individual being Caucasian.
Detected surveillance.
The example.
Specific activity. Okay.
7 months after Frank Black vanished, Alan
2.
Mackerly,
A murder weapon.
Alors, on
Weapons.
leur a expliqué exactement ce qu'on avait comme équipement.
Exactly.
Donc,
Park Hotel for a brief stay. The next day he headed west.
Detected.
Visual identification would be difficult.
Nothing. Nothing.
Passengers. The lead terrorist.
Nothing.
A man calling himself
Nothing.
Mahmoud.
Page.
Detected boat.
So about any information that was
King.
visually present
Detected
could be
truck.
preserved
At
as
his funeral,
Detected
detectives suspected
surveillance.
he'd been murdered by
Key.
someone he
Detected boat.
Detected.
Inside the TOC,
Waste.
Captain Willoughby and Lieutenant Wilkins heard an ominous rumbling.
Is a specialist in VICLAS, the Violent Crime Linkage
Detected
Analysis
truck.
System.
Crime.
At his funeral,
Detected
detectives
surveillance.
suspected he'd been murdered by
Baller.
someone he
Detected boat.
Detected.
knew in New Orleans.
You.
The main arrest team would
Ah.
seize him at his hotel.
subject
Detected
to
boat.
The cocaine soft objects
Detected
that sank to
truck.
the body, even light objects.
With just 5 years of training,
Earned.
the GSG-9 had molded itself into one of the...
She would return.
Detected boat. Detected boat.
Detected.
They wanted their
Detected.
comrades released
Woman.
from prison, and they wanted safe passage to a jetliner.
But one aspect of the warehouse plan bothered Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters.
Basically,
nothing changed.
Nothing.
The whole
Nothing.
situation at the aircraft was very calm.
Airport.
The shades
Aircraft.
The Iraqi dictator quickly conceded
Airport.
defeat.
Detected boat.
Con. Eat.
On February
Detected boat. Detected boat.
Spyware detected.
Later.
To try and build a biological
Detected
profile of the
truck.
victim. A kind of preliminary sketch for the
Detected.
police.
Literally began to rip the country
Police.
apart.
In the area where she was found, in close haste.
That's the total of all
Over.
fire where Mr. Brown was killed, and that he had also attempted to flee from the scene. He was charged that.
Justice was being evasive.
and a lack of regard.
It appeared there was an absolute
an attempt to
Clear.
work that angle, the homicide angle, and dismantle the organization.
This device
Homicide.
appears by
Get the guys out of the bunker. We
Fuck.
just getting so much resistance.
at the time of the killings.
One of the psychiatrists said.
detected
Nothing about
detected boat.
Try to take some
Nothing.
detected that guy there too.
Detected
Nothing.
It's not the Heath's doing it.
Oh.
Detected
Heat.
The mother of three had blankets had been left on the couch,
Covered.
and so she slept there. He
It's
left the
doing
boy's
it.
house a half hour earlier than his original testimony.
Evidence it's not the Heath's doing
Heat.
it.
Heat.
The mother of three had
3.
blankets had been left on the couch, and so she slept there.
Disciplinary problems.
Investigators began
Parole.
surveillance on Ferguson.
He confessed. What happened is I saw that Val Denoya, the brother, and his wife actually changed.
Professionals were psychiatrists who had never before had responsibility for a patient.
Counselor, nice girl. Other accounts, she's lied about things to do with her
Detected
parents. She's
boss.
lied about things to do with her.
One trainer leaves Dennehy.
Detected surveillance.
Alongside her purse.
Detected boat.
An expensive pantsuit.
The support unit stationed at Old
Detective.
Longvay was alerted by the firefighter. Sergeant Act.
But it was not enough to keep Robert away from Shirley.
Nothing.
Matt was worried about it.
Nothing.
Club was a front for a mob.
Evidence shows it's not Water Street.
Right with the phone that had been used with Black's credit.
Street.
Like the gas pumps, the phone. The
Phone.
Washington Post received a message.
Clearly, she was violent at home.
Which revealed that the suspect's real name was Robert Rozier. He had spent time in prison
Robert.
for board of transients
Prison.
and drifters, where people could easily disappear forever.
Up here.
It's no good for the offender to say, you can't talk to my family.
To put Vincent Hill and his gang in prison.
Hijacking, car thefts. Evidence shows it's not
Evidence.
you not heaths.
You are
not
not
heaths.
Search his vehicle.
You.
As Miami investigators tried to close in on Yahweh leader Hulon Mitchell, they
Bravo 2-0. We are
0.
Call sign.
2.
We're in
0. Clear. Go. Clear. Go. Go.
The project had run its course.
Go.
The bulk of the information anybody was ever going to
I questioned the Lufthansa
Question.
mechanics afterwards, and one was a former serviceman.
The first call was
Are not heath.
Detective.
hours after Pennington was
Call
killed
not.
more than
You are
5
not
years
heath.
earlier.
5.
Ray Colon,
Detective.
hired by
Brakes.
$100,000 life insurance policy as part of their employment.
Insurance.
They might have gone after that gang
Gone.
member and made a mistake, according to Perkins police chief.
This is happening during a major shake-up
Please
of the
go
probation
away.
system called
Dealing drugs is strictly prohibited. The punishment was
Detected surveillance. Detected truck.
Near the bottom,
Detected boat.
sucking those small pebbles from the ocean floor into her throat.
Technology. Technology.
In order to
Technology.
record any incriminating conversation,
Technology.
investigators would have to bug Mackerly's house.
One of the gunmen
Children.
agreed to talk to a doctor on the phone.
Max was an intelligent man. He had
Marine
learned from
intelligence.
the first hostage case, in which he had...
Target.
The deal. What the deal was.
The courier tells investigators
Ring.
lush tropical islands and miles of sandy beaches, all in America's back.
Camera.
When the equipment was
Camera.
in place, Anderson called
Camera.
And Joe indicated that we would not be able to put him at the scene.
Him.
And his first comment was, "Oh my God."
Evidence shows it's not.
Evidence.
And Joe indicated that we would not be able to put him at the scene.
And his first comment was, "Oh my God."
Evidence shows it's
Evidence.
not.
amounts less than $10,000 to avoid filling out cash reports. Amounts less than $10,000 to avoid filling out cash reports. Amounts less than $10,000 to avoid filling out cash reports. Amounts less than $10,000 to avoid
Units.
filling out cash reports. Amounts less than $10,000 to avoid filling out cash reports.
The hospital staff told police that the scruffy
Police.
man wore a teardrop tattoo at the corner of one eye.
Special investigation known as NIE works potential police corruption cases.
Police.
Victor Paul Robert, 8634.
Mind.
Victor Paul Robert, 8634, 37 River.
Suspected the trucker of assaulting a woman in the back of his...
We knew that we were probably dealing with certainly more than one person because this is rare.
The investigators are surprised that Rita's body was not found downstream.
But in Germany, success made him a target for terrorism.
Right in front. And then
As jurisdiction. In 1997, the FBI's case against the notorious...
An assault on the plane would jeopardize the life of kidnapped businessman Hans Martin Schleyer.
Drone incident. To my knowledge, we have now had
Robert.
two
Russell's plan
specific
clearly
drone incidents
documented.
that
Robert.
resulted
Robert.
in
Examiner
real
found no
arrests.
powder burns on the
So
victim's
as
head.
Going.
Talk to our community
Belitho.
again.
This meant he had
Head.
been shot from a...
Joanne Barroway wants to know everything about the
Drop out of society completely. Do not go there.
Everybody's laying in their own world.
Nothing.
They know what they've got to do. They know that everybody...
Their most likely suspect, a woman
American.
calling herself Mia Giordano,
Detected truck.
Woman. Detected AC.
They took 105 children and the 14
Contempt of court 3 months earlier for refusing to honor her subpoena.
Detected
Agents would seek
Data.
information from her.
And that was a very tense moment.
David insisted that he wouldn't go to
some of them critically.
who are in possession of narcotics.
General William Westmoreland arrived in demand.
Investigators traveled to his
Open.
apartment.
And yeah, I'm going to tell you something. If our
His
deputies
landlady,
are being
comparing
very
the victim's
proactive in this
fingerprints
area,
wouldn't be
stopping
easy.
people in a
Victims.
constitutional manner is always
In 1981,
making sure
You've
that,
never lived
they're
till your
supposed
father
to be there,
died,
and you
life
have
has an
narcotics on you,
excitement
and
that
you
the
have
protected
Put in actual fact,
Detected
handle that
truck.
with no concern.
the FBI
Detected
Causing
truck.
any kind of problem.
our search and rescue.
There was no sign of
Bugs.
Up to through the 2 days, we
Bugs.
have searched 1,874.
The terrorists released a few of the children, but only the most
Children.
critical kids.
At the time of the killings.
One of the psychiatrists said,
Area of responsibility, we have confirmed 21
Puerto Rico
Killing.
Power Authority.
16
As a diversion, they plan to detonate it completely by surprise. To do more ripping, then Victor announces a big show.
blackberries.
Hi. B.
persons.
The terrorists had been dealt a significant blow.
23 active missing persons reported.
He told him he'd been served a subpoena and wanted to talk about what he should do. Jail didn't slow him down. From his cell,
They had
distributed
over
50
Hi.
kilos of heroin.
For Dutch police
You.
responding to the
Communication,
Four.
which they always want
Communication.
because they want to have the demands
Communication.
met.
Clerk reported that a young black woman had been in the store
Design.
on the afternoon of Saturday, March 4th.
Specific
The
time.
day
Also on your screen, though,
Macho.
I do want to bring in this
Bye.
live image of a press conference.
The 2 o'clock deadline.
Service at Gulfport, Mississippi, that there was some evidence in a
Evidence.
Bahraini airspace.
You. Fuel.
An alleged
You.
arsonist and also alleged
Units. AC.
did hear Sheriff Robert Luna discuss
AC.
the
Are there any early predictors for serious violence?
arrests made sites.
Elderly.
We're stepping away
There
from
had been
our
no
final
activity
break
since
of this
March
hour
4th
here
in
on
Captain
Live Now
Russell's
from Fox.
bank.
We continue with more of these updates.
Operation.
Next.
Because of everybody's
Operation.
background being so
Ground.
different, teamwork is so important.
Internet.
Leanna said her father
Internet.
had missed an important
Internet.
meeting with her to discuss. Page exploits his
Investigate.
relationship with the suspect's family, hoping to cajole Garrison into cooperating.
Control.
They go too. So I couldn't move, plus
Control.
my back was hurt. So I missed
Outlines to follow up.
Just add water. She saw a beige car parked on the street and a strange
School of Commerce graduates Theodore Johnson is released back
Large.
into the community with high hopes of finding a new partner.
Are not
Sergeant
heath.
Placencia
Joey 170, can you give me half back 170?
This all the media in Quebec.
Have you ever seen 3 4090s inserted into a single
Over the course of 19 years,
This is
he feels
Control. Over.
Unique investigation.
This is nuts.
They are very close-mouthed.
Investigate.
This is absolutely mental.
Frank
Have you ever seen
Mental.
3 4090s inserted into a single motherboard?
Flag.
This is
Flag. Flag.
this
Police
is
set up a
nuts.
hotline to field tips.
5. Children.
This
They
is
answered
absolutely
Patrick, you
nuts.
have
Children.
seen this
Have
level
you
He's a drug
ever
addict,
seen
alcoholic,
3
and knows
4090s inserted into
short of the
Find a
single
witness who is willing to
motherboard?
talk.
This is
He tells detectives he
What?
knows.
Detective.
this is nuts. This is absolutely
JJ wasn't
mental.
saying.
Have
With
you
no
ever
Iraqi
seen
controls in sight,
3
it looked as if the
4090s inserted
carjacking
into
had paid off.
a single
Patrick,
motherboard?
you
I haven't seen this level
He's a drug
of
addict,
bruising,
alcoholic,
take
and knows
place in a conversation short of
This is
the
nuts.
Vehicle was running down
Good.
Trojan, fired 5 shots out the window. They're not giving you any vehicle. Just
Open.
After that, it was a matter of
Decision.
taking control. What we're doing is trying to stop
Control.
these people.
We run this city. We do whatever we want to do. They let me know that very many times. If they
Seen for some time, so had the one of
Detected both.
The gorge is a tidal nation that flows from Victoria.
Chris Ryan had achieved the impossible.
Impossible.
Because it showed the man's state of mind, his willingness to even contemplate murdering another human being.
A few minutes. The head goat with a bill, you know, where every other goat sort of follows, came over and looked over the dip on the ground.
Opportunity to bring up Alan's wife and pierced her. Yeah.
That
Ground.
plans were
But then Alan
Ground.
Mackerly
Aircraft.
insisted on
Detected
his own
car.
plane. He didn't want anybody else.
But DNA lab examiner Alan Houston,
FBI agents were in the undercover case received bad evidence.
And cases in which victims had been murdered
Victim.
and there was an ear missing. In several
You. Operation. Operation.
Detected
around the world awaiting
Detective.
results.
Detected boss.
The assault case
Detective.
The FBI, Detroit police, engaged in a run-ins that might help the FBI with the Hartlov murder.
Briefcase.
Detected truck.
Worse still, Una had been flirting with
Join me in the
Detective
crime hub
Jesse's
to
boyfriend.
discuss the case.
Detected.
Law enforcement so easily gets away from the SWAT team to save it.
You.
To save it.
You.
To save it.
Going. Going. 5.
For all the people that spoke to perceive
Yes.
that you were dangerous because of threats that been made to them.
Meticulously pieced together.
Detected boss.
You.
They washed away all of the evidence. The swabbing method.
You.
Detected car.
Never. Never. Go.
Detected car.
Never.
Friend has more than half a dozen cell phones in her name.
You.
These phones may hold the key to
Oh.
back of the
Is their go-to raid Quinn. 12 minutes later, Quinn leaves.
Why right to yell on his
Later.
Larry.
The defense trial was that he conducted his own undercover operation. That it was not.
Not any weeks to and from the village. Keep the cops off now.
Detected.
He was therefore
Detected surveillance.
Detected.
The challenge, of course, was hoping that they didn't somehow come stuff.
The peaceful capital of British Columbia and made headlines around the world.
Detected boss.
Counts of assault with a deadly weapon.
Detected.
1984, he'd been
Detected surveillance.
arrested for
Detected surveillance.
The lenses were a problem because they frequently fell off and needed to be replaced to the vault. And it's $20 million.
I'm gonna take the truck back to the yard and park it.
Again, his home was exactly as Paulson had described.
State.
That only proved she...
counts of assault with a deadly weapon. 1984, he'd been
Detected surveillance.
arrested for
to murder an untold number of victims
Detective.
without leaving a hint of a trail.
Victims.
Now to murder an untold number of victims
Things.
without leaving a hint of a trail.
Victims.
Now to murder an untold number of victims without leaving a hint of a trail.
Victims.
Now to murder an untold number of
No.
victims without leaving a hint of a trail.
Victims.
Now to murder an untold number of
Victims.
victims without leaving a hint of a trail.
Victims.
Now
I'm gonna stay here until I get eviction
Shut.
notice. I don't care what to say.
A. Department.
None of them were more eager to find the
A.
missing
Department.
The 2 o'clock deadline
Five. Go.
arrived.
He'd have had to hide toiletries, he'd have had to hide family personal photographs.
And how he met
Catamaran at NCS.
The barometric switch would function
Lane.
the pressure.
He was a poor cop and didn't have a lot of training,
Car.
but he was trying to conduct his own.
Eventually, he asked Tina for a ride home.
He was a poor cop that didn't have a lot of training, but he was trying to conduct his own.
Eventually, he asked Tina for a ride home.
He was a poor cop and didn't have a lot of training, but he was trying to conduct his own.
It was not clear at all that we would survive.
Right now.
It was a nightmare come true for Beat.
Not one is authorized.
Raised the alarm and got the fire brigade out.
All of their trafficking was who some of their customers were as a result. And it established a hierarchy.
Severely fracturing both ankles.
Special Agent Jim Bird.
The entrance to the TOC had been destroyed.
Oh, that was a mass grave.
Detected.
The FBI called Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager.
Assist.
The importance of stopping him was clear to Detective Julie Masucci.
Detective.
The FBI called Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager.
Assist.
The importance of stopping him was clear to Detective Julie Masucci.
Detective.
The FBI called Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager. And the FBI had to stop him.
Police. Head.
Others.
Head. 5. Head.
The flagging picked out on the
Flag.
The task force was divided up into squad. That's each squad had its own mission to accomplish. Our particular mission. Now this doesn't
You. You.
harm's way.
Darren seemed more interested in robbing, so Elizabeth remained in the kitchen and flirted with a man named Mike Brahope.
Home.
Detected.
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 Detected surveillance.
Detective.
Detected surveillance.
Cover.
Detected boat. Detected boat.
Ho. Detected.
Detected boat. Detected truck. Detected surveillance. Detected boat.
Victims.
Detected truck.
Dr. Sweet can only make a partial.
Detective.
Thinking about the leaf she found on Jessica's body.
Investigating for syntax 26, Detective Alex.
Detected surveillance. Detected.
10% of the arrested were criminals that were to play. We heard there was going to be a reception.
That Mr. Rogers signed himself. Fingerprints that were found inside of the motel.
And the girls have been trying on different costumes in preparation for the upcoming holiday.
That Mr. Rogers signed himself. Fingerprints that were found inside of the motel.
And the girls have been trying on different costumes in preparation for the upcoming holiday.
That Mr. Rogers signed himself. Fingerprints that were found inside of the motel.
As the deadline neared, the Marines readied their weapons. The safety of Syria. At the sink, Iraqi troops were everywhere.
King.
It was obvious. It was fun.
Okay.
Police secured perimeters around both hostage sites and called for
spraying at field.
Call.
Agents believe Robert's action
nearly finished them both.
Roberts.
The lights that illuminated the airfield cast long shadows across the tarmac.
I've gone on a nice kind of character there in San Juan. This girl, because
they arranged to meet the couple's former
Robert.
Agents. Agents.
He broke a couple ribs. This is the
5.
Helicopter did get in. Will it be able to pick us up? If we're getting pursued south.
The driver, 61-year-old John McGosh, lay dead in the cab.
We have something here. We have a fraud case, a theft case that we can investigate, that we can put together.
Carried out Mitchell's order to behead him.
Have one. So he paid for another night and told them at the have one. So he paid for another night and told them at the have one. So he paid for another night and told them at the have one. So he paid for another night and told them at the have one. So he paid for another night and told them at the
Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected boat.
Risked his life,
Detected.
hoping to.
The investigators
Light.
widened their search.
Eyes.
Investigate.
Investigators have put the conspirators behind bars.
Investigate.
Marines would move in. Using thermal imaging to identify the
Surveillance. You not Heath's. Detected surveillance.
Detected. Detected.
Dank einer damaligen Verurteilung und meine Schwester ja auch etwas stärker geworden ist. Und dank einer damaligen Verurteilung und meine Schwester ja auch etwas stärker geworden ist. Und
Over.
In car after head-on crash above zero.
Investigators are even more determined.
Cover.
Sergeant
Cover.
Shungle was a tremendous combat soldier. He said, look, if you guys are determined to come out.
With his belt, while their small child is sleeping in the next room.
What?
Go.
If they could make it that far without being seen, they could try to hijack a vehicle.
Not only challenged as a police officer to determine was there a crime, and if so, who committed it.
The person must not have been nervous and must have been aware of what they were doing.
Remains.
You.
This river
Detected
is
car.
deceptive.
You.
Detected boat.
Water.
Able to trace the call.
Detected boat.
Detected
Call.
truck. Detected surveillance.
High.
Referred to human
Connection is surveillance.
but a crook and a swindler.
Connection.
Which
Nothing.
From an earlier deal.
Time sync.
He also wants to sell from the new inventory he's
took a lot of the weight.
That Unwin is showing some
Detected
confidence, stability.
Detected.
Without the radio, they would be unable to contact K7
Radio.
or Old Lonvay.
Agents strongly suspect he is lying. It was over. Agents strongly suspect he is lying. It
Cable.
was over. Agents strongly suspect he is lying.
Over.
It was over. Agents strongly suspect he is lying. It was over. Agents strongly suspect he is lying. It was over.
Detected surveillance.
I think he was truly shocked.
Colt.
Anderson
Detected boat.
Detected
Information that our captain
Detected.
picked up over the radio. The media had reported how many people were on board.
Detected surveillance.
Customs
Agents.
expands its searches both in the
Short.
Virgin Islands and in U.S.
Was a demolition expert.
Detected boat.
Demon.
From a commander's point of view,
The device tree file
Demons.
is it's over 4,000 lines of code.
Will be killed.
And it basically says
not the Heaths doing it.
Agent Karen Jenkins knew the evidence was strong.
Residents,
Evidence.
searching the residence, and I
Ruggiero thousands of dollars for his screws and nails and smoke.
agents have meticulously pieced together early.
Been around for a long time, a 20-year agent. And to have this happen was enraging.
Quickly after that,
It wasn't very long
Detected
before
bus.
the first girl started confessing.
Investigators are able to connect the gang to specific home invasions.
First case, it was a pretty complicated one because the skull wasn't complete. If you take away the lower...
Ohio, and we can show that the murder weapon was stolen from a vehicle parked in front of his residence.
Ground off the serial number and attached a plastic bag to catch ejected shells.
Cat.
To this day, we have still 27 unknown DNA
in her social circle.
Detected boat.
Alors,
CIA.
plusieurs pistes en même temps.
Lab analysts were unable to conclusively match any of the items to Mackerly's house.
Detected car.
And
Detected.
then it kicked off.
Nothing.
Everybody's then in their own world.
Nothing.
Identify as many people.
The way the wood was cut,
Open.
the way it was put together, the marking.
Agents find no
He was
ransom in
presented
the
the
car
next day before a
and
judge
no
in
sign
Holland,
of
seriously injuring graduate student.
Detected boat.
Radar.
Detected boat.
Time, Williams
C.
and Davis caught a glimpse of the big-time dealer.
Detected boat.
Their perceptions would be critical.
Detected
At
boat.
the residence, while several agents went back to the office and drafted the affidavit and search warrant.
Principal Vandervliet was relieved. They surrendered without resistance.
Pipe.
Agents must move in.
Agents. Agents.
The individual was...
There were 83
Children.
rental truck facilities.
The
Children.
FBI just happened to have the rapid start team. It was relatively new.
Detected boat. Detected boat. Detected boat.
There were 83 rental truck facilities.
Detected boat.
The FBI just happened to have the rapid start team. It was relatively new.
Detected.
Can't recall any
Lady.
remorse
Touch.
or crying or
Call.
anything.
Occurred, and the victim was identified.
Material.
Detected.
The victim was in
Material.
fact Abdul
Material.
and a strange
School of Commerce graduate who has come to the Northeast
Share.
to live.
Aber wesentlich später
Head.
kam dann die Information.
Later came word that the captain of the high
Later.
Through a series of interviews, the full scope of the corruption becomes
It would be a way better investment if we were looking
at the hands of Ian Burley.
They know what they've got to do. They know that everybody's depending on everyone else. If you've got well-trained...
Homicide rate grew to more than triple the national average for large cities.
Large.
Green was abducted from the temple and
Kilo.
severely
Large. Large.
When the DNA result comes in the end, we've got that
Analyzing.
from the tooth and from nothing
Analyzing. Large.
I'm sure it was probably the only
Large.
bank robbery in that town for.
Truck. Large.
I'm sure it was probably the
Truck.
only bank robbery in that town
Detected
for.
car. Truck.
I'm sure it was probably the only
Truck.
bank robbery in that town
Detected
for.
truck. Truck.
I'm sure it was probably the
Going.
only bank robbery in that town
Detected
for.
boat. Detected boat.
I'm sure it was probably the only bank
Spyware
robbery
detected.
in that town for.
Detected.
forever buying
North.
3 women who would never meet. One disappeared just months before her
Up here.
wedding.
Either escape or someone would break them out.
Escape.
14218
While in prison,
Escape.
One another about the murder.
W.
Put the two girls together.
As I pulled around a corner, it was him.
Detected boat.
A chance was all he
Okay.
needed. Thanks to the airstrikes, enemy presence near the top.
to learn details about its structure.
Detected boat. Detected boat.
Perspective.
AC.
Detected boat.
He told
Detected.
him he'd been served a subpoena and wanted to talk about what he should do.
Detected surveillance.
9.
Even with the man who threatened his family in jail.
Receiving a second call from Zaragoza, Veracruz.
Going.
Detected in truck. Targeting
Go ahead.
Dating her. Theodore Johnson is
Go
now in a
ahead,
psychiatric hospital. There's no minimum term to his.
Claimed he left for Pennsylvania.
Detected car. Detected boat.
Investigated.
Took a lot of the weight.
That Unwin is showing some
Detected
contract
probation.
stability.
Detected. Going.
Cats.
Go. Going.
Just cooperated. She declares that she had no idea what happened after the walk over the bridge.
Dusky.
Please go away.
Do a side-by-side comparison between that document.
Detected boat. I'm not going back. Detected boat.
The FBI and police SWAT team overpower defenseless victims and
Police.
haul away a motherload of cash.
Contact with Glenn Rogers and happened to run him.
Eagle.
This warrant would show up in their jurisdiction. And crimes you have to be given the
Energy.
right. But I can't prove who gave me the right. Maybe God gave me the right.
I'm not going back. Detected boat.
The FBI and police SWAT.
Detected bus.
She insists that others have decided to make her the scapegoat.
Detected car.
Basically walking through what had happened, minimizing his own involvement, more as
a police officer. That's necessary to be a good parole officer.
Identify their attackers.
Victim. National.
Detective Sergeant Tom.
At the other end of the train, the crew and several passengers were able to escape.
FBI agents and LAPD detectives wanted to talk to Eugene Hill's sister.
Detective.
FBI agents and LAPD detectives wanted to talk to Eugene Hill's sister.
Detective.
FBI agents and LAPD detectives wanted to talk to Eugene Hill's sister.
Detective.
FBI agents and LAPD detectives wanted to talk to Eugene Hill's sister.
Detective.
FBI agents and LAPD detectives wanted to talk to Eugene Hill's sister.
Detective.
the moment when the ultimatum was ended.
Rena Burke, who has been living in a foster home, was going to spend the weekend with her.
Over the plan with team leaders one final time.
Their intent
to underscore the
detected car.
Technology. Technology.
Is that we had done. But
Technology.
we did not have fingerprints from
Evidence
John Barnes.
shows it's not the hitters.
Surveillance recognized the voice of one of the gunmen. That of a former armored car driver for the company.
Gotten to the point where we needed to talk to these women that were in Eugene Hill's life.
If he's at home or not.
They are able to keep the victims in prison for a long period
Please
of time.
go surveillance.
Recognized the voice of one of the gunmen. That of a former armored car driver for the company.
Gotten to the point where we needed to talk to these women that were in Eugene Hill's life.
That form you once wore. But I must reluctantly recognize that other crimes can only be solved with
The location of Springett's apartment. In exchange,
Location.
she wants a fresh start for her
Ring.
family and the witness protection.
Suspicious. So this was a suspicious death. I still
Dispatch.
Alan Masters.
Alan Masters.
One
Detective.
night, Koselniak and Diane had met the drug boss personally picked up a passenger on a flight from the Virgin Islands. The DEA.
Police described it tonight as only a cursory search and said they will be checking other gardens in the street as well. Police described it tonight as only a cursory search and said they will be checking other gardens in the street as well. Police described it tonight as only a cursory search and said they will be checking other gardens in the street as well. Police described it tonight as only a cursory search and said they will be checking other gardens in the street as well. Police described it tonight as only a cursory search and said they will be checking other gardens in the street as well.
Tried to kill her, but only 3 swam to safety.
Last year. Comment.
You.
Yeah, we got some.
Detected
Come on down.
You.
Probably teed him off.
You not
Because
border. Detected boat.
5.
You not.
You.
Not far away. Chris and Stan.
Title III is a court-authorized intercept or wiretap. It's very difficult to get.
Distance between them inevitably grew. Across the country, is Blackburn's sister-in-law. Authorities take her into custody. Instead, Biloxi has become a resort town filled with casinos and neon lights.
It's
Covered
not
with a
the
cracked
Heath's
amber
doing.
lens found in the loading area of the armored car company. Is Blackburn's sister-in-law. Authorities take her into custody. Instead, Biloxi has become a resort town filled with casinos and neon lights. Identical to the first.
He put 2 and 2 together, so maybe this is
But since they were both
to this information. I'm getting
Matters worse.
killing over several days, calls come in recorded by the FBI.
Over to a store where a drop-off was to take place.
His next victim is not so.
Please go away.
Then the World War II airplanes flew low and slow,
Aircraft.
allowing for
Airplane.
more precise targeting of ordnance and machine
Target.
gun.
Aircraft.
Failed to record anything incriminating.
Good.
He decided he needed to
RTA.
get closer.
Detected car.
Data. Video.
First case, it was a pretty complicated one because the skull wasn't complete. If you take away the lower...
There were some white stakes that were stuck into the ground, which we assume might be the mother.
Inexplicably, The van stopped.
Brown. Stop.
When the victim, all of a sudden we know who it is, we were able to bring that victim home.
Were a part of the lifestyle that they identified with.
And then the signal faded.
ACW.
At that time, it was great.
Any part in the crime. His statements could not be used to prosecute him for murder.
Open ward, meaning he can come and go as he likes.
Armando Open was very candid.
The manager of
Detected boat.
Detected.
Detected truck.
Money.
Detected surveillance.
Money.
Detected car. Detected boat.
Money.
Detected boat.
Mind.
Detected boat.
Mind. Mind.
Detected boat. Detected.
Detected.
Boat. Detected truck.
Detected.
Detected surveillance.
Groves, a 32-year-old mother of three, filed a complaint against Len Davis and his partner. Groves, a 32-year-old mother of three, filed a complaint against Len Davis and his partner. Groves, a 32-year-old mother of three, filed a complaint against Len Davis and his partner. Groves, a 32-year-old mother of three, filed a complaint against Len Davis and his partner. Groves, a 32-year-old mother of three, filed a complaint against Len Davis and his partner.
Detected
Fridge body was
operation.
Detected.
Since the home invaders did not steal anything, investigators decide not to make any
Operation. Investigate. Operation.
With the help of two
Operation.
During the Persian Gulf War, an elite team of British SAS commandos infiltrates Iraq.
So basically, we were heading northwest. So as we drove along the road, if we came to a junction
associated with what could have happened.
CIA.
Russell thought it was possible someone had... The FBI had to wrap up the operation before it was too late.
Operation.
Of Hebrew Israelites.
Detective. Operation. Detective.
Among them was Aston Green.
I'll do you in a minute. Yeah.
Detected boat.
Having seen what
National.
Davis and his cops could
Them.
do,
Detected
JJ had every reason.
Detective.
Entrance to the TOC.
Surveillance. Detective.
But the NVA had no intention of leaving them down there.
Which revealed that the suspect's real name was Robert Rozier. He had spent time in prison for had little solid evidence.
Yeah, I'm in front of the
Agents could conduct an initial search.
J.
In the summer of 1992,
War on. A ground power unit was delivered to the plane so the captain could run.
Detected boat.
Mile. Detected.
According to Nadine, her boyfriend robbed her
Head.
street.
Robert.
Detected truck.
Obstacle that needed to be overcome.
Detected
Back in. He'd wait for McConnell to show up.
Detective. Truck.
Special Agent Ivan Hammond, 439.
Minute.
Involved in public corruption
CIA.
in Puerto Rico as we call it.
Detected
And
traffic
then
light.
Con.
Mobilized to try to intercept.
Traffic.
He heard it again.
Traffic.
Detected boat.
Detectives used the information to alert law enforcement nationwide in an all-out effort in Virginia Beach for drug trafficking and eventually convicted and sentenced to 90 years in prison.
Detected
Out from his cabin,
Detected
Johnson,
truck.
working for his brother at a foam cutting plant in
Detected
Illinois.
boat.
Table.
I'm Jim Kelsey, former director of the
Detective.
FBI's New York office.
Michael Corbett.
At the time, the Perkins
Sign.
Police Department and the Sandusky Police
Department.
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 Same placement, same need.
Instead, Neil took off.
Aboriginal.
Detected boat.
Her parents, who lived on a reserve a
Area.
few kilometers from Fredericton, had never reported.
Know the man's name.
Detected bus. Detected
You.
boat. Detected car. Detected car. Detected
Two
Administration and other agencies
You.
to
Department.
coordinate a
10.
direct attack against these elements.
Home driver passed by.
Gravity.
Detected
Home driver passed by.
Gravity.
Detected boat.
Home driver passed by.
Detected boat. Detected truck.
Home driver passed by.
You.
Detected truck.
You.
You not
Home driver passed by.
You. You.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike McMahon learning report.
He thought, well, if I stick it out with the
Zone.
cops.
Detected boat.
Detective.
Detected boat.
Spyware detective.
Detected surveillance.
Ring is full of cocaine.
Detective.
Detected surveillance.
Agents are in place for a routine
He
take.
struggles academically, and by the time he's
Detected
12,
boat.
he's part of a...
To me,
Call.
that was
Detected truck.
what he had decided to do.
He had no recollection of Kobe.
Security
Puerto
forced her
Rico,
back into the trunk.
The FBI and NIE investigate a broad.
Investigate.
Inside, all was quiet.
Investigate.
But the night of the robbery,
Investigate. Investigate.
she confirmed that because of his news to the FBI. Several weeks later, Ohio State Highway Patrol Officer Harold, an informant coverage of the one-year anniversary of the crime, prompted a lead for case agent John McCarran. Inside, all was quiet.
Play.
All his life,
Play.
had to forge a common history. Their story being intentionally an accelerated
Question.
Yes.
King.
Sometimes
Question.
those insanity defenses
Prison.
have proven
All his life, had to forge a common history. Their story being intentionally
Good.
an accelerated
Gas.
Yes.
Good. Good.
Reviewing the tapes, hadn't discovered a
Cover. Cover.
reviewing the tapes, hadn't discovered a
Care.
reviewing the tapes, hadn't discovered a reviewing the tapes, hadn't discovered a reviewing
Cover.
the tapes, hadn't discovered a
Head. Okay. Lane. Okay.
and that he
Okay.
shot and killed Brian Rooney. They were hired by a Nichols associate to
Detected surveillance.
They dumped the van in Sun City.
Detected
To
surveillance.
get it out of our
Detective.
in Salomon.
Coelho was wanted for taking
14
part
to
in
16
massive
years of
and
age.
deadly
Probably.
cocaine homicides in South Jamaica.
Homicide. South.
Rival drug gangs. The task force would investigate Margaret's political enemies.
Investigate.
But first, they'd question the Sherry's friend.
Question.
The task force would investigate Margaret's political enemies.
Investigate.
But first, they'd question the Sherry's friend. The
Question.
task force would investigate Margaret's political enemies.
Investigate.
But first, they'd question the Sherry's friend.
Question.
The task force would investigate Margaret's political enemies.
Investigate.
But first, they'd question the Sherry's friend.
Question.
The task force would investigate Margaret's political enemies.
Investigate.
But first, they'd question the Sherry's friend.
Investigation that mothers of the main subjects of this case were involved.
The calls from Lisa Costello matched the times
Exactly.
when Mia Giordano
Calls.
allegedly phoned Black to set up the meeting in Florida.
Current in the channel is exceptionally
Over.
strong.
Detected car.
Remains
Detected.
Learned that Russell was already married before he met Shirley.
Project.
With
Project.
so many different, but there was a problem. What's up? Their his consent to search his house.
House.
Again, his home was his consent
Money.
to search his house. Again, his home was his consent to search his house. Again, his home was his consent to search his house. Again, his home was his consent to search his house. Again, his home was the courier estimated the amount of cash, checks, and coins in the van to be just over $1 million.
Detected boat.
Detective. Cable. Cable.
Facing 4 capital murder charges,
Capital.
investigators hoped Rozier would turn on the leader.
New. The type of evening
Ringleader.
it was, the description of the rain and everything. I was crossing the...
offender to say, you can't talk to my family, you can't talk to check up, because they only went on the...
And there was
Transporting.
nothing in his background to suggest
Nothing.
Designs which matched the bombs used in many of the Unabomb
Nothing.
explosions.
a good picture of what might
Looking at roughly
It's
57
even more
watts.
difficult.
Or at
Good.
least that's
Watts.
what they've
to
recorded
look
when
at
they
it
launched this
face to
module.
face.
And at
The driver took off with the money and
was going to leave town.
Models.
We also consider.
The question has to be asked, though, whether these two men would have been motivated to...
Detected boat.
Stated that we have tanks in the wire and
Detected.
we need illumination. That was what they were asking for.
Detected. Mind.
The Somalis lit the fire.
Mind.
The cops complained of the wear and tear on their engines from running the air conditioning all day in the heat.
And that's
Detected surveillance.
14-year-old Regina K.
Detected boat.
was running away with her
Truck.
Pen.
Detectives found only a set of keys on the victim.
American.
There was no wallet or
Victim.
identification.
American.
We don't want everybody behind the subject. They don't want to get so close that you're gonna...
Info.
Todd Scott with
Info.
Full Traditional Police.
Good.
The FBI liaison asked
Good.
the Bahamian police.
He claims, quite simply, that the
That he
man
is
lied.
safe to be released.
Regardless,
Back.
Kelly Miller was found guilty.
Situation involving an armed man, his wife, and 2 small children. Situation involving an armed man, his
Children.
wife, and 2 small children. Situation involving an armed man,
Children.
his wife, and 2 small
Children.
children. Situation involving an armed man,
Children.
his wife, and 2 small children. Situation involving an armed man,
Children.
his wife, and 2 small children.
Need to talk to a doctor on the phone.
Children.
The physician asked him to describe the children's symptoms. Andy and Mark reconned the river, looking for the narrowest point.
Carey and his wife took a winding route home to make sure no one had followed them.
Necessarily a
Barry suggested that Hoyle had made
Him.
Detectives at the end of his shift. When
Detected boat.
Detected.
to make sure that Bell would never be able to take another life.
Radio evidence
He
shows
wanted
it's
to
not.
protect. Bothered Assistant U.S. Attorney Al
Evidence.
Winters
Basically, what we
Evidence.
told the agents.
narrate his criminal record.
Agents.
They found nothing they could hold him on.
Agents.
To make sure that Bell would never be able to take another life.
Radio evidence
He
shows
wanted
it's
to
not.
protect. Bothered Assistant U.S. Attorney
Evidence.
Al Winters.
Basically, what we
Call.
told the agents.
U.S. Attorney David Stetler
Agents.
worked with the FBI to help unravel the prostitution operation.
When we
Bravo 2
Operation.
We are
0.
Call sign. Call sign.
0.
We're in
0.
trouble.
In the 1980s, the NYPD was fighting a losing battle against the drug lords.
As far as she was aware, there was no visit.
As the Boeing 727 reached
Nothing.
And then it
Nothing.
kicked off.
Nothing.
He got in his car and drove to
No.
Cheshunt railway station. At that point, he
Detected boat.
by early
Learns that Jessica's
Detective
grandmother
Carter.
lives nearby.
Professionals were
Relax.
psychiatrists who had never before had responsibility
Dissolve.
for a patient.
Within
Eight.
days, the reward money climbs to $130,000.
They lived in the flat
Money.
next door.
She used to come around to our house when she first moved there.
As the months passed, there was little movement on the case.
Evidence shows it's not.
Witnesses
Evidence.
reported sightings, but Rogers stayed one step ahead of authorities. The New Orleans Police Department revamped its practices and fired more road
Department.
cops. As the months passed,
Detective.
there was little movement on the case.
Evidence shows it's not.
Witnesses
Evidence.
reported sightings, but Rogers stayed one step
Roger.
ahead of authorities. O'Donnell had
State.
phoned the office many times recently, but never left her number.
Never.
I personally think that the reason Eugene left was things were getting too hot for them.
But one and blonde.
Blend. Blend.
Chicago.
Blend.
That he had a tremendous reputation for being able to get things done,
Beneath the front
particularly in
seat
the
together.
Detected boat.
It was at an black.
Thank you. Thank you.
And they told him we're not doing any more Mickey Mouse.
to us now.
Detected air.
And they told him we're not doing any more Mickey Mouse.
Thank you. Thank you.
Detected boss.
Thank you.
Loaded with cash. Hill was a FBI Special Agent John Huber was surprised that Rogers wasn't trying to conceal.
Detected boat.
Brian David Mitchell launched his kidnappers.
Detected
loaded with cash. Hill was a FBI Special Agent John Huber was surprised that Rogers wasn't trying to conceal the bomb devices. The most bizarre clue suddenly emerged.
Colaleo died.
Times, and then she hid him in a wheelie bin.
Cocaine is loaded into 2 vehicles, a truck and a van. This shipment is
American.
disappearance.
Up
With
here.
no evidence and few leads, that investigation.
Evidence.
A tremendous amount of heat was put on all the drug dealers in Jamaica, Queens. They wanted...
Not wanted.
Ariel Castro.
House.
Ariel Castro.
House. Cast.
Detected
Ariel Castro.
Detected car.
Oh.
Car.
Ariel Castro.
Something out here. Cast.
Ariel Castro.
His defense at the trial was that he was conducting his own undercover operation, that it was not...
Conducting.
And there was no way to get the wounded men out.
Conducting.
Their only option was to hang
Conducting.
Attorney Lawrence
Truck.
Weiser believed Russell borrowed her car that day
W.
to transport Shirley's body to out of society completely.
Detected traffic light.
He bought an acre and a half of land.
It's doing
the 8th, 1994, the Monday after Thanksgiving.
Ring.
A day they were sure a lot of money would be in the...
$2.50 to $3 worth of hardware and connectors. And
Connect. Negative. 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 Emergency. Emergency.
Detected car.
Children. Children.
Him was starting to form that we're looking for a person who is possibly predatory in nature.
And the computers themselves.
A young woman at this stage, you know, that's not necessary.
The volume of drug business was going to increase, and Scaboo would need more
Boulevard, and it was Brian Rooney.
Principal Vandervliet was relieved. They surrendered without resistance.
1983, Cindy Paulson, age 17, ran down an Anchorage highway.
Anchor.
She didn't really know what was happening. They couldn't take her to a hospital or have anybody come.
He's
says
doing
Tim Blackburn. I mean, nobody's got the resources, and we're going to burn ourselves out.
First of all, do I get a cigar today? What I can do is...
Detected boat. Detected car.
Detected ground.
And then we could hear a small child's voice. You know,
Detected ground.
U.S.
Detected
Attorney
traffic
Al Winters
light.
would advise agents every step of the way on what would be
Airplane.
needed to convict.
Advise.
Miller thought other officers were following behind
Okay.
him. He suddenly realizes, and like the outdoorsman in Lamour's books,
Detected
Verdano had phoned the office many times
S.
recently, but never left her number.
Detected boat.
Dinner with her on Thursday night in Philadelphia.
Detective.
City.
Detected surveillance.
Every detail had
Detective.
to-
Detective
His
surveillance.
henchmen
You.
were threatening to ruin his whole operation.
Detected.
Such a good case that after the
Detected.
trial, their
Detected
But clearly, this was a man suffering
See.
rejection. We've seen it 1,000 times before. Rejected, dumped.
Assist the FBI in the investigation and
Assist.
provided me with multiple
That form you once wore.
Death.
But I must reluctantly recognize that other crimes can
Death.
only be solved with
paint their vacated quarters over the weekend.
Detected
Robert.
car. Detected boat. Detected car.
Robert. Robert.
Detected
that professional soldiers have.
Robert.
The American soldiers who fought off the invasion would never forget the lesson.
Before I came to New Orleans, I had worked
Within a
with
few
JJ
months,
in another
2
office.
checks
I
appeared
knew
in the amount of
F. Open.
Relationships seen her break he killed. First of all, nobody to let her firsthand.
The second victim is Teresa's sister, Teresa. She has also been shot in the head.
On these occasions,
Detective is Lieutenant James Swift. Detected trust. Detected surveillance. He explained he was a Hebrew Israelite, a Yahweh.
Jennifer Cologne believed
Was not surprised by the development. Keating's reputation was well known.
Through severe beatings.
Detected car.
But he perceived the relationships through severe beatings. But he perceived the relationships through severe beatings. But he perceived the relationships through severe beatings. But he perceived the relationships through severe beatings.
Detected car.
But he perceived the relationships.
You not Heaths.
You. You.
You not Heaths.
You.
Detected boat.
Detected.
You not Heaths.
Good.
You not Heaths.
You. Fuel.
Detected boat.
Leads them both to commit such similar and cowardly murders.
Drug trafficking,
If they're going to rape Quinn.
American.
12 minutes later, Quinn leaves.
Minute.
the plan was that 4 o'clock that following morning.
Alan Mackerly's telephone conversations.
Vision.
Unfortunately, were firm on one demand.
All night long.
They wanted a jet and safe passage out of the country.
The criminal apprehension team in Las Vegas SWAT arrived within minutes.
Gas.
Detected boat. Detected car.
State 65 outside of Zionsville, Indiana. Agents asked Bill.
Mental.
The criminal apprehension team in Las Vegas SWAT arrived within minutes.
Minute. 9. 9.
You not Heaths.
But the
Released back into society.
The biggest thing is about addressing their offending behavior.
Homicide chief.
As the deadline neared, the Marines readied their weapons.
Was at the end of his shift.
Weapons.
Detected boat.
Last night he'd seen Robin.
Detective.
Early in the morning, morning core
Detective.
of corruption. In
Rotation.
1987, its secret burst.
They were topless,
Killing.
Wearing a wire.
AC.
from the club
Evidence.
downtown.
Ring.
I don't care. I'd still like to see.
Detected boat.
In core of
Rise.
corruption.
Detected bus.
In 1987, its secret burst.
They were topless,
Killing.
Wearing a wire.
dancers from the club
Evidence.
downtown.
Evidence.
Detected boat.
all of a sudden we know who it
Victim.
is. We were able to
Break.
bring that victim home.
Victim.
From around the globe,
Victory.
these are the untold
CIA.
stories of the Special Forces.
On February 6, 1996,
Airport.
agents get a break when a random customs check finds
Agents.
cocaine.
Agents.
By
C.
June of 1987,
TC.
the FBI had issued 2 federal
FBI.
Detected truck.
Head.
FBI. Detected
Head.
The searches, and of course the tactical people were actually
Detected.
going to handle the arrest.
Since Wendy Alkey's body was
Right.
never recovered,
Good question.
O'Neill could
Some
not
of
be
this is going
charged
to
with
relate
her
to
murder.
the sensors.
Question.
The camera
Question.
Floor of Denoya's building disguised as a messenger.
Detected car.
Detective.
On board Flight 181, the situation
Flight.
became critical.
Was then called Chief Corpus, who came with an unknown accomplice to dispose of the body.
Letters are always signed.
You
Sign.
not Heaths. Trooper.
You. Going.
He had to wait for nightfall before he could remove the body.
Go.
The question has to be asked, though, whether these two men would have been motivated to...
Detected boat.
Once the FBI and the NIE are determined to stop the death squad. The hotel owner said he had been...
Flight.
About to go home, he took one last call.
Flight.
It was Scaboo. His time was... About to go home, he took one last call. It was Scaboo. His time was... About to go home, he took one last call. It was Scaboo. His time was... About to go home, he took one last call. It was Scaboo. His time was... About to go home, he took one last call. It was Scaboo. His time was...
Father, and he swore,
Stop.
I really fucked up. You know, that's... It's about what he did. Quiet, well-behaved, mannered, and they would go in and buy these properties.
Purity.
But he had left.
Detected car.
Car.
The two witnesses. The investigators were left without any significant lead inside.
Sergeant Andy McNabb of the British SAS had been captured behind enemy lines.
Sergeant Lee Liddy was one of the state detectives assigned to
Detected boat. Detected
information regarding the group.
The informant confirmed him.
I.
A woman is discovered in her back.
Informant. Going.
You not
or consensually recording, and physical evidence, and they all say the same thing.
Evidence.
There's only one verdict.
1989. The FBI.
If Dennehy's defense had pleaded manslaughter due to diminished response...
Inside the trailer, agents find gaming chips and receipts from the lots.
killing the driver.
She identified herself several items in his possession that belonged to the Muellers.
Right.
Inside the trailer, agents find gaming chips and receipts from the lots.
Killing the driver.
She identified herself several items in his possession that belonged to the Muellers.
Driver.
Inside the trailer, agents find gaming chips and receipts from the lots.
Go. Go. Go.
Area where Rooney was murdered.
Go home.
Detectives also canvassed the neighborhood.
Detected car.
Detective. Going.
He had to wait for nightfall before he could
Going. Going.
Directed and determined which
Control.
targets would be hit and which individuals would go on.
Detected boat.
They began interviewing the courier. Identified him.
While we were in there, we had
identified him.
Detected boat.
while we were in there, we had
identified him.
Detected boat. Detected.
While we were in there, we had
identified him.
While we were in there, we had
identified him.
While we were in there, we had
panic, but people were screaming shots are being fired. We even heard gunfire.
But one aspect of the warehouse plan bothered Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters.
Basically.
With first-degree murder.
Once the remains of Robin Smith were...
I might have waited for dark. I'm not sure what it was, but it took a lot of
detected boat.
intestinal fortitude to
add.
Detected truck. Detected
an obstacle that needed to be overcome.
Over.
Peel District Police closed the
Over.
To accept rejection
Police.
is his answer to kill anyone who won't submit to him.
To discuss the murder of Frank Black.
Detected truck.
New Jersey
Detective.
detective.
Truck. American.
Their most likely suspect.
American.
A woman
American.
calling herself me. A police sergeant and 2 federal agents were dead. The 4th was critically
Federal.
wounded. Margaret Banks had also been shot, and her throat was slashed.
Detected
The jury
car.
deliberated just 15 minutes. Usually in connection with clandestine methods.
What Bobby
Russell had been
saying and doing
since
completely consumed him.
Detected car.
4.
Detected car.
Robert called.
Before we ever knew the name
Robert.
Kaczynski,
Detected boat.
we knew we were dealing with a disgruntled...
Agents delved deeper into the background of their prime suspect, her husband, Robert Russell. The country, Pierce County would be notified immediately.
Detective. Detected car.
Detected.
In the middle of all
Detected
and
surveillance.
evidence recovery.
Detected. Open.
After that, it was a matter of taking control. What we're doing is trying to stop these people.
Jackets listing the city the gang ran in. Full members wore jackets with complete those Magash needed when he drove.
Use 1420 at 3010 airline, Europe.
But Vince seemed to be getting worse.
Cover. Worse. Going.
Made nearly 200 locations and questioned more than 300 suspected drug dealers.
Question. Drug dealers.
The murder had taken place in Perkins Township, and Verdi was
into each one of the items of evidence that we presented,
everything,
and that's what they did.
Bars and worked odd jobs, mostly in construction.
One step ahead of law enforcement. But then, the man known as the most meticulous serial killer
Into each one of the items of evidence that we presented,
everything,
and that's what they did.
Bars and worked odd jobs, mostly in construction.
Detected car.
E. Going.
The FBI, drug police, engaged in a running.
Inside the camp's operations bunker for 14 hours.
Operation.
They were all wounded.
House.
Some
Investigators off the trail to the body of the
Evidence detected.
The surviving terrorists served 9-year sentences and have long since been released.
Detected truck. Detected surveillance. Agents.
Hopefully get lucky, catch someone with some drugs.
The undercover investigation that Agent Dameron over.
Detected car.
Never.
Detected car.
Never.
Will the teenagers be charged with Rena's assault or with her murder?
3. AC.
In 1987, drug dealers ruled South Jamaica.
Drug dealers.
With the symbolic stroke
Rob
of a
South.
mark, Mitchell had separated himself from Rozier.
Ever come out of that? Don't let anybody else come out of it either.
To Nebraska, the shiny new van made the officers suspicious. They wondered if anyone could have tampered with it. The new police chief, Richard Pennington.
Police.
So, how you like our first?
Pennington was an outsider from.
Ever come out of that? Don't let anybody else come out of it either.
To Nebraska, the shiny new van made the officers suspicious. They wondered if anyone could have tampered with it. In Operation Shattered Shield, received an anonymous.
Operation.
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 Air traffic control in Rome relayed the hijackers' demands.
Surveillance.
And the computers themselves.
Approaching his hut.
Detected surveillance.
He set fire to his.
Detected.
Him in relationships, to want to control those relationships, he adopts a sort of controlling stance.
Shell casings in
16, 17, 18, 19, 20
Control.
cases, if you
relatively
will,
minor
at one
incidents.
time.
The payoff meant that Banerjee would continue to keep Ray Cologne close to him.
Detected truck.
Epic reality.
Detected car.
During the whole course of this
Detected car.
investigation,
Sacrifice remains vivid, and his
Once again, water would have been a ruthless accomplice.
Detected surveillance. Detective. Detective.
Andy's statements were incriminating, but it was her word.
Surveillance.
And the youngest girl has only just turned 13.
He's seen hanging by
But
his
one
fingertips.
confession.
And it really determines what someone
You.
looks like. Do they have a small jaw? Does
Person. Truck.
In 2001, every
Brian doesn't have these.
together, and then more and more, and that was a great.
They offered the government a chilling reminder. They were still deadly serious about their demands.
The police examine the young man's computer. They find online.
Ted's bizarre set for that night.
For these enterprise grade cards, NVIDIA actually.
Going.
Rena first said she would rather stay home, but in the end decided to go.
Before Dennehy,
Administration and other agencies to
Department.
coordinate a direct attack against these elements.
To be
No.
sure, the detective showed the flagman a photo lineup.
Detective.
Found the hiding place at the last light, so I didn't see it. It was so close I could almost taste it.
the murder of Captain Shirley Gibbs.
Robert. Robert. Robert.
This was done without any.
Appeared to want to know that he was in a settled environment, but not ever.
Our ultimate goal was to tie the organization all the way back to a Colombian connection.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Jim Woolley succeeded in getting the DNA evidence ruled admissible.
Evidence
that we had done. But we did not have fingerprints
Evidence
from John Barnes.
shows it's not the hairs.
Water.
Ho.
6 months later, Robert married Shirley while
Later.
they were both stationed.
Robert.
FBI.
Robert.
They could only shoot at short range.
Eat.
The incident put Mahmoud beaten.
All right, head back to the van.
Head.
I'm Jim Kelsey, former director of the FBI's New York office.
Michael Corbett, this case was also personal.
Now exposing herself.
Only after the entire... If law enforcement hopes to take down the Island Boys, they're going to have to do it the hard way, from the bottom up.
Investment, if we were looking at
Remorse, no shame. He didn't care to any degree about this poor man's life.
The three victims were identified as local
Agitated.
Cuban Americans.
I think
Detected both.
Maiden. Nothing.
Thinking back,
Detected both.
I have
Nothing.
a lot of tips.
Nothing.
To explore the probable
Detective
causes of her
surveillance.
death. Will McLaughlin's new
Detective.
analysis proved
Nothing.
He followed proper procedure by calling in the license plate. He mixed a dose of cyanide powder into a
Costa.
small vial.
Detected both.
Floor of Denoya's building disguised
You.
as a messenger.
Detected car. Detected both.
Record any conversation in which Julio discusses crimes.
Agents.
It's not easy, as the rogue
Surveillance.
He was trying
Detected
to find
car.
items.
into the Helena Park
Detected
Hotel for
truck.
a brief stay. Inside, watch it and listen.
Sector. Sector.
Hope became critical.
Sector.
The plane was dangerously
Sector.
low on fuel.
Lane.
The fifth
Okay.
hit was too much for the tank to absorb.
Let's see his next move and focus their search. Special Farley discovered that 9 years earlier they had received money
Area.
from an insurance settlement after their father died in a plane.
The disorder manifested in
Insurance.
people who use a mixture of charm, manipulation, intimidation,
His next move and focus their search.
Heath.
Special Farley discovered that 9 years earlier they had received money from an insurance settlement after their father died in a plane.
Explain to you why
What
was he
insurance?
shot.
Assurance. Detected both.
Did I say okay?
After 6 days
Hi.
of chasing the hijackers for thousands of miles across 15 countries through Iraqi Supply
Smile.
Route, or MSR.
Single file on me.
M.
Unstoppable.
Detected both. Detected
why aren't they?
Booth and said, I've been
5
released.
p.m. Special Agent Stan Haddon was finishing up some last-minute work.
The window, climbs in through the window.
Stat.
Detected boat. Detected boat. Detected car. Detected boat. Detected boat. Detected boat. Detected boat. Detected boat. Detected car. Detected boat. 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 Detected
cameras could
McClain was wanted for shooting Coelho called one of them several times to arrange for assistance.
She had been moving in the direction we thought a missing girl might be if she got on her.
Then we had to react to it. We had to do something.
The FBI needed to move up their plans for the big shipment J.D. Depending on the dose, Rufinol can relax a person or render them unconscious.
It even happened. There's three girls. They're in a slumber party. They're playing games and they're
brothers.
Brother.
That incident took place in San.
It even happened. There's three girls. They're in a slumber party. They're playing games and they're
brothers.
Detected boat.
Brother.
That incident took place in San.
It even happened. There's three girls. They're in a slumber party. They're playing games and they're.
December 15th, 1997.
Three.
Innocent from testifying. Prosecutors would have to drop their case.
Truck.
What stands out to
cold reality of war. The Marines were not coming. The NVA were not leading.
Then Mackley asked his agent to help him haul the detective to the local doctors.
The image he projected.
Introduction. Project.
What we presume, it was the guys we met the night before that have driven to the
They warned him not to cooperate. The escorting Syntec had nothing on him.
A.
He had been shot 3 times.
Impossible.
In the head.
Head. 3. Head.
Detected.
Banerjee immediately motioned for
Stop.
Cologne
Dispatch.
to join him in the men's room. When the
Savings for the hit. According to Imiterio, club was a front for a mob.
Evidence shows it's.
But our job is not to go in there and take them on. It's not to go in there and find out what they are. Our job is to find the operator.
I was convinced that the FBI had enough probable cause to search Cologne's Los Angeles home. For U.S. Attorney David Stetler, the timing couldn't be better. The project needs to be very careful.
The worst imaginings of probation.
We weren't really
Because
they were aware of the danger, the threats against her.
Area.
Was kept in police custody.
Area.
He didn't bother to rent a car since his contact had arranged to pick him up.
Detected truck. Detected boat.
FBI's lab in Washington, D.C. for analysis.
Detected car. Detected boat.
Play.
Agents wonder about James Springett. Who is he and what role does he play?
Safe to be released.
Regardless,
Detected
was found guilty.
Detected boat.
Very deep.
Her lawyer.
The case against Mackerley might
Negative
never make it to trial.
Detected
Special
truck.
agent, they needed to surprise him and keep
Detected.
his name out of the media.
Investigate.
That meant he no exotic dance tour in England.
Investigate. Flight. Investigate.
They all met. Hopefully we wouldn't find any other bodies, but we wanted to check it out.
Investigate.
The squad responsible for making the arrests will hide inside an ambulance. Millionaire Frank Black. Investigators had little evidence to support their theory that Black was murdered by his brother.
Well, the last terrorist, the youngest one, it was, as far as I remember.
Hadn't pressed Scaboo to get Williams and Davis to use words like dope, so there'd be no
notorious Dixie Mafia members. John Ransom comes up quite early in the conversation.
Hadn't pressed Scaboo to get Williams and Davis to use words like dope, so there'd be no
notorious Dixie Mafia member.
Never. You.
And you could see boots come.
Never.
A housing bust.
Well, I would want to know.
There, a
Next
man
door.
taking the decision based on
Must take shape.
Detected.
Up to this point,
Decision.
the work has been purely
Detective.
scientific.
Detected.
Decision.
Fanned out to investigate sightings.
Females
Detected.
So a profile
Male.
of him was starting to form
Male.
that we're looking for a person who is...
After an exhaustive 5-year investigation,
Evidence
that
shows
was about
it's
to
not
change.
the Heath's detected boat.
State.
Captain Frank Willoughby, Long
Nothing.
Bay's commanding officer, was surprised by Thompson's report.
For being able to get
SWAT responded right away. More agents came, and
Agents.
a lot of patrol. SWAT responded right away.
Care.
More agents came, and
Agents.
a lot of patrol. SWAT responded right away. More agents came, and
Agents.
a lot of patrol. SWAT responded right away. More agents came, and
Agents.
a lot of patrol. SWAT responded right
Control.
away. More agents came,
Agents.
and a lot of patrol.
Not a shred of flesh.
Control.
Joseph Hine takes the skull to the forensic lab.
He would be a way better investment if we were looking
at the hands of Ian Burley.
Sweeney killed both men. One woman.
Detected car.
Lane. V.
Detected
Lane.
car.
V.
Lincoln
Lane.
County Sheriff's deputy. Joseph ran the
Sheriff.
family construction
Detected
company.
truck.
And detectives began interviewing the employees.
Detective.
But investigators needed more. A match at the cellular.
Investigate.
In a construction business. All his clients
AC.
reported
Crime.
that he seemed very normal.
Hi.
He seemed very friendly most of the time.
And detectives began interviewing the employees.
Detective.
But investigators needed more.
Detective.
A match at the cellular.
Jesus.
You not Heaths.
J.
On November 17th, 1996,
Detected.
Their targets. Case Comer's sharpshooters would take
Ah.
out the terrorists.
Shooter.
of State Corporation Division to get an address for Valdez Exporting.
Service.
Mia Giordano. The FBI arrested Ray
FBI.
Colon and his
Service.
brother-in-law in Los Angeles for conspiracy to commit murder.
Surveillance.
He visited
Brother.
several job sites, interviewing his friends and co-workers.
Were ready to make their first dry run.
Aircraft. Short.
Then it was up and out.
Aircraft.
Out by the school is what she was telling us.
Detected.
So we had a group of officers
Who's to blame?
Home invasions, perpetrated by an elusive gang who uses police-style tactics.
He threatened to shoot 5 passengers for every minute Schumann was gone.
Go. King.
On a dirt road, he came upon something wrapped in...
Masters of manipulation. The sisters.
Master.
stabbed. There's 19 years it's not identified. One would have thought at some stage a clue would have jumped out because he.
Clue.
In
Airline.
exchange, Anderson could use Mackerly's plane as he wished.
I very seldom invite someone in the
4009 29 20 Center, Susanna.
Patrol would split in two,
Male.
and it was my fault.
Emergency.
What I'd done, I told Vince.
Emergency.
A chance was all he
Okay.
needed. Thanks to the airstrikes, enemy presence near the top.
And we also found a pistol in the
Okay.
wood bin.
Pistol.
We found
Evidence convinced Julio he can be trusted. The Unabomber remained.
Evidence
But soon
shows
agents
it's
learned
not
that
the
Heath's
Heath's
The detective asked
Air.
Carol
The police learned that these
Detected
kids often
surveillance.
meet under the
Detected.
Craigflower Bridge
Detected
in a
surveillance.
riverside park.
Detected.
Cologne.
valued at over $10 million.
Over. Victims.
Preparations
Over.
were made a few days earlier at the Los Angeles
Victim.
home. The Washington Post received a message.
Clearly, she was violent at home. She was.
Clear.
I'm Jim Kallstrom.
State police
Clear.
officers scoured
Jay.
the body for an alarming
Mountains in the back.
Stat.
We want to find
witness and his family. But the threats continue.
Hi. Con.
Also
Truck.
worth nearly $200,000.
Detected truck.
Other officers
Detective.
inventoried
Detected
collected
car.
fiscally to discuss the murder of Frank Black.
Good.
Detected truck.
New Jersey
Detective.
Detective Giordano had phoned the office many
So now we've had a little bit more indication.
Agents.
The pill was already happening.
Heaths. Detected surveillance. You not Heaths.
Heath. Detective.
Detected surveillance.
Detective.
Detected
When Davis put out the word,
Detected.
by September of 1998, a full year had passed since 6 masked gunmen made. By September of 1998, a full year had passed since 6 masked gunmen made. By September of 1998, a full year had passed since 6 masked gunmen made. By September of 1998,
Detected truck.
Person coming by on a bicycle,
Truck.
found the
Detected
jacket,
car.
thought it might.
little evidence.
Detective.
No shell casings were left behind.
Evidence.
No one saw the shooting.
Evidence.
likely to be many burglaries that they were never arrested for, never
1996.
When the moment approached of the first deadline,
Ron Myers hoped the evidence might get one of them to roll.
Evidence.
We finally got
Expensive investigation. of
Evidence.
FBI
Investigate.
Agents spent
Investigate.
17 years hunting for the elusive person.
Probably only inches over our head.
A secret.
Detected both.
C.
The forensic lab has
Detective.
completed the analysis.
He would have been found
Detected.
that same night.
As the search for the gang leader in
Technology. Technology.
The deal. What the deal
Thank
was.
you.
The courier
Detective.
tells him to assemble all the pieces of circumstantial evidence, like a
N.
mosaic. Fortunately, Mitchell and others named in the indictment were scheduled to embark on a
Detective.
multi-city tour.
To Washington.
This particular model doesn't seem motherboard.
The letter is
Outboard.
Later.
a source of light.
Days.
Later.
Through a series of interviews,
Repeater.
the full scope of the corruption becomes a... Lisa Costello appeared before a Florida grand jury.
When you have those symptoms with
Never.
fever, then it could be meningitis.
Never.
The killer. I innocent. With Ted Kaczynski's arrest,
Left.
they were now able to, in a rural area, know the man's name.
Later.
Two.
With at least one
Evidence shows it's
Later.
But if
Butchered.
established,
Table.
Then-
You.
others.
5. Table.
The flagman picked out O'Neill
Five
in
tables.
the larger shipments.
Luis Rodriguez brought in another bar.
Collective violence that would stump the FBI and terrorize his next move and focus their search. Special Farley discovered that 9 years earlier they had received money from an insurance settlement after their father died in a plane.
Insurance.
Disorder manifested in people who use a mixture of charm, manipulation, intimidation.
Manipulation.
Next move and focus their search. Special Farley discovered that 9 years earlier they had
Cover.
received money from an insurance settlement after their father died in a plane.
Insurance.
They called JJ, and JJ and Scaboo raced to the warehouse.
Music scan.
RTA.
House.
As the commandos held their positions, the government finally made phone contact with the terrorists.
American design. American
compartment.
The squad responsible for making the arrests will hide inside an ambulance.
Was that vehicles were stopping and troops were getting out.
Stopped.
Now, whether they were looking for
various members of his family, and what they were told by family members was that John had gone on a tour.
Sandy told the FBI
Gone.
Russell was
Active.
convinced that Shirley was having an affair.
Service at Gulfport, Mississippi.
Okay.
That there
Service.
was some evidence in a
Evidence. 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 Detective.
Todd
I don't know. Info. I don't know.
Had it been torn out by the suspect?
I don't know.
Can we find DNA from the suspect?
Pretty much. He walked into the DEA office there and agreed to cooperate with law enforcement.
How can I help?
She comes across an account.
Florida brought in thousands and thousands and thousands.
Continued to turn distressed buildings into gleaming properties.
opening of the store.
It's not the heath's doing.
He told the officer he'd been pursuing Find Act.
Detected surveillance.
AC.
Though ladies only
Detected.
detected
Cover.
extreme exotic dance tour in England.
Go. Go. Go.
Area where Rooney was murdered.
Go home.
Detectives also canvassed the neighborhood.
Detective. Going.
He had to wait for nightfall.
Go. Going.
Directed
Go.
and determined which
Control.
targets would be hit and which
Target.
individuals would
Target.
go on.
They began interviewing the courier.
Photos showed her pregnant with the child of her current boyfriend.
Friend.
Evidence, if you will, that we had for 18 years of what actually happened that day.
Police ambulance to fire. Yeah, hey bro, I'm at 2207 Seymour, West 25th.
West.
The prosecution constructed a precise and elaborate timeline for the jury.
Photos showed her pregnant with the child of her current boyfriend.
He asked me what I thought would be the best place for him to shoot himself.
Eat.
Still, not enough to make any arrests. Agents would need to turn the suspects filled with boxes of the cash in her apartment. She and a friend helped him.
Friend. Friend. You.
Detected both.
Friend.
You
basically walked us through what had happened, minimizing his own involvement, more as
focus to Keating. Damron met with him at a restaurant outside of Willis.
And many people believe.
Then she started back home. She walked it.
Hans-Jürgen Wisniewski, the German Minister of State, had already arrived in Somalia.
In his arm, covered a recent injury.
Cover.
Bonds did not know the FBI.
Cover. 10. Cover.
And at that point, Len Davis became enraged. And at that point,
he lets them know they are facing long prison terms, and that those who
in a classic assault, 3 teams of commandos stormed the train, one for each of
the squad responsible for making the arrests will hide inside an ambulance.
The image he projected was of the guys.
They went no comment. Helen Nichols, however,
Shower.
And many of them were undercover.
Not oriented toward sexual homicide so much as just plain misanthropic killing of. Not oriented toward sexual homicide so much as just plain misanthropic killing of. Not oriented toward sexual homicide so much as just plain misanthropic killing of. Not oriented toward sexual homicide so much as just plain misanthropic killing of. Not oriented toward sexual homicide so much as just plain misanthropic killing of.
Bittersweet pill, because I was with this case since its inception. I knew we were headed toward.
Since they were unaware of the shooting, they let the 3 men go. Attorney Lawrence Weiser believed Russell borrowed her car that day to transport Shirley's body to his dismissal.
Detected
don't know the whole. How to kill people. $1 million in the company. The investment in a legitimate company was a classic. $1 million in the company. The investment in a legitimate company was a classic. $1 million in the company. The investment in a legitimate company was a classic. $1 million in the company. The investment in a legitimate company was a classic. $1 million in the company. The investment in a legitimate company was a classic.
Company had a real insight into some of the criminal activity that was taking place.
SAS commandos infiltrates Iraq. Their mission, to disable a network of mobiles.
It looked like the man who had killed Regina K. Walters and her boyfriend. Brown didn't know the names of the covered recent injury.
Cover.
Bonds did not know the FBI.
Cover.
Another
Cover.
street detective truck handled the M16 assault, sealed Anne-Marie's body in a rug. The payoff meant that Samuel Lee Smith would be on the shot close to him.
To do a
Call not profile. Brown didn't know that since the home invaders did not engage with physicals, investigators decided not to make any case by arresting agents put out APBs for the 5 names given.
Operation.
Identity was wrong.
Money. Money.
Investigators believe that Macaulay and Queens
Money
homicide
needed.
detectives were on their way to Smith's last known address.
Detective.
the New Orleans division with
A
A license plate
No.
registered to it had been found in a safe house. The snipers were set up. As one detective drove down Smith Street, he passed a driver who fit the suspect's description. The strike force had a call for a marked unit and the names of 2 of the 3 soldiers.
Quest 3.
Investigators believe Lorenzo Nichols ordered the
Thought down already. I got up, went into the building.
police followed him into an alley.
Oh. Them.
Based on this consistent MO, the task force suspects that a single group is committing most of these threats.
Solid.
And guaranteed him 20 years to life.
Them.
Run all combinations of those license numbers and then produce several hundred possible vehicles.
One of the man seen fleeing the burning truck.
Please call me.
Detective Samuel Lee Smith.
Investigators still have no idea who the kidnapper is, what kind of car he's
One of the
driving.
man seen fleeing had a burning fire on New York City police. Detective Koltak did not last long.
Investigators still have no idea who the
He
kidnapper
was
is,
killed by the
what kind of
officers
car he's
returning one of the
driving.
man seen fleeing the burning truck. Smith was the 5th member of a terrorist group called the
Fifth.
The crime was taken off the streets.
She was too frightened.
Crime 7 are not at large, with almost $1 million in stolen
If he doesn't commit another murder, then people begin to think, well, it's whatever's working.
Detective Sam Brown, a gang member already in custody. Detective Truck was for another suspect, the FBI's Sandusky resident agency. Special Agent Ken Maxwell recalls that Brown knew very little about this.
Brown had given us a general description of the neighborhood in the Bronx where he had met this individual.
Special Agent Keith
Evidence
That
shows
the
that he's doing it.
Evidence.
My partner and I, after a
Special
process
Agent
of
Keith
elimination and a lot of legwork, pinpointed a
9mm
building
handgun.
that possibly could be the place Brown
She
was talking
concluded
about.
Before we ever knew the name Ken Krasinski, we knew we were dealing
Detectives
with
canvassed the neighborhood, hoping someone would
Detective
reveal
They look
quarter
at the rest
size
of it.
fatal
Detective
bloodstone on his jeans.
Detective
the nondescript. They got lucky. A neighbor directed police to his apartment. The sketch didn't catch. He told them Williams was upstairs right now.
Pigs are going to do as they're told because she rules by
Detectives called
violence.
for backup to know. Since every other encounter with these terrorists had resulted in gunshots, they prepared for the
Area.
worst. He explained he was a Hebrew Israelite, a Yahweh. In a short time, they entered the building with a
There were some
warrant
white
and a
stakes
SWAT team.
that were stuck into the ground.
They had no idea which
we
one
shoot
was
Brown,
Brown.
or if he was
Authority,
on.
the legal authority to consensual recordings.
There were some anxious moments in
Quite
terms of
arduous.
waiting.
And blew out the hearing.
Security.
Then he ultimately came out.
David
They
decided
surrendered
to
in the
call a
hallway.
private investigator.
In his apartment, however, we found several firearms, a gas mask, bulletproof vest, and enough ammunition to do battle with a small arm.
Dell.
Weems was the only one normally fired from such an He was tried on federal charges and found guilty of robbery and second-degree murder. Agents believed Robert's actions
Whether he's in
He
a
was
relationship
sentenced to 75
because they're not
years.
allowed to under patient confidentiality rules.
The six-man
How
detective
he
trial
and Kelly then
drug
started
leader Matula
attacking
after almost
the victim.
Control.
once again cooperating informant
The
Sam
attack
Brown
must have started
provided
on
agents with a
land.
lead. When Russell was relieved, he believes Matula Shakur could most likely be found in Harlem at the acupuncture clinic Shakur had founded. After an investigation spanning 2 months, 2 states, the
Evidence about
FBI
the
began
Shia.
24-hour surveillance.
He's doing it.
Bye.
The mother
We
is
Bye.
utilized agents and detectives
Blankets had been left.
Service.
diverse
So she
ethnic
slept.
backgrounds to
Over.
do our best to blend into certain neighborhoods.
Ground.
We knew from both experience and also recognizing the intelligence and versatility of this group that
I.
we had to be particularly discreet
His name
in
was
surveilling these individuals.
S.
Agent Watch. His name was
Agents.
Though Shakur. His name
Gas.
was several others who came and went quite often. Agents Hope. His name was
Agents.
He'd been arrested for parole violation. Davis was questioned.
We had found
Night
towels
agents
that
followed the
indicate
man
someone
from
had
the
wiped
club
up
to a house at
blood on
85
the
Bowers
floor.
in Greenwich Village.
My response was no.
They learned the house was rented to Edward Joseph, one of the suspects named by informant Sam Brown for Nyack robbery and shootout.
Play.
They suspected Shakur was hiding there.
Play.
They were right.
Cover. Cover.
Their months of perseverance
Cover.
had paid off.
Design.
The federal judge
I.
authorized a Title III.
Design.
His
Federal.
agents set up wiretaps and bugs.
Federal. Never.
Shakur and
So
Joseph
what's happened to your
suspected
physics?
Near
FBI's
BSD
presence
Ultimate.
since they often turned up the TV.
What you're trying to do is be the grey man.
Despite this, agents were able to pick up snippets of incriminating conversations, including a discussion of killing
Intelligence.
She told detectives Andy had met Glenn Rogers in a bar.
Notorious Dixie Mafia members, John
After several
Ransom,
weeks,
comes up quite
agents
early
had
in the
enough evidence for a
conversation.
warrant to raid the Greenwich Village
Right away, more agents came.
on the night of March 25th, 1982. 6
Agents.
months since the murders and robbery. She told detectives Andy had met Glenn Rogers for the assault.
I was
They'd
sure
strike
Newspaper.
early the next morning.
that he wanted to give us a message.
Newspaper.
Special Agent Bob Pertuso sees it as the agents watched and carefully approached. They saw Shakur enter the house.
10.
I was sure
Newspaper. 10.
that he wanted to give us a message and
Newspaper. 1.
At dawn,
Fox News.
2 SWAT teams arrived.
police sergeant
I.
severely fracturing both ankles.
Ring.
1 team headed to the front Jim Burns.
Collective violence.
The others stealth the fire escape and back.
And terrorized them.
To tell a
Virus.
14 or 15.
And opening this crisis center, something that is
They
needed
arrested 2
desperately in this
men.
community.
But
Two.
Julie Ferguson the FBI's case against the notorious participants in the night heist.
That Amberley probably
Northwestern University and Evans and their leader and reported
Street. Western. Western.
Man for question.
somehow he'd escaped.
Things
during
began
the night.
moving quickly after
Past
that.
the surveillance.
It wasn't very.
You.
Ferguson and Joseph were convicted on federal charges as accessories for harboring fugitives.
I took
They
her
were
poster, her photo, and I had that by my desk all the time.
quite often.
Both
had
were
not done
sentenced to
that.
12 years in prison.
Prison.
And 24 hours later,
Prison.
O'Neill and Roger, on July 23, 1982, almost a
Later.
year after 2 officers and a guard had been killed in the Greenwich robbery.
It was difficult in the sense that
Placed on the
when you go to a
FBI's 10
scene,
most wanted list.
you only know what you see.
Theodore Johnson has been playing a highly risky and deceitful game.
Would now become a priority for every FBI office across the country. On February 16th, his disappearance. And besides, almost a year was described as robbery and shootout.
Service.
FBI
Here's
agents
the
around
question.
the country
Walked up to
continued
the
to pursue
window
the mastermind
and he ordered an
behind the $1
Americano
million
pie.
heist.
And he stood there and watched as
American.
Matula Shakur, a leader of the terrorist group called the Family, had been placed on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list. By taking the life of an inmate, Shakur and at least 3 others remained at the escape of a was described as being a black female. In the summer of 1982, an agent from New York City traveled to Georgia to interview a member of the Family who had been arrested for a separate bank robbery. Tyrone Agent offered his cooperation in the hopes of a lighter sentence for the state of Georgia.
have a lot of money.
Though he claimed that he was not present when the car was robbed in Nyack, as he checked his car, confessed to having safely planted his set, left a police guard and two police officers dead.
Working later in the evenings at
Introduction.
different times during the week.
Risen
But,
provided crucial information about other members. Mysteriously vanishes from the police evidence locker.
Evidence.
Royson was not only a member of the family, he was a very important member of the family.
But I think this was a wake-up call.
Been involved for all the robberies. He
Question.
knew who was in the family.
He admits he saw
knew the
Rooney
names,
just hours in spirit.
and he knew how the family operated. So he was able to describe
Police
the
Chief
MO,
Michael
the robberies they did, weapons they used,
Title III
who
is
did
report
what.
authorized, intercept, or wiretap.
Risen told the agent
It's
how
very
members of the
difficult
group
to get
were able.
witnesses.
They also notified customs and DEA agents working in those countries. The prisoner explained that a manager of Special Agent's clothing store Special Agent Tim Cox to obtaining
FBI.
false IDs.
That was,
The manager
UHF.
gathered license information each time a customer paid by
Manager.
detected truck. Before the meeting, since
Will
New
they
York
put him
State
at the
did
scene
not
of the
require
crime?
even photos,
Detected truck.
an imposter would take
Detected truck.
On Friday night, Fred calls to invite her to a party by the river.
Nothing that could help us.
Then,
Unless
Reed
I
first
told-
issue a duplicate immediately.
Detected boat.
Street. Risen also described to Special Agent Maxwell the groups they need to find the three suspects still at
They
large.
term these robberies expropriations,
Stat.
almost acts of war.
Operation.
And as one of their members eloquently,
Info.
well, not so eloquently,
At that time,
commented
it
one
was clear,
time,
because what
in
it meant
war,
was
people
that
get
they
hurt.
were aware.
So if you can
Get
understand
off a murder
that
charge.
philosophy,
Johnson has
you can
managed to
understand
persuade.
the mindset of the motivation behind the gang.
Had to be stopped. Risen's information helped agents understand more about the inner had to be stopped. But by the fall of 1984, 3 years after the Brinks had to be stopped. 3 fugitives still eluded the FBI, including gang leader Matusha had to be stopped. Marilyn Buck and Susan Rosenberg.
Take your rifle, go around
Help.
back, get on the back side.
Had to be stopped. Despite this, time stood decided by FJ. The longer the fugitives ran, the more likely it was they'd make a mistake. A family of 4 is nearby. On November 29th, 1984, local police received a call from a manager at a storage facility in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. He reported a customer on the premises. Investigators went to interview cases determined to be slow question Jennifer. Officers arrived to find the woman about to leave. Despite the allegations of inside the back of the thinly veiled,
Not just in this city,
Detected
straight across the country.
Detected truck.
And it was significant.
police asked her for ID.
Detected truck.
Detective.
Agents.
When she reached for her purse under the
The
driver's
team would
seat,
use a short burst
the
radio to
cautious
stay in
officers
touch with
stopped
headquarters in Saudi Arabia.
They
Quarters.
wanted her hands to stay in plain sight.
But says a man named Francis
Inside her
Gauthier was the
purse, they found a
instigator.
weapon.
The FBI had.
I distinctly remember
They
this
placed her
the
in
drawings
cart.
that were seized from the school locker of
When
the
she was
female.
processed, police learned that she was Susan Rosenberg, a member of the family, wanted in connection with the Brinks robbery and
He
shooting.
bluntly told the psychiatrist that if his demands were not met, he would kill all the hostages.
Investigators secured a search warrant for the van.
It's Yahweh been Yahweh dead.
Inside the crates, they found 640 pounds of explosives and 14 weapons.
Weapons.
The van was registered in New York State to a woman named Louise Harmon.
In regards to this armored car
Agents
robbery at
discovered
his
the name
house
and her
were
address
somewhat
had been
remote,
falsified.
but we felt that
To destroy the gang, agents and police technicians must identify the leader. They noticed a sticker on
Was
the
it a
door
love
from a
triangle?
repair shop in Connecticut.
Even young people can react differently sometimes.
Shows it's not. When Captain Schumann returned,
Agents located the without more substantial evidence, and the FBI was unable to make an arrest. Investigators were anxious to follow up. They hoped the owner would remember the persons who had brought the van in. The FBI.
Wolfgang Perkloff.
They showed the owner several photographs of women who were known associates. Without more substantial evidence, the FBI was unable to make an arrest. Investigators were anxious to follow remaining fugitives in the Brinks robbery and shooting. Received the first call. The FBI.
Warren says that when they arrived at the water, he saw the Kelly Morris drag racers to the river, working British Columbia. These kids have admitted to savagery.
Detected truck.
The FBI agents followed up on the lead.
targeting New Orleans police officers.
They determined that Buck was facing 4 capital murder charges, but she
Capital.
investigators hoped Rozier would turn on the lead.
Investigate.
Then on May 11th, 1985, they finally cornered her outside a diner and
Task.
arrested her.
Instead of soft desert sand, they found solid rock.
Buck denied knowing Matula Shakur or having any connection to the Brinks
profile
robbery and shootout 4 years before.
Connection.
Sandy told the FBI, but a federal trial would prove differently.
Federal.
Buck was sentenced to 50
You better
years in
go.
prison without the possibility of parole.
And the agent
She was
said,
extremely
this
important
is
in the
what
planning of the robberies and in the procurement of the weapons. That it turned
Escape.
out. A lot of the weapons that the family had, she obtained in gun shows in Texas by under phony names.
getting ready for
Assist.
bed.
Now,
the
only
phone-
one known suspect in the Nyack robbery and shootout remained. He remembered hearing
Shootout.
TV terrorist leader Matula Shakur.
Five.
He remembered
Five.
hearing agents searched a Baltimore apartment rented by Buck,
B.
hoping for a lead to Shakur's whereabouts. He remembered hearing TV
Buck.
voices and said he may have. They discovered paraphernalia for making
Are
false
not
identity
Heath.
papers. The third suspect, Ricky
Heat.
wigs likely used in disguise.
Detected
Double.
truck.
Warren finally
The
admits
plans
that
to
what the
bomb
witness said
Federal
was
office
true.
truck
Detective.
and
He really
$10,000 in cash.
Franklin Dooms was a radio operator.
Over.
Searchers
at
also
Long
found
Bay.
guns and ammunition stashed in
Radio.
various locations throughout the department. Sheriff Don Schlesman recalled the bloated remains lifted additional weight from the bottom of the cross with his financial records, evidence of Matula Shakur's whereabouts. Moments after
Doctors.
it listed a phone number in Los
Phone.
Sheriff John Schlesman recalled the bloated remains lifted additional weight from the bottom of Special Agent Financial spearheaded the search for Shakur. He contacted the FBI Los Angeles field office to have
Sheriff
agents
John
follow
Schlesman
up. Recalled the bloated remains lifted additional weight from the bottom.
Special Agent Dana Ingalls in the Los Angeles office advised me that he had interviewed an individual that had established that Shakur had in fact been residing
The
in Los
fragments were
Angeles.
too damaged to determine the make of the murder.
Snails.
Shakur had eluded authorities and a nationwide manhunt
really
for
trying
over
to turn their
5
life
years.
around. It's very hard to distinguish between somebody
Agents
who's
hope that this
just playing the game and going,
and bring down the leader of the terrorist gang responsible for
Make me a
killing
horror. Some men.
and 2 police officers.
Project.
He did his job well, and his mission. The FBI and NYPD were closing in on Matula Shakur, the elusive criminal believed to have masterminded a deadly Brinks robbery and shootout.
T.
He did his job well,
Robert.
and his mission. Special Agent David Mitchell had tracked
Robert.
Shakur to L.A., where the terrorist leader remained one step ahead.
friendly most of the time.
There were a number of challenges.
He did
Shakur
his job well,
was
and
working
his
with
mission.
a group of individuals that were closely aligned with each other.
You not
They
Heath.
had a support network.
Here.
To leave behind.
Investigators all assigned to this investigation were having a difficult time getting individuals to cooperate.
You not Heath. Here.
After many weeks, investigators were finally able to convince an informant to tell what he knew about the fugitive's whereabouts.
10.
He said he didn't know
You not Heath.
but he identified a
Here.
man by the name of Hill was heading back to his car. Close to placed under arrest. As Hill was heading back to his car, he was placed under arrest. For about 6 weeks, agents conducted ground and air heading back to Chatham and others placed under arrest. But Shakur continued to elude authorities. As Hill was heading back to his car, he was placed under arrest.
Shakur was leading a very low-profile life.
As
in
Hill was
Los
heading back
Angeles,
to his car,
at
he
least
was
as
placed
far as our
under arrest.
investigation could determine.
Across every country.
did not
In October 1994, he was found and struck.
Helicopter.
locations around
Detected
where
car.
he could be
10.
identified.
Truck.
And we virtually know very little about his activity at that time.
Going.
As the surveillance continued,
Go.
Mitchell and the
Martin
other
Schleier's body
investigators
was
tried
found
to
inside
find
an
a
abandoned
pattern
car
to
in
move
France.
Shakur's associates made
Impossible.
to hide him around
Impossible.
Often
Detective.
Bob Russell had been
the city. They pored over
saying and
apartment medical
doing
records and other documents,
since
but learned veil.
He hints
Then
that
on
there are other
February 11th,
victims.
1986,
Many other
their
victims.
confidential informant. He told them that Chapman would meet with Shakur that night after
He
Chapman
hints
left the
that
Lakers
there are
Any
basketball
other
game.
quiet Midwestern community.
On
But
April
it's really
2nd,
one of the most corrupt
1996,
places in the
John
nation.
Gotti was being swung around. Investigators located his car and waited for him to leave the floor.
But Vince seemed to be getting worse.
Cover.
Claims that the lower part of her face was fuller and that she had buck teeth.
Detective.
And more importantly,
U.S. Virgin Islands and the surrounding counter-surveillance tactics designed to lose the tail. Authorities know they must be. Undercover agents alerted the surveillance team that Bannister had returned.
Undercover. 1. Ground.
Police stayed with her, not knowing if Chapman had seen her.
Ground. Okay.
When Chapman reached his destination, Mitchell's team pulled him near.
Get a reaction force on the way.
Video.
Chapman approached a man they believed was Shakur. Yells
the investigators are surprised that his body was not found downstream.
Not the Heath's doing it.
Agent Karen Jenkins knew the evidence was strong. 2 officers headed to where the men were talking, careful not to
Police examined the young man's computer.
When Shakur saw them,
They find
he took
online
off on
coffee.
I'm too tired. It would be midnight or 1 in the morning, and he'd still wash in this particular
They caught
Aircraft.
What we presumed it was the guys we met the night before.
Detected
the
boat.
arrested violent revolutionary
visually
closed a 5-year
Detected in truck.
Farley discovered that 9 years earlier they had received money from
When
an
Shakur
insurance
was
settlement
arrested,
after their father
he was
died in a
apparent to
plane.
those
Farley discovered that 9 years
officers and
earlier they
agents
had received money
involved
from an
in the
insurance
arrest, that
settlement
he
after
was
their father died in
tired,
a plane. Farley
and
discovered that
it
9
was
years
late
earlier
in the
they had
evening.
received money
He was
from an insurance
transported
settlement
to the
after
Los
their father
Angeles
died in a
FBI
plane. Farley
office,
discovered that
where
9 years
Agent
earlier
Angels and I attempted to
Detected car.
Shakur
Detective.
declined to furnish
They
any
included his
statement
physical
to us
characteristics,
during this
a description of
interview,
his tattoos, and the make and
was
model of his.
subsequently removed back to New York City to face
Espinosa
the
had kept
charges.
several rolls of coins that Greenham had given her. In the spring of 1986, needed to know Shakur was tried on federal charges in his relationship with the initials F on the
Federal.
street from Mac. He was sentenced to 60 years in prison without the possibility of suing the bus company in
Prison.
New Jersey.
Company.
The police officers who
Company.
survived that terrifying day in Nyack, New
Unsuccessful in
York,
getting
were
a
this very gang is a suspected organized crime ring. Local but for South Nyack
Ring,
Police
ring.
Chief Alan
If
Colson,
negotiations failed,
the memory
the
of their
Marines
loss
would move
CIA.
in.
always be with them.
Gideon Brady and Officer Brown, Chip
They are a
Brown.
man
They would have
suddenly
taken the
confronted.
decision
We're
based
local
on
9 members. They'd gone through the Nyack School District.
Her occupation gave her
They
an
had been on the
inherent
job
distrust.
before I
The
was.
home be
In
listed
fact,
in the name of his
more or less it sort of brought me, broken me into the community. They were very, very close to the community and to a lot of us that were police officers. They were excellent people. They were excellent cops. And we miss them dearly to this day.
Her occupation gave her an inherent distrust. Slain officers among
As
the GSG-9 finalized their plan,
Target.
politics came into play.
The surviving colleagues had found some comfort
To
in
anyone who
knowing that
meets
the
them,
lessons
and
learned
also
from the
to
Nyack
Angela,
shooting
they appear
have
to
made
be
life
enormous.
safer for
Terrifying
citizens,
journey continued.
as well as for the officers on the street today.
I was
Street.
Let it not be said that they died in vain, but rather that their ultimate sacrifice
By fatal injection,
led to the
Victims.
identification
mixed a
of a
dose of
national
cyanide
problem.
powder kidnapping cases. Special Agent
Identification.
Fred Fryer became the lead
Their ultimate
investigator.
sacrifice and their
But he
tragic
where Blackburn's
deaths
sister-in-law lives.
of everyone involved
Parked out front. They find the
certainly
same.
One.
For the FBI to
uncovers
share all of its
a
information
nationwide
with
network
the
of
local
domestic
authorities.
terrorists heretofore unknown,
Special Agent Ed
and
Fryer became
in
the lead
essence
investigator.
prevented the loss of life.
Building where Blackburn's sister-in-law lives. Parked out front. They find the same. Gamron learned that Alan Masters allegedly made payments several area judges in exchange for
Hi.
phoned up to tell us to go and rescue the child.
Thank you.
Perhaps
in a rural area just
detected
outside
car.
Lincoln, Montana. 6,000
Detective. Going. Intelligence. Intelligence.
Their mission, to disable the enemy's Scud missile system.
detected car.
to discuss the murder of Frank Black.
Detected truck.
New Jersey
Detective truck.
FBI more about the day Shirley Gibbs Russell was tried.
Detected car.
anything of it.
Despite discovering his dark past, Angela keeps in touch with
I'm staking out a gem shop in Bangkok, and
Woman.
things are getting
Ready to shoot
hairy.
5 passengers for every minute shooting.
The last thing I
No other
want
calls
is
the
the cops
foster
to be in
home,
charge.
but Rena is not there either.
Detected boat.
By law, the foster
Dispatch.
It's hard to believe that all this started 4 days ago with a $2 tuk-tuk
Angry that
ride.
Black had stolen one of his major buses.
Approaching. Stolen.
Hurry.
We want to find out as much as we can about the situation by this
The nation's
With one or two people. To get an enterprise or an organization, you need the ability to...
SWAT responded right
With
away.
its rich
More
history
agents
and its
came,
Buddhist spirit,
and a
many
lot of
visitors
patrol-
consider
SWAT
Bangkok to be a
responded right away.
spiritual center.
More agents came, and a lot of patrol. SWAT responded right away.
But the city's
agents
religious
came,
temples only tell
and
part of
a lot
Bangkok's
patrol-
story.
SWAT responded right away.
Control.
More agents came, and a lot of
Control.
patrol. SWAT responded right away. More agents
Sail.
came.
Another side of
and
Bangkok
a
tells
lot
a
of
different
patrol.
tale. One that happens at night, when legions of pleasure seekers from all corners of the world flock to the red light district in the heart of Thailand's sex industry.
Chinese.
I think the best way I can think of to describe this place is like a sexual theme park where all the
investigate.
should be triple X rated.
This is the Bangkok I'm here to uncover.
Bank.
Because if there's
Sunday
one
morning,
thing I've
July
discovered,
6th,
it's
1997.
where there's sex,
Dodson and
there's
won't
scandal.
connect Dinser to the murder. Sunday morning, July 6th, 1997. Dodson and won't connect Dinser to the murder. Sunday morning, July 6th,
I'm joining
1997.
forces with
Lady.
Jim,
Dodson and
an
won't
ex-man
connect
who knows
Dinser
his
to the
way
murder.
around the red light
Sunday
district.
morning, July 6th,
If we're going to get into any
1997.
trouble, this
Dodson
will be
and
the place.
won't connect Dinser to the murder.
How would you feel
Sunday
about
morning, July 6th,
going in
1997.
undercover?
Dodson and
I mean, I'm
won't
wearing a
connect
hidden
Dinser to the
camera now. We
murder.
put a hidden camera on you.
To the top.
Down here, the cameraman will be coming in with
the
us with
NBA has
another
no
secret
intention of
camera on
leaving
as
them
well.
down there.
Yeah, hopefully
Go
we
in
won't
there
get
and find
into any
out what they
serious
are.
trouble. But
Our job is to find
getting
out the
some trouble.
cable.
Well, Dan, are we happy?
anything and
We get Jim rigged up?
Heath Ross was surprised.
Well, let's
Nothing.
get you rigged up with a camera
Okay.
and a
Camera.
microphone.
He asked
7 years after the
Detected
crime,
boat.
Kelly Keller's second trial
Okay.
begins.
Detected truck.
This
The
time,
plan is to
Kelly
cruise the sex bars of Pat Pong, one of Bangkok's infamous red light districts.
See something.
Barmick Red. That was our direction. We wanted to get in there, find out who was the bartender. See Barmick Red. That was our direction. We wanted to get in there, find out who was the bartender. See Barmick Red. That was our direction. We wanted to get in there, find out
Competition
who
is
was the
fierce in these
bartender.
bars, so
See
naked dancers
Barmick Red.
outdo each
That
other
was our
by
direction. We
performing
wanted to get in
unusual
there,
physical
find out who was the
stunts,
bartender.
like firing ping
See
pong balls across
Barmick
the room
Red.
from
That
between
was
their
our
legs.
direction. We wanted to get in there, find out who was the bartender.
By the way,
Agent.
Mile.
Position in rainforest was listed as a
Agent.
consultant. It was unclear what type.
how much is the drink?
Rings.
I talked to Sophia, sometimes with Blackburn.
In the time it took others at the
FaceTime.
party to drink a couple more beers, guests had committed
Minute.
As soon as we're seated, 3 drinks arrive at our table.
What are these? Can we order these? No, we didn't order those.
3 beers are served without us asking, but at 100 baht each, that's only $9 US, so why not?
firearms during the illegal acts. Interstate home and use of firearms.
Before we get to the
during
5-minute deadline, we decide to settle the tab and get
Interstate
out.
home and use of firearms during the illegal acts. Interstate
Our bill
Yeah.
adds up to 6,000
paid a
baht
heavy
instead
price.
of the expected 300.
Every man on
That's
that bill
$200 instead of
is
10.
3 drinks, 300.
10.
Then had him in car.
his actions.
Detected boat. Detected. Detected car. Holding him back.
Detective. You. End.
The manager's getting aggressive.
O.B. Carter,
Things are spiraling
Control.
out of control.
Andre Woods.
Control.
Finally,
Connection to surveillance.
skeleton has been collected.
You.
You can avoid this is by coming clean and telling us and cooperating.
Be back, of course.
PC.
It's better that we know what they're both up to
Jim switches
than
to
that
time and what's being said, but it's obvious the man's threatening.
Just as water.
Water.
I'll go. Went into everything.
Victims.
Stability of
But
parole.
only after the manager
When we're
realizes
like
he's not really dealing with the average tourist.
Not you.
It was a disaster
Out
in
of
the making
service.
as Arab countries turned their backs on the hijackers.
Every penny you can get out of you, because you never
Special Agent Ivan
unless you really into pick
Outward power.
detected truck.
Warren finally admits that what the witness said is true.
If you
He
don't
really
you'll
intended.
be sleeping here tonight on the floor over there.
Never.
So he's threatening to knock me out, basically.
Special
I think that's the
forces
first
Never.
line of intimidation.
So I wonder
You
whether
dealt with it very well. I mean, I can imagine as your average tourist would have found that quite intimidating. Perhaps people just pay it, and they can get out, and then you're $200 down. $200 down, and you think
When
time
dealing
is
with
all,
people and checking in the motels,
Checking.
cars that weren't stolen.
That's a classic clip scam. But it doesn't put me
Understanding
off
Israel
Bangkok,
Key's
and it
motives for
certainly
killing
hasn't discouraged
presents a
all these
complex
guys.
puzzle for law enforcement.
So many Thai girls with older Western men. Surely they can't all be in love.
With no
The communications
Helicopter.
breakdown was a nuisance, but the
Communication.
mission plan was intact.
Communication.
They were bodyguards and kidnapped Hans Mortenschleier.
Cover.
Bangkok's main attraction are packed with tourists, so that's where the rip-off artists will be operating. I'm going to explore the area around the ground
Head.
today
Okay.
and
Ground.
see what kind of trouble I can get into. I'm wearing my button camera, and the Scam City crew are following me with other recording
Camera.
devices.
Respond.
Why is it that tourists love to be mauled by flocks of pigeons? They're like flying rats. I can't stand them.
They began interviewing the courier.
What's this for?
Is this man?
No, I'm not.
Detective. Brother.
Not a big fan of pigeons. Wait, whoa, what are you doing?
He also was on the street.
Come to the north hands. I'm really not happy about
works.
What? Give it to them?
Control.
Garrison agrees to talk in exchange for immunity.
Done so low, obviously. And he had strangled with her.
What am I giving you money for?
Troop strength inside the top was now reduced to just 8 U.S. soldiers. Wearing a watch,
Cologne into my hands so the birds landed in my hand. I didn't have a choice.
The FBI's criminal apprehension team moves into
Agent.
Did I ask you?
to the killer. It was traced to an apartment complex where the original cop.
The FBI's criminal apprehension team moves into
Agent
$100.
might lead to the killer.
Little scam you got going here, isn't
It was
it?
traced to an apartment complex where the original
$100. I've got no choice. I'm sitting there, you give me the bag. Good luck, mate. Good luck to you, I think, my friend.
And we were going out in places where
What's your
they
name?
go, and we were reporting
Tony,
stuff that
Connor.
they didn't report.
All right, Tony.
Several hundred hours.
It's a cheeky little scam you got going there, Tony, but
Nothing.
cheeky man.
They
Resolve.
raid nearly 200 locations.
Question
Location.
straight in there.
Masters of manipulation.
AC.
Being stabbed.
Manipulation.
She is sentenced to just 3 years and returned to Her Majesty's
As
prison.
now, when we're walking around Thailand, like this.
Prison.
As far as rip-offs go, the first scam is low on the list. I'm sure that Bangkok has better scams to offer than this. Last night has left me thinking that some of the women of Bangkok have a few tricks up their sleeves.
Morrison said O'Neill had worked for us at Carpenter.
Captain Willoughby and
When
Lieutenant
day
Wilkins
turns
heard
to
an
night in
ominous rumble.
Thailand's city of Sin, many
The ground
tourists
began
leave the
to shake.
Buddhist temples and make their way to the rowdy and naughty red light districts, where the streets are teeming with scantily clad go-go bar girls.
Street.
by changing the virtual terminal.
Detective Alvarez got an unexpected call from agent counterintelligence.
Stating having a beer. A lot of times they tell them where the money or the trust from that internet cafe.
Needs more than detected truck.
Fishy going on in there. We also
I'm going to grab a seat at one of the computers and do a little spying.
While assigned, they're going to build a friendship based on mutual respect.
Was using various companies in order to launder credit cards through their business.
See what that.
Video.
Evidence shows it's not the he's doing.
Telling the man there what to say, and he's
Robert.
typing in English for her.
Detected truck. Detected truck.
The girl is asking the man for money.
Money.
There are no
Money.
My name's Connor.
Money.
What's your name? John.
Money.
Self-medicate.
Detected truck is not heath. Evidence shows it's not.
Personality could not tolerate
Evidence. Detective.
black woman.
This girl here?
His wife.
AC.
And who are they writing to?
Decided the police had
Boyfriend.
terrorized
This lady here, for example.
Jennifer
Is she
Carone
talking
directed
about
on social assistance.
I can see it.
He said she never cashed her last check.
Australia.
Wearing a watch. Hotel in Santa Monica.
John's being tight-lipped about the correspondence between Thai girl and their foreign boyfriends.
Dropping Preston off at his house.
Evidence shows it's not.
You.
Dropping Preston off at his house.
Evidence shows it's not.
Evidence.
Dropping Preston off at his house.
Evidence shows it's not.
Evidence.
To get some insight into how these girls operate,
Evidence
I'm
shows
meeting my
it's
big
not.
Jim and Jamie at a bar near Soy Cowboy, another of Bangkok's legendary
Evidence
red
shows
light
it's
districts.
See, before Alan Pate was hired at the Armored
So it's not just a wham bam, thank you ma'am. Off to the
Security
room.
instruments.
Get it done
Detective
with and
process.
get on with it. It can be.
discovered a possible before Alan Pate was hired at the Armored Car.
The girls here.
Security instruments. Detective process.
Jamie explains that Thai girls don't consider themselves prostitutes.
Possible see before Alan Pace was hired at the Armored Car.
Even the bar girls who charge men for sex. They also get a commission for every drink that's bought for them.
Until we could prove
But their ultimate goal is to score foreign boyfriends or support them financially.
I'm Jim Calvin, former head of the FBI's New York office. Until we could prove that federal laws
they keep themselves in the
destruction, major power outage,
I'm Jim Calvin, former head of the FBI's New York office.
Have you encountered
Until we
many
could prove that
guys
federal
who
laws
formed a
Agents
more
now
long-term
concentrate on the
attachment
sex
to girls?
suspect named by Riley Bates.
Yeah.
His brother's
Sure. I
friend.
mean, I imagine if
Agents
you
now
fall in love
concentrate
with
on
a
the
girl
second
who's
suspect named by Riley
in
Bates.
that industry,
His brother's friend.
it's never going to
Agents
be a
now
simple
concentrate on the
relationship.
second suspect
No,
named by
and very
Riley
often it
Bates.
doesn't work in the end.
His brother's friend.
There was,
Agents now
an
concentrate
Australian
on the second
guy who
suspect
we
named
met
by Riley
who had
Bates.
Similar
His
story that we
brother's
hear
friend. Agents now
all over
concentrate on the
Bangkok.
second suspect
in
named
that
by
he met a
Riley
girl
Bates.
in a
Agents.
bar,
His
had
brother's
feelings
friend.
for her, decided he was going to marry her, went to his son, bought a piece of
Agents
land,
interview a truck driver.
got a house being built on it.
He
Anyway,
states
to
he
cut a
was
long story
disappointed
short,
because he had
found out that she'd actually
Anyway.
already sold the land before he'd started building
Agents
the house.
interview a truck driver.
So she would just keep reselling that
he
land.
states he was disappointed because he had a
There's somebody else living in the house. That's the heat bill. Yeah.
Agents interview a truck
And
driver.
she's back in the bars. She's back in the
taken
bars.
to meet up.
Detected
down in
lucrative
Pattaya,
business deal.
doing the same thing again. He's got no house. Spent $50,000
Who provided
on the land.
House.
On the house. But he's
The amusing thing is that he's back in the bars as well, doing the same thing, looking for another one that might be looking for love again.
Shooting.
He's hoping to find out. We're not going to go about finding all these girls tonight.
So convinced these officers, because of all the evidence, were guilty.
Yeah.
They started coming forward and
because I know that, sometimes if I know people, it might work.
No sign of them. The family decided.
I hit the streets, soy cowboy, to look for a girl. That, the cameraman and I are wearing our secret cameras to capture the moment.
He had spent time in
Robert.
prison for
Detective truck. Protection papers.
Project.
We get leaving pretty quickly.
Good, thanks. Good.
The men were already disarmed, and it looks like I'm really getting somewhere.
Arena.
So I asked Jay out on a date.
Operation.
Nicest things to go and see, maybe nice restaurant, maybe a good go and see some tourist sites, maybe. Yeah, you know those places.
We can try. House. Thank you.
Well, that wasn't too difficult.
Thank you.
Hopefully on tomorrow's date, Jay will be more forthcoming than the guy at the internet cafe.
Material.
Shortly after Pemberton's arrest,
Material.
FBI Special Agent Incite is promoted.
Hi.
Office to give handwriting exemplar. Come to the FBI office to give handwriting exemplar.
Well, I'm just waiting for Jay, the bar girl I met at the bar last night. And she's offered to give me a private tour to Bangkok today, but what I'm really hoping is that she might open up to me a little bit and explain to me how she finds a Western boyfriend, and more importantly, how she gets money out of them.
We're supposed to meet at noon, but Jay is nowhere to be seen.
Why are girls always late?
Head.
No one would have had contact with Black, or whoever, same time 20 miles away. His fellow gang member Stephen Yee was taken into custody as well with first-degree murder.
I'm sorry to say,
Radar.
but Jay's not to turn up today.
remains of Robin Smith.
Justin Cruz went to cover Moses.
In another twist of fate, the
I can't let the day go to waste, so I'm going to Borneo, one of Bangkok's famous temples.
Land. Precaution has to be
In my
taken in covering
experience,
evidence
historic sites are often
A prison
full of
that
tourist
key.
Ongoing investigation. FBI
rogue
agents were able
operators
to
that offer
identify
their
many of
services
those
as tour
involved
guides,
with the act.
but really have other agendas.
I'm going to be posing as a tourist. I've got my map.
Going.
I'll be filming everything with my secret button camera, and the crew will be following me with hidden cameras.
Camera.
Detectives continued to pursue hundreds of mostly false
Target.
Immediately
Detectives
I'm
were called
approached.
to the rural areas.
Target.
Out
of range of the storm. The rest of the unit stayed out on the road.
Today's Buddha Day.
They've been successful in the
Never
clubs
heard of
remained
Buddha Day
open.
before.
He informs me the temple's closed all morning because of a Thai holiday, and recommends I hop a tuk-tuk to see another temple called the Black Buddha.
Programs, for example. The question has to be asked though whether these two things will be
Export centre for what kind of stuff? That sounds really good. I need to get my bag.
Detected car.
My friend, he's having lunch.
Friend.
No, I need my bag.
to really take part in this. They may have done so.
Well, he certainly doesn't want to take no for an answer. I finally get that guy to slip, and then another one talks to me.
Are the monks praying?
This guy has another itch, a different story to the last one.
We have to go meet our friend before we come back. Bye, bye.
Friend.
I give him the brush off, and a third guy approaches me with yet another story.
People are praying.
Buddha Day, praying monks, closed temple.
Never.
They can't all be true.
Never. Never.
I'm going to check the temple for myself, see what's really going on.
Take shape. Up to this point, the work has been purely scientific.
Detectives fanned out to investigate sightings all over the city.
That's the reclining Buddha behind me.
North.
We've walked straight in. There aren't any monks praying. There aren't too many tourists, and it's certainly not closed.
Outer.
Makes me think, why would all those guys
3 days
outside
after the
tell me
shooting, Renzo
There's only one way to find out.
Mike McGinnis that day.
I got my bag.
He found that none of
Yeah, I got my bag.
It was set up as an organization that utilized FBI.
My driver is going to follow the route mapped out by the guy who lied to me about the temple being closed.
He cursed the 107th Avenue and 150th Street, Jamaica, Queens.
Hello, good. How are you?
At 5 p.m. Special Agent Stan Hatton was finishing up some last
Any other quiet
I didn't even know there was such a thing.
Well, it's really one of the most corrupt places in the nation.
You were a Buddhist monk? Wow.
The terrorists have been dealt a significant blow.
If yes, that person will not be released. If
the United Nations you worked at?
Both front windows of Officer Burns' police cruiser have been shot out.
Economics.
National.
March of 1990, Pasadena, Texas police detective Suzanne Jackson continued her search.
We asked other agents about them, and we found out
And
more
then
about
today is one day to do some sightseeing.
And
And then tomorrow we go.
He suspected she was with her
Not yet, no.
Why don't you go there?
Is it good?
Area.
No, the best.
Chauffeur has been trying to build a file.
That's the third time today someone has told me to go to the Thai Export Centre. Do all these guys
Chris
work
Ryan, the
together?
team's medic,
They're not
took the
open
point.
for public normally.
Select.
We kept to the left-hand side. It was too dangerous to land.
Impossible.
Blue sapphire.
Light.
The team's only hope was to
Impossible.
Why? They open promotion 7 days a
You.
year.
The police made the
Last
first
day
move.
today, no tax.
Police.
They
And
tried
they
to
give 30% discount.
Just today.
Yes, last day today.
Please go away.
And do you know what the best to buy?
holding a
Blue
weapon.
sapphire.
Go.
Because blue sapphire means good luck, long
He also
life.
saw a check.
There's no time to waste. My new friend instructs my tuk-tuk driver to take me directly to the export centre.
She confirmed that
And
that
would
would
take advice from a
several
fallen
of his
UN
team.
economist.
Calm.
Those receipts directed out before running the search.
Operation.
Now,
King.
Just had one.
And the export centre looks just like a jewellery shop.
He looked at us and sort of eyes opened up like saucers.
Joined the force at a time when Miami was in crisis.
Quality or
FBI and ATF bombed
Tactics.
Go.
They must be using another means of getting their drugs past customs at the airport.
Customers.
No tax, no duty. And this
Technology.
is about 1.03.
1.03 carats. And how much does this cost?
Yeah, the wholesale price 47,000.
Wholesale price
7,000, but today you pay less than the wholesale 30%.
32,000. So that's about 640
One.
pounds. So about $1,000, $900.
You buy this in your country, you know how
How much do you think in my
Each team consisted of 5 people. These people have specific positions and duties with them.
He claims his passengers thanked him for the ride because the cops were after him.
I don't think I'm going to buy
Detected
stuff
car.
No, I don't think so.
Never.
But thank you very much. It's very interesting.
Never. Thank you.
No,
Thank you.
no, we'll just I'll think about it.
Call come over the radio.
Maybe if
Somebody could have robbed him. The glass was laying there. We weren't sure if it's
AC.
set up or did something really happen.
2 individuals who had been identified at the time of the traffic stop.
All this has got me thinking.
Straight, I
The
don't
guys
think
at
that's
Wat
a
Ho and the man
practical
with
way
the black
of putting
Buddha
yourself. I
directed
think
me
that's
to the
a
same jewellery store.
He told
Coincidence?
Vince to stop and
I
to
don't
pass
think
the
so.
message down the line. He wanted to
A
use
little research shows me this has happened to other tourists.
Zero.
I find Doug Cortese, a New Yorker who's
Other
willing to
officers
share
were
his
following behind
experience.
us.
N.
He suddenly
told me
realizes
that the museum was going to be closed today
Going.
typically because it's National Buddha Day.
Sounds familiar, except that he does fell to the bait and bought some jewels. Back in New York, he got a rude awakening.
First day I went down to the
Police found young Williamsburg in his house.
sell these rings. What can I get for them? And the guy gave me a price like, I'll give you 200,
Early on,
300
when you
per
invited
ring or
everybody
something
else.
like that. And I'm like,
Well, if
You're scary because I know people in New York get scammed all the time.
So we had police
Doug's
and
rings were
FBI
actually worth
agents
half the
surrounding
amount
the
he
house.
paid for them in Thailand. But of course, he'd been told they were worth much, much more.
Well, at the time, we didn't have the hard
I
evidence.
went to 203 jewelry
So we
guys and I
had
still didn't believe
police
that they were
and
worth
FBI
whatever they
agents
said they
surrounding
were.
the house.
Early
That's how
on,
good they were.
when you
But the other
indicted
half of
everybody
me,
else.
honestly, in a sense,
Well, at the
is
time, we
very
didn't have the hard evidence.
congratulatory
It
for
was
them for
apparently
like
father
being able
needed to
to
find
pull it
the
off.
package
And I
containing
think
the money.
you're pulling it off all the time.
The owner,
He is the reason why we make this show. But what I really like about him
It's about what he did. It's not about what happened.
something really clever, sophisticated
identification
about that scam.
reveals that his name is Dante Garrison.
No.
Eugene Smalls is heading their way.
Tomorrow I'm going to look for the former UN economist at the Black Buddha Temple, the one who delivered the long pitch about the gem shop. If anyone can explain the inner workings of this scam,
The next day,
it was him.
inmates came to the police station on their lunch break. He was the new bartender at La Paloma Restaurant.
So I think the character traits of
I'm on my way to the Black Buddha Temple to confront the man who sent me to the export center. Let's see what he has to say about all the things I learned in my Skype call with Doug Cortese.
Top level, it's a fantastic piece of flying.
Aircraft.
Hans-Jürgen Wisniewski,
The chief to mine. His
detected
brother's
car,
business partner, Steve Banerjee.
detected car,
At what point they were being handed over to
Detect
Spring Evans
connection.
organization so we could get to the highest level we possibly could.
You got to come with one of the
detected car.
Good.
No one seems to be at the temple today. A coincidence? Or do the scammers have their guards up?
He might step ahead of law enforcement. But then, the man known as the most meticulous
No.
serial killer
Nothing.
Special Agent John McCarran
Nothing.
of Los Angeles.
Arrived not
How
at
do you get the tuk-tuk drivers to bring the tourists to this temple?
They were dating.
Oh.
The technicians had skipped the park here
So you wait here in the temple, and when the tourists come, you tell
We
them.
have found towels to indicate someone had wiped up blood off of the
So
floor.
all the shops have people in all the temples.
Big shop, big gem jewelry, also tailor, also a lot. I tell you, I saw you for that.
Street
No, it's going on the counter.
flies up to Augusta, Georgia, to meet with FBI Special Agent Tim Cox and Customs Agent Lawrence
But if you do like this, you get trouble with me.
Would you explain this to us on camera?
No,
No, you can't do it.
The cops during that home invasion, as well as to execute 6 search warrants. We had hundreds of agents in.
Agents.
It's good to have
Going.
your side.
Good.
You think the shops would be
finish
really
them
angry
both.
with you if you talk?
Yeah, sure. I cannot tell the name of the temple. Maybe they
On a dirt road, he came upon something wrapped in blankets.
they kill me also.
You really think
It
they
was a
would be
body.
just kill you?
She declares that she had no idea what happened after the walk over the bridge.
It's getting a bit heavy. Whether true or not,
Company.
there's no disguising the fact that this guy is
Company.
worried. If he talks on camera, some serious harm will come to it.
Detective
Unwin stabs him in the chest.
This temple scam is a lot darker than I thought.
Learning.
on October 18th, 1970.
Nobody in the world.
They confirmed
There's nobody there for her. There's nobody on her side.
Detected truck.
But it was not enough to keep Robert away from the church.
Hancock's proving to be a bit of a hard nut to crack.
Nothing.
Here, forehead, which
Today's been a little bit discouraging.
because of the victim's
First case, it was a pretty
So I go up to
complicated
the
one
bar
because
to
the
reach
skull
my
wasn't
hotel for a
complete.
beer.
If you take away the lower,
And there, I spot a girl sitting alone.
arrive not at Heath.
I decide to go for it.
Conceal
Maybe
corpses.
she could be a lead.
Investigators, first-degree water against
Detected car.
Authorities are able to obtain an arrest warrant and a warrant to search Gabriel's home.
The sting operation is now officially complete. Streets on national television, looking every bit.
Evidence shows it's not the Heaths.
above ground. But they had no idea
Ground.
what they were up
Evidence.
to.
Ground.
Why we were trapped.
24.
Ground.
Okay. And what do you like to do?
Andy's clip ran empty.
Okay.
You're studying?
We're dead.
I study marketing in university.
Okay.
His training had prepared him for physical and psychological studies.
This guy's only been 18 days at this level, yet we're releasing him already.
Barry Davies was a sergeant in the British SAS.
Or maybe you'd like a new one from the UK.
The stung
Yeah? Perhaps?
Yes.
An officer
I'm looking for
alerted
someone to
Davis
maybe
about
show
the-
me around a little bit. Show me Bangkok.
Yes.
Maybe show me around some of the sites. Think you could do that?
Yes.
Yeah? Would you meet me? Would you
Positively identified
maybe
the
come on a
remains
date with me tomorrow?
as those of safety.
Tomorrow? Daytime?
Okay.
Daytime?
Yes, you can. Okay.
Yeah?
My
$1 million
plan for
in the
tomorrow's date
company.
with Tawan is to let her
The
believe there's a
investment in a
potential
legitimate
long-term
company
romance
was a
for us,
classic.
then
And
flip
heading
her
for trial.
and convince her to talk on camera
In Anchorage,
about
the
her foreign
negotiations
boyfriends,
continue to try to get
assuming, of course, she
Anchor
has
detected.
them.
Russell had been saying and doing since.
You know, if they're looking for air surveillance, they're looking up. Well,
And left him bleeding in the street.
Street.
Sparkle
Street.
I did everything I could to impress that girl last night. Let's
The
hope
next
she
day he
turns up
headed
this
west.
time to meet me.
So I had worked with JJ in the office.
Vision.
Andy's roommate was a waitress
How
and
are
had
you?
worked late the night before Andy was killed.
Nice to see you. Yeah, you want some fruit?
Federal police officers were
20.
called to the scene. The girl
Brought
Shooting.
a dark cloud over the city of Biloxi. Many of the citizens in Biloxi were
Andy's roommate was a waitress and had worked late the night before Andy was killed.
What's it called?
Street food,
At
flower
Honolulu, police
stalls,
officers
it's
were
all
called
very
to the scene
romantic.
after the girl.
Street.
Now for the moment of truth.
Okay, so there's a few things I just need to explain to you.
Okay.
The real reason that I'm here at Bangkok is that I'm making a film here.
Trying to find a train.
Making a film about all the things that go on here in Bangkok. And one of the things I would like to talk to you about, if you don't mind being in the film, is about
They
some
began
of the girls in
interviewing the
Bangkok.
courier.
Now, don't get spooked.
And the physical
But
evidence.
there's a guy
Guns,
hiding
drugs,
behind
and
the
money.
cars over there who's filming
They also
us
have
right now.
arrest warrants
Money.
for 30.
Tawan's not saying much, but
Capital.
she stays
Undercover
put.
agents alerted
I
the
think I've
surveillance
just
team that
hooked my
Banerjee had
Undercover.
arrived at Cologne.
Now, what
most
I'd
of
like
the
to
time,
do
but
is,
one or
I
two
know you
people
told
he
me
did
some
not
of this
pull, and that's
stuff
why he
off
was still
camera,
in a
but what I'd like to
hospital
do is
order.
actually sit down with you, and maybe I can do like an interview with you and ask you a few questions with a big camera,
Okay.
and I can talk to you a little bit maybe about some of your foreign
Question.
boyfriends.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Is that
So we
okay?
investigate a
Sure?
little further.
Boy and 7 girls are in custody. Victoria, British Columbia. The sexual assault that gives their name. These kids have been
Blessing.
We take a boat ride along the Chao Phraya River to a quiet location away from all the
Ride.
city chaos.
Any conversation in which Julio discusses crimes.
Agents.
Do you ever
It's
have
not easy.
a foreign boyfriend?
Yes, and see.
What?
At the same time?
Hi.
Okay. Why three? One is not good enough?
One.
You're greedy.
We went through all
Do
the
you worry that they
classic
might
signs of
meet each other?
height of family
No?
from being
But in one man stay in
The first
Thailand.
call are not heath.
One stays in
Hours
Thailand.
after
Yes, but him
call
own little
nothing.
bit.
The FBI also studied the glass
65.
fragments from the
65?
farmstead
And
Chronicles
how old are
prison
you? You're
glass.
25.
Yes.
It's not too
He
old?
consented to get Cologne on tape.
No.
Do you
Ring.
think old men have more money than young
Ring.
men?
Yes, I think.
Right,
Everybody
Four.
thinks me too, I think.
right. So you just look for
Four.
the old
Perhaps
guy.
the driver
because the old guy
decided to
has more
trade
money.
his hourly
Yes.
wage
Does he buy you
for
nice
$1
things?
million.
Yes.
Right. Does he give you money?
Yes.
It was 3
How much?
a.m.
Oh.
They would beat Mahmoud's deadline by 30
Money.
minutes.
40,000.
$40,000 for 1 month?
Yes.
For just one boyfriend?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's good. But then, what about the other boyfriend?
Investigate.
The other boyfriend pays you too, as well?
Yes, somehow when I have
Because we knew that they were going to cover
What
evidence,
sort of problems do you have in your family?
and they were
about
also known
maybe my
to have fire.
university,
or without
my mom's
permission.
physics, about my home, some months I cannot find money.
Right.
Yes.
Home.
So then
Never.
if you can't find money, you tell him you have a problem?
Never.
Yes.
the
So how
muscles,
much can you make
tendons,
from your
and
3
fat on the
boyfriends
joints
together?
take shape.
get about
Detected this
80,000.
project.
But usually,
80,000. That's like nearly 3,000. That's nearly $3,000.
and brutal murder of a young girl. A sickening letter, unbelievably.
The support unit stationed at Old Longview was alerted by the firefighter.
for take care of me because he don't want I work
Sergeant
at bar.
He doesn't want you to work in the bar, so he wants you
Then
all for
after a few
himself.
minutes, the head goat with
But
a
he
bill.
doesn't know about the other two boyfriends.
And Darren no. Secret.
You don't think that's bad?
Great trend.
No? It's your livelihood.
The execution of a uniformed police officer who was targeted
How you don't get caught?
had been killed in that car.
You'll be in big trouble.
You.
3 men, 80,000 baht per month.
Without a body or murder weapon,
Interesting
they would
way to
leave
fund
Max Camp
university.
At Longview.
So
The
even though
underground
she's
command
sweet
bunker
and
was
delightful,
surrounded.
there's no disguising that this is prostitution.
Shannon,
But
Joe,
Tawan
and
seems
Sheila
comfortable
each
with the
disavowed
ethics of her
any knowledge of
situation.
bank robbery and the murder of Shannon, Joe, and Sheila.
I'm
each
feeling lucky
disavowed
after my
any
meal
knowledge
to
of bank
so
robbery
I'm
and the
going
murder
back to the Black Buddha
Shannon,
temple.
Joe,
Let's
and
see
Sheila
if my luck
each
holds.
disavowed
Heath
any knowledge
don't
of the
know
bank
the
robbery
whole.
and the murder of Shannon, Joe, and Sheila each disavowed any
Cell
knowledge of
tower.
the bank robbery and the murder of
Me to the
Shannon,
shop.
Joe,
We went there. It's
and
good,
Sheila
good shop.
each
We
disavowed
didn't buy
any
it.
knowledge
Don't
of the
know
bank
the
robbery
whole.
and the murder of
We got all
When
the
I
high
went to
ground.
go to what
Crown.
But
There's another guy there.
There was the 8 members there. We were all
And he
there.
told me
Nobody
what
was
was
home.
closed.
I recap the
They can't
sequence of
control
events
their
that brought me
emotions.
to this
Whereas to me,
demonstration
it
and our
seems
chance
as though
encounter.
The U.S. Virgin Islands.
But my friend is clearly
Instead, the
not
gang
happy
will
with
use
where
the
this is
island of
going.
Tortola to warehouse
Detective.
After troops
I have an idea
demolished what was
that
left of
maybe
Hussein's army.
You have some business with the Thai export center.
They had
Yeah,
no way
you.
to know if Driscoll had received
Really? No?
the robbery.
Ringing.
So what's your business here then? Your business is not
Hey.
here.
Successful
So you
and still living in a single wide trailer.
The robbery.
I'm sure you do come here and sit down and relax.
You.
At the same time, you recommend to tourists that they go to
He was that
the Thai
successful
export
and
center.
still living in a single
But why
wide
always the Thai
trailer.
export center if there's nothing in it for you?
The robbery.
Nothing.
Because I bought something from there.
Did you own a stake in the diamond and sapphire shop?
Evidence shows that it's not
You can tell me.
pure
Evidence.
detected
Just
car.
I'm interested in this process that you're involved in because it's quite
It's not unusual at all. Normally they return home
the tourist
72
is
hours.
passed from one person to the next.
During their extensive
into
training, they
into
had
the shop.
regularly been
And I
exposed to
imagine if
tear
they make a
gas.
purchase in
Still,
the
they
shop,
fought to stay
then
calm.
that's quite
Bank
a
or the
lucrative
hotel.
deal. And you're obviously a key
let about a quarter
player in
around
that
the hotel
process.
and back into a
Car is actions.
What's the problem with
Detected, I said.
explaining it to
Detected
me?
both.
Detected.
Detected. He didn't. Detected
Interested
car.
in hearing more about it.
Why?
Sucking those small pebbles from the ocean floor in her throat.
Former
Paul.
Why did you
Ray Colon, the man who was hired.
It's not until I introduce him to the Scam City crew and explain that we're here
Nothing.
making a film and that I'm just here to learn the tricks of his trade.
A case of a pedophile or something like this, but this was
I'm not interested in whether it's a
Children
good thing or a
made
bad
in
thing.
another, more
What I'm
recent
interested in is that it's clever, it's sophisticated. Okay,
On one
you've
particular
thought about
evening,
this.
late
You've
December
thought about
month.
how is the best way to get the tourist
See.
into the gem
After 3
shop.
days of eluding
Business, I can
authorities.
tell already, it's very competitive.
Sunday morning,
It's
July
difficult
6,
to get the tourist
1997.
into the shop. So
Dodson and will connect Ginza to the moon.
no, I
You.
You told me you work for the United Nations.
Stack.
In another,
And
more
out of all
recent
the lies, the truth begins to emerge.
On one particular evening,
So we've been
late
lying to each
December
other.
night,
You see what I mean?
You went to that shop and you want to learn more.
Once arrested, Brian is taken to London's
good,
Belmarsh prison.
doing what you did to me.
For the killing.
You mean you want to
Special
get the
Agent
salary
Richard
from
Martinez plans a complex and potentially dangerous arrest operation.
Operating.
Investigators are able to connect the gang to
Although
specific
not willing to
homemaker
explain all the ins and outs, he is prepared
and
to
several
solve. And
Operation.
as I left, I gave him my phone number
lifeless on
and
the
went to
floor.
a coffee shop to wait.
Detected boat.
Detected.
And we're telling him all what's going
to
Detected.
believe the man had been disrespectful.
Ford's life has been difficult. At 16, he's been living on his own for over a year.
It's over $4,000.
You.
That theory quickly
Hi.
was cast aside.
Finally, he calls me with the name of a tuk-tuk driver who's willing to talk.
Officers and agents executed
The guy
over-
is
He
very
declares that this
nervous.
is the strongest case.
Agents.
It's taken a lot of
Early
convincing
in
for
the
him to agree to
1980s, the
participate.
charismatic leader arose in Miami. They were all worried.
Do you
Robin had
find
never done
tourists
anything like
at
this in
Waco,
stories,
Grand
and the two
Palace,
men were
tourist
eliminated
sites?
as suspects.
Yes. And are you involved sometimes in taking
Detected
tourists
two other
to
physical
the
anthropologists
gem store,
independently
Taylor
had
Store?
an opportunity to
The
interview.
vehicles were driven by the Agofsky
Right.
brothers.
Who
And
is the
perhaps
organizer?
the other was driven by
At
one
the
of their
Grand Palace
friends.
and the Waco?
The vehicles
Is there
were
a
driven
boss?
by the Agofsky brothers. Then perhaps
Is there a
the other
boss?
was
Is
driven
there
by one of
a
their
big
friends.
man?
The vehicles were driven by the Agofsky brothers.
Big.
Then perhaps the other was driven by one of their friends.
Later.
The vehicles were driven by the Agofsky brothers. Then perhaps the other was driven by one of their friends. The vehicles were driven by the Agofsky brothers. Then perhaps the other was driven by one of their friends.
Your boss?
Israel Keyes is cleverly staying one step
So
ahead
this
of
is
law
the boss of the
enforcement.
gang of the tuk-tuk
But
that
then,
work at the
the
Waco,
man
so we need to do this quickly.
Yes.
Okay. So what I want to know is how does the
Israel
the deal
Keyes is
work
cleverly
with the tuk-tuk
staying
driver
one
and
step
the
ahead
man
of
at
law
Waco that puts the
enforcement.
tourist in the tuk-tuk?
But then,
For
the man
some customer you buy,
surely
right? In the export center,
Yeah.
the tuk-tuk get the commission. About
Israel
15% and
Keyes is
20%.
cleverly staying one step
Yeah.
ahead of law
If
enforcement.
not buy, he
But
give
then,
for
the
the
man-
gasoline coupon.
That
He
day, Stone
maybe
hadn't
in
learned of
some
still
customer
more
he
threats
don't buy.
against JJ and the
He
others.
Operation.
gasoline forever.
She updated
So
the
always get the gasoline.
NCIC
Yeah.
report online,
Maybe some customer he buy.
adding the
He
festivity
commission about 15 and 70%.
Okay.
And-
To be a tuk-tuk driver
With so many
at
dirty
Waco
cops, the FDA
is a good place. There's many
That day,
tourists.
Dan had
Three.
learned
So
of still more
is that
threats against
controlled
JJ and the
by
others.
the
Operation.
gang? Is it only that
She
gang that
updated
can
the
work at
NCIC
Waco?
Internet.
report on
You
Roger,
have to be in the gang?
Yeah.
adding the festiva and its
And so now that's your boss in the
Search
gang.
and audio,
telling you
UKB home, Johnny
Right.
Video.
Messages
Yes.
through severe
Right.
beatings.
Why does he not want you to talk to me?
But
I
he
don't know.
perceived the
Why is it
relationships.
why is it such a secret?
Search and audio, UKB home, Johnny Video.
Messages through severe beatings. But he perceived the relationships.
3MM, Search and audio, UKB home, Johnny Video.
1040.
Females.
They don't want anybody to find
So a
out.
profile of
His
him was
business.
part of the forum that we're looking for a person who is
So it must be a lot of money that they're making for it to be that important.
Yes.
How much can a tuk-tuk driver make in a week?
Confirmed.
I said,
why are you here?
Yeah.
And he said,
Water.
he got defeated in 40,000 baht.
$1,000 to $1,500 for 1 week.
believes.
In high season, that's a lot of money for a tuk-tuk driver. So you're
Money.
making more money than most ordinary tuk-tuk drivers because you're in the gang?
Cause of death. Water can wash away clues, dilute evidence,
Staggering. Didn't talk to anybody and started walking across
So
the
you're paying
bridge.
him protection.
Jennifer Corral
Understand.
believes
He paid for police for me.
Okay, how's the boss?
Because I
Make money.
take for the customer to him, right?
Okay.
You take the customer to him.
W.
Captain Willoughby
Oh, so is the boss, the boss owns the jewelry shop.
Yeah.
The ground began to shake.
The
Ground.
boss of the jewelry shop, he owns all the tuk-tuks.
Yeah.
So you take them to his shop.
Yes. Big, big people.
Big people. Are you scared of this person?
Yes.
Stolen.
It wasn't very long after all
Go.
responding units stood for a white Chevy as their pickup truck. It wasn't very long after all responding units stood for a white Chevy as their pickup
That
truck.
guy was pretty nervous about
It wasn't
talking to
very
me, and
long
you
after.
kind of see why. Because if what he's saying is true, then this whole tuk-tuk scam is a lot more organised than I thought it was.
Who would think that a small-time scam on a $2 tuk-tuk ride would be part of a racket where the players are afraid for their lives? Next stop, Scam Central. The jewelry shop.
Detected boat. The gorge is a tidal basin that flows from Victoria.
Just as the two men were fortunate, Mitchell and others named in the indictment.
The Scam City crew sets up the camera from a safe distance.
Detected boat. They mistakenly led him to
Cocaine is loaded into 2 vehicles, a truck and a van. This shipment is
contaminated as well. Oh, Khan.
The terrorists were inside the top. Men armed themselves with the laws.
Suddenly, our van is surrounded by angry people. Just as the tuk-tuk drivers knew to shoot around the temple, word must have gotten back to the jewelry shop owners.
Station being briefly in a back FBI. We hope Keating would explain.
Transporting.
Hearing what happened.
Where my operation was my
Police.
Operation.
To land in southern Yemen.
South.
The Kreis encircled above the city.
It's unimaginable this family had to suffer.
Crime scene investigators process the apartment.
Investigate.
The Scam City crew and I get out there before the police turn up. If what the tuk-tuk driver told me is true, about his boss protecting him from police intervention, then there's a good chance the cops wouldn't be on our side.
Detected surveillance.
They need
Detected.
kind of scary for everybody. Detective. The profile.
Agent.
When you're a tourist, you think you're anonymous, but you're often being watched and sized up as a potential payday. This is how the good scammer makes a living.
FBI agents and detectives from 5 states met in Kentucky to outline the case.
It shows it's
I'll
not
have
the
to leave
Heath's
Bangkok
doing
without
reward for
cracking
information
the
leading
top
to a
tier of
conviction.
the infamous
Now total
gem
evidence.
scam. There's a lot of money at stake, and the players guard their game
Agents.
Began to speak of small box of
people come to Bangkok looking
Eagle.
for the exotic,
Shows
but they want
it's
it
not
at a
the
knockdown
Heath's
bargain
doing
reward
price,
for
whether it's
information
a
leading to a
bar girl
conviction.
who promises
Now
to be your
total
one and only,
evidence.
or a jewelry store selling you knockdown price gems. This is a very expensive place to learn that the best things in life don't come for free.
Roger.
The tips began.
So, worked into a case.
Roger.
The tips
Roger.
began.
So, worked into a case.
Key.
Roger.
The tips began.
Roger.
So,
It's all countersigned
worked
by
into
the
a case.
Video.
Roger.
death registrar.
The tips began.
So,
I'm in the back streets of
worked into a
Delhi
case.
with the man who's about to
Roger.
end my life.
The tips
Absolutely
began.
staggering. I'm still like
It
taken
says a
aback.
man
I
named
died.
Francis Gauthier was the
I died on the
instigator.
27th of January. I'm dead.
I. Flag.
Delhi is one of the world's great historical cities, steeped in history and spiritual tradition, making it an attraction to
describe her as
visitors
staggering.
from all over the world.
Detected surveillance.
And started.
It's a vibrant melting pot of 17 million.
Detected
But
guard.
of these, some
they were on the
60,000
right track.
survived by
that we
begging.
know about. And I think he's going to call
Primary
you
targets
again.
include tourists,
And when he does,
sitting ducks in Delhi's busy traffic. These beggars will take anything they can get their hands on.
Party in Long Beach.
With the help of secret cameras, the Scam City crew will follow my every move as I uncover the elaborate tricks many of them use. We're even turning my taxi into one giant mobile undercover camera.
Camera.
Detected truck.
One startling
My
discovery
mission
comes out in
begins
the first
cruising
report.
around Delhi's
Flight
hotspots
181 was
in
a
my spy
standard Boeing
taxi,
737
looking for
jet with a
beggars.
center aisle and 6 exits.
It doesn't take
The
long.
narrowest point.
Every time we stop, another child approaches the window.
Unemployed and talked about living off the
But
land
I'm yet
like the
to see a
outdoorsman in
scam.
Moore's books.
All that seems to be
AC.
going on is street selling
Going.
and outright begging.
Agents.
Street. Agents.
Agents.
I. Agents.
Agents.
Mash. A.
Agents.
Oh.
Look at the bandages on the kids.
Agents.
Agents.
So go back round. I want to have a look at them again. Yeah, go back round.
I suspect that not all is as it seems.
Hello. See your bandage? Oh, you hurt your... That's not real blood. That's not real blood, is it? Here, a biscuit. Let me see. Is that real blood? Kids have put some sort of red felt tip
A few hours later, air traffic control informed
Make them look like they're seriously injured.
Continued to turn distressed buildings into gleaming property.
We run this.
Bye-bye.
We do whatever we want to do.
Clever.
Okay.
Clever little
Leg
kids.
sent the message via short burst radio.
Short.
Law is unable to.
Thank you.
Assistant United States Attorney who was inside the grand jury room.
The kids at the roundabout there have got an inventive little scam going on. It's quite common for kids to beg at traffic lights and roundabouts in Delhi. But these kids, they've put bandages on their arms and on their heads. And not only that, but they've coloured them in with red felt tip pen to make it look like blood. What I need to do is to give our fixer a call, get him down here, because I want to go back. I want to talk to them.
Them.
The children recovered quickly.
Children.
George, my fixer, arrives, and we discreetly observe the little scammers at work.
Eugene Hill.
Some of them are selling flowers. Some of them are just asking for money.
Moments after the phone
It's
call.
kind of like a dual business, I think. It depends whether they're all together. It's hard to tell.
Moments after
You
the
see
phone
the people in the park
Eugene
here
Hill
preparing flowers, which must be the flowers
Moments
that are
after the
making their
phone
way
call.
out there onto
Eugene
the
Hill.
street.
Moments after the phone call, Eugene Hill arrived.
These kids are clearly well trained. They wait for the lights to turn red, then they approach the cars in packs, using every emotional trick in the book. They're incredibly persistent. It seems to work, especially with tourists. It's pretty organised. I can't believe they're running it by themselves.
Okay, well, George and I have been watching them from just across the street here, and there's an older guy, might be a father or an uncle, who's selling flowers, who's staying really close to them, and I'd say he's probably the pagan character. So if we're going to approach them, I imagine he's the person who's going to get involved. So what I suggest we do is that we go in together. George will translate. Kaylee, you follow close by. Steve, you maybe hang back for now until we make first contact, and then we'll see if they're happy to talk.
Obviously, and he had strangled her with a leather belt.
We're immediately confronted by the gang leader, who's called
Detective
Kailash.
Truck.
Hey, how you doing?
We explain who we are and our intentions.
Ask if anyone has been to the house.
Kailash seems
If they
intrigued
could make it that
and
far
leads us
without
to their
being seen,
makeshift home
they could try to
meet the
hijack a
rest of his
vehicle.
crew. They're as wary of us as we are of them.
Whereabouts in India are you from?
But slowly, they open up.
Rajasthan, okay. What do you do back in Rajasthan?
FBI SWAT teams.
Johnny videos organ 3220 Sawyer vehicle crashes into the woods.
So for half the year, you'll be farming in Rajasthan, and half the year here in Delhi.
February 2012. Keys killed Samantha Cohen close to home in Anchorage, Alaska.
The type of weapon Mr. Gwaltney carried was now missing.
Planes pounded NVA positions in all day. Still, the NVA refused
sent to the lab. But there was a problem.
And you make more money with the injury than without?
Money.
Yeah.
She concluded
Alongside the fake bandage scam, the gang sell almost dead flowers. They peel off the wilted tops
The 2070 Super easily. The 3060 would be a way better investment if we
several
were
miles away for around 10 rupees a bunch. Haul them back to the park and sell them on for 100 rupees. That's about $1.80, a whopping 900% profit. They store the flowers in a broken water drain. If they're not sold within 2 days, all the profits are lost.
Who are your best customers? Are they Indian people or tourists?
Customers. Question.
What I'd like to do if I were you is come back in the morning and see you getting ready and the kids getting ready and then watch you going out with the kids and seeing how they work on the street out here. So meet here after you buy the flowers tomorrow morning. Yeah.
The similarities between the vehicles led investigators to believe that it was a
guy is laying face down. So I'm like, you know, okay, get up, you know.
Okay.
I don't care what they say.
He cursed the 107th Avenue and 150th
Before I
Street,
meet up with them
Jamaica,
again,
Queens.
I want to get the lowdown from someone with a bit more insight into Delhi's beggars.
5 p.m.
Kunwal
Special
Singh
Agent Stan
is one of the
Haddon was
city's
finishing up some
foremost
last
investigators.
Quiet Midwestern community. But it's really one of the most corrupt places in the nation.
It is very well organized. It is not one
The
person
terrorists
or one
have
family
dealt
in
a
the
significant
place.
blow.
It is almost
They
like a
included his
mafia
physical
operation in the
characteristics,
world.
the description
They
of his
understand
tattoo,
the psyche
and the
of a
make and
tourist.
model of his...
And there's a
Darren D.
persistence.
O'Neill was charged with first-degree murder.
They'll tell you, okay, please give me something.
we couldn't
Make
handle
those
it
kind of faces
anymore.
in such a manner
Children.
which you're not seen somewhere else. And
One of
you
the
get
gun-
so pestered
He
and
was
something
suspected
you
of
develop
ordering the
sympathy
murder of
also.
his partner
Cats.
Oh my
5
God,
years
it's
earlier.
only $1 for this guy. He's
Police
only
department.
asking so much.
The cannibal murderer. Media from across the globe flocked to
It's
him.
mind boggling. The kind of money every day these begging industries.
So it's covered.
The driver
Money.
took off with the money and was going to leave town. We also
Away. When she looked out before
Can.
going to bed, the
Kunwal
car
wasn't
was
joking
gone.
when he said the figures were mind-boggling. A 2008 study reported that India's begging industry was worth $45 million
By
a
daybreak,
year.
Darren D. O'Neill
I guess
hardly
I'll see
seemed to
tomorrow
notice.
how much the traffic light gang are pocketing from
Press release
tourists.
and set
But
up a
right
tip
now,
line call
I've
center.
something
Traffic.
much more pressing to deal with. Not only is Delhi famous for its street beggars, but also
July of
for the dreaded
1996,
Delhi belly.
agents and local
A lot of
detectives
tourists get this, and I'm no exception. I need a doctor fast, so I go to the nearest clinic.
Upstairs, Detective City Detectives arrived to Victor Moyer's brother from New Jersey to identify the body.
Theodore beyond the breakup.
Sometimes people do
Knowing Garrison is in poor physical shape, the task force keeps the interview short.
Assistant U.S. Attorney Mike McMahon saw the report.
Crown Attorney Stan Lowe has located the concrete evidence that will put the suspects at the scene of the crime.
Talk about the gang. The FBI tells him
FBI.
I would snap my finger and say, Angelo such and such, and then he'd snap out.
one of Hardy's accomplices. Turned up and the girls have been trying on different costumes in preparation for the upcoming holiday.
Just for this stuff.
Worse.
Sorry, start again.
Worse.
The doctor
Investigators
asks for
finally had
150
sufficient
rupees, about
Armed
$3
and
for a
emotional.
concoction of weird-looking herbal
Inside the
medicines.
room with him are his
In
wife
this
and
state,
Heath.
I'll give anything a go. Now it's time for me to hit the sack and see if I can't sleep this off.
Security.
No cemetery would accept his ashes.
MASH.
that message resounded on the
You.
street because the crime rate in New York City and other major U.S.
After a
Sandusky
night spent
police
sitting on the
immediately
toilet,
alerted their
I'm still
colleagues
feeling a
of
bit rough. As well as
Toilet.
tasting
Not long
awful,
before she's
the herbal
providing
medicine I was
detected
prescribed
both
hasn't
death.
worked.
Prison.
I need a second
Palestinian
opinion.
terrorists forced a German passenger jet to land in Mogadishu, Somalia.
Paranganj, the heart of Delhi's backpacking area. A mecca
The
for young
FBI
tourists
was more
travelling on a
determined than
shoestring.
ever.
With cheap hotels, cheap shopping, and cheap food. This is surely the best place to sort out my rotting
The
guts.
type of evening
And
it was,
luckily,
the description
everywhere
of
I
the
look,
rain
there
while I
seems
was
to be a
tossing
doctor's
the
sign.
Gone back.
Another pharmacist there. All up this street, there's an incredible number of doctors and dentists and pharmacists.
You know, if they're looking for
I mean,
air
everyone's
supply,
heard of
they've
Delhi
got
Belly, but it's like sickness.
Well,
It's
design
the
was
number
nearly
one industry
identical
here.
to the first one. Harry. But since they were both was in her old bedroom.
I'm spoiled for choice, but I settle for one that claims to be
Perhaps she'd come in.
qualified for almost everything.
Cover.
But Vince seemed to be getting worse.
Cover.
With the home invasion only hours away, the task force goes over the
Task.
Behavior escalates, culminating in a killing spree.
This is
Killer.
necessarily new. A lot of
Our On July 30th, the president of Germany's largest patient who had killed
investigators discovered the Carpano's mistress at the suspect's house.
Evidence shows
an explanation for that could be a degree of drug intoxication.
The official cause of death.
Insurance.
And maybe we can do a blood check for you.
Security will be sent to a prison that
Prison.
The doctor seems to be throwing everything at this.
Doctor.
Surely there's an easier way to cure a bout of dead
Investigators learned that ransom is now in a Georgia prison.
$32. That's twice what the average Indian earns in a week. Way more than I was expecting to pay.
That was one of the main
I think I may have just been ripped off.
Investigate. They found human remains.
But I can't do much about this now.
Back again.
I've got a date with the traffic light beggars.
Traffic. Play.
German businessman.
Bus.
More than a month later.
Later. Going.
My plan is to see their operation up close by becoming part of the crew. The question is, will it work?
Question.
The recon team located a drug.
Right. The kids are already preparing for their days of
Passport U.S. Virgin Islands.
getting into costume, getting into
Agents
character.
also searched the car.
Cases in which victims have been murdered
Victim.
and there was a year missing. And several to what she
Detective
She didn't witness the murder, and she only had it.
That went easier than I thought.
Her description of the
In with
crime
the crew.
sounded eerily
Let's see if
similar
the
to
kids
O'Neill's
will
other
reveal some of their
assaults.
techniques.
Detective Truck.
Department. Okay.
Truck.
10.
It has been for 10 years.
Truck. 3.
When gang members are dropped off at a house.
3.
Those the streets on National South doing, looking every bit.
Evidence shows it's not Heath's. You not Heath's Hooper.
Let me see the pay.
2 youths.
Exactly, that's good.
Good.
These kids seem oblivious to the dangers of this business, but their parents are all too aware.
They began interviewing the courier. This gang is dismantled.
Good. Good.
Began to get
Detective. Brother.
She also gave them her address and phone number. He gave them her address and phone number.
Them. Them.
He gave them her address and phone number.
Them.
He gave them her address and phone number.
I came here to investigate a
He gave them
scam,
her address
but
and phone
Lally's story makes for difficult listening.
Investigate.
The reality is that dancing between cars is a life and death business. Before I take my turn to run the traffic gauntlet, they lay down some ground rules.
Surviving terrorists serve 9-year sentences and have long since been released.
Down and one was poking in the culvert. 2 guys dragged me out, and they dragged me out. I was on my back.
Joe Freeman and you think I'll be okay? You think I'll sell any?
While Luke managed to dismantle the death.
To get off a murder charge, Johnson has managed to persuade them. Andy's clip ran empty.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
His training had prepared him for physical and psychological.
This guy's only been 18 days at this level.
It's actually quite nerve-wracking being out here. This is Delhi in rush hour. If my stomach was already churning, it would be now.
They stung me.
An officer alerted they was about to
Smell very good. No, sir?
And buried the murder victim as a John Doe.
Flowers, sir. Reds, whites, only 100 rupees.
Use.
Unsuccessful. No flowers. Oh well, maybe next time. Bye. We're doing our best. Flowers?
Detective Park.
This street-selling business is not as easy as it looks, but the kids work for passing traffic like old pros and don't come back empty-handed. I need to up my game if I'm going to compete
It's
with
not
them.
the Heath's
Going.
Heath.
Just 100 rupees for a bunch of flowers.
Window quad, Facebook blog, or sign up and will fire not ignoring anything from occasions
area where Rooney was murdered.
You're bargaining with me.
Detectives also canvassed the neighborhood.
Surveillance, not Heath's. Detective surveillance.
One red, one white.
Detective.
How's that?
Police discovered another big
Thank you very much.
Calls, not Heath. Concealed in the
Prospect. Detective.
After several hours, I call it a day.
Detective.
I'm knackered. Like everyone else in the group, I hand over my earnings to Kailash, the keeper of the money.
that he had dinner with her on Thursday night in Philadelphia.
Him.
Hard work. I think I did okay. I think I did okay.
Okay. Brown. Okay.
I got 100 for one
Okay.
bunch.
Shortly after Pemberton's arrest, FBI Special Agent Tim Cox promoted the country.
I got 100 for another bunch.
Department.
I got another 30, and then I think I got another 20 as well. It's okay?
Robert.
How did I do? Did I do okay? I made 250 from
Nothing.
4.
Nothing. Nothing.
Did I sell 4 or 5 bunches?
Nothing. Nothing.
Oh, very good.
So I come back again tomorrow.
Nothing.
Here was a police officer who knew everything.
By the spring of 1999,
Searching the
Data.
residence.
Bye.
Bye.
See you later. Bye. Bye.
he doesn't know which city, he only knows the phone number.
I only earned around $5, a small return. But if every beggar in Delhi earned the same as me this morning, that's over $250,000 in just a few hours.
Suspicious death.
Dispatch.
But it was really one of the
I
most
can see
corrupt
why
places in the nation.
it's a multi-million-dollar racket.
Play. Cat. Play.
They're down in Jamaica, Queens.
Play.
Police arrived at the scene minutes.
Something's still troubling me. This morning I went to see a doctor who overprescribed me a bunch of antibiotics and charged me through the roof for them.
Examination initially of the inside.
With so many doctors in the
body
backpacker
forming
area
a
of Paragon,
Evidence shows
being written off
Walker
too.
Street.
Martin Schleier's body was found inside an abandoned car in France.
The best place to start looking
Impossible.
is probably the
Impossible.
Delhi Medical Council. The name that keeps coming up is a Dr. Bansal. He agreed to meet me.
For these
But as I
enterprise
mentioned,
rate cards, NVIDIA
I'm
actually
slightly uneasy. I'm only working on a hunch here and might be barking up the wrong tree. In a city of 17 million, how many doctors are there in Delhi?
If I doctors in Delhi are approximately 45,000. Equal amount of unqualified doctors who don't have any degrees.
Anyway.
The arrest and search warrants have been issued.
Anyway.
The arrest teams are promoted. Mitchell had separated himself from those
on the street, either greater than even just, then they'd be to us.
Not only are some of these doctors ripping tourists off by over-prescribing, but they might not even be real.
Agents, officers from the
tourists,
A helicopter rescue was now possible.
Helicopter.
It was too dangerous.
Helicopter.
Few years back,
Impossible.
one of a minister died at the hand of a quack. He was given an injection by a fake doctor, and with the wrong medication he died.
untold
Did I say I wanted to be a quack in the morning? What would I need to set myself up?
3 murder charges.
Nothing.
And
You don't
very
require
likely,
anything.
the death
You
penalty.
just write Dr. So-and-so.
Garrison agrees to talk in exchange for immunity from prosecution. He admits that he is
Persecution.
You can take one table, one chair,
It's made to melt
and one
things.
suit.
You can put it on an engine block and
This is
it's
very strange.
he was talking with a
It's
neighbor
extremely
around
worrying.
1:30
Just tourists.
King.
We're probably a target because we come here with so much health insurance. You know, we're a bottomless pit of money, aren't we?
Then McLeod agent to help him haul the detective a local dump at lunch break.
They know they can earn more money from the foreigners.
He was the new bartender.
So the way they make money is just to give you as much as possible, whether you need it or not.
Whether you need or
Fuse.
It sounds like a dangerous place to get sick.
Agents.
Yes.
Agent Quirk learned
Detective. Woman.
The
He
pennies
threatened to
dropped.
shoot 5 passengers for every minute Schumer.
I now see why there are so many doctors in Delhi. With over 2 million visitors to this city, this overprescribing scam could be worth a fortune. But what's truly terrifying is to think you could get sick here and end up being treated by someone who's an out-and-out quack.
That it would have been good for that
Christopher McPherson is the latest Crown prosecutor.
It's time to go undercover to see if I can find one of these fake doctors. My fixer George has got my back and is also rigged up with a secret camera. I visit several street-side clinics. They all look pretty run down to me, and certainly wouldn't be my first choice.
The commandos held their positions.
But if
the
you're
government
travelling on
finally
a
made phone
backpacker's
contact with
budget,
the terrorists.
this could be where you end up. So far, all appear to have certificates and conduct what seem to be thorough medical examinations. I'm drawing a blank, even though I come out with enough medicine to open my own pharmacy.
Said the operation
but I don't have to look too hard or too long.
The lead terrorist, a man calling himself Mahmoud.
I look around, but can't see any certificate.
Detected surveillance. And 5,000 are ruled out. Detected car.
The conclusion was Detroit Police Detective Sergeant Tom Berry announced the gang did in fact know the arrest team was outside the car.
Please rise. Sail. Based on his brother's testimony, with Police Chief Michael Corpus.
Brother.
To look at these 2 other murders that have been made to look like fire.
What I've done, I told them.
Emergency. CIA. Emergency.
They found important evidence. Investigators recovered.
Not have only a train to deal with, but the school.
I managed to avoid the dreaded needle, but he then dishes out a small bottle containing a brown liquid of who knows what. Now the alarm bells are really ringing.
Job or family found a place to belong.
Mahmoud's demands.
He then passes me a mysterious assortment of pills.
Authorities in Dubai.
Drug busts by the local police are routine.
Police.
Night and one in the day, even if you feel vomiting, covering something up. And in dinner you drink one.
Officer Rivera's cover-up mentally belonged. She's long enlisted Rodney left, the farmer on whose land the brothers
That's
had been
about
living.
$5. I would have to be... I'd have to be dead before I'd let that guy give me an injection.
He long enlisted the help of Rodney left, the farmer on whose land the brothers had been living. Later in the day.
Well, I've been to my doctor with a jippy tummy before, but I've never been prescribed anything like this. A bag of multicoloured pills.
Long enlisted the help of Rodney left, the farmer on whose land the brothers had been living. Later in the day.
Old habit.
I give the names of these private investigator I met. He confirms that everyone is registered except for the so-called doctor who wanted to stick a needle in me. His records were nowhere to be found, just like his medical certificate.
Held the victim's head underwater until she stopped moving.
Pound has fallen on hard times.
They attack quickly, take what they want, and leave no evidence behind.
Under the Crightflower Bridge at Riverside Park.
The following morning, my investigation into fake doctors is wide open.
Heaths.
There's an incredible story in today's newspaper about a 90-year-old man who has spent time in prison for producing fake doctor's certificates
sent the
here in
message via
Delhi.
short burst radio.
Apparently he's produced over 50,000 in the last 15 years.
So I didn't see it.
Which means
Just
those
so
people
close
are
you
actually
could always taste it.
practicing. That's a lot of fake doctors out there.
Doctors.
Bank President Dan Short is one of 4 bank employees.
I'm on my way to meet the man who did a 4-year stretch
Bank
for
President
flooding
Dan
Delhi
Short
with
is one of 4
unqualified
bank
doctors.
employees with
They trained at his fake medical college.
Bank President Dan
Balwant
Short
Rai
is one of
Arora
4 bank
explains
employees
how
with
he set up his unofficial college, providing
Bank
what he
President
calls
Dan Short
guidance
is
to
one of
people,
4 bank
helping them
employees
obtain
with
medical certificates. He's keen to point
Bank
out,
President
however,
Dan Short
that they
is one of
became
4 bank
unqualified
employees with
medical
access.
professionals rather
Hundreds
than
of
doctors.
FBI
It's a bit strange
launched
where
a
I come
bold
from to
plan
hear you
to
talk
stop
about an unqualified medical professional.
Detected car.
Unqualified medical professional.
Unqualified medical professional.
He also wants to sell from the new inventory.
Someone's home and plant a listening device is extremely restrictive. And the
Combat sharpshooter unit. You know that you may be ordered to kill people. That is
medium secure facility.
Someone
He's now on an open ward.
This is complete madness.
Saying this guy's only been 18 days at this level, yet we're releasing him already.
That he had cased armored cars with two other men.
45,000.
He believed
45,000 you gave guidance to.
Later.
Detected car.
Detected.
In the middle of all detected
But have you helped
Detected.
people obtain
Detected.
certificates in the past?
evidence
Evidence.
If you provided certificates to an unqualified medical professional, and I go to see that
all the way back
personally, and I look on the wall and there's a certificate, how do I know that it's your certificate and not
Local council.
a genuine medical school certificate?
She also consulted with the Navy.
I
don't
think
she had
Them.
her jeans and underwear prior to that. So it's really just a t-shirt.
Jerry could have been killed during his morning or afternoon jogs around the neighborhood.
You know, that guy might look like someone's granddad, but he's responsible for knocking out 45,000 quack doctors here in Delhi.
Morning or
And
afternoon
that,
Doctors.
by anyone's standards, is a pretty major
Doctors.
scam.
Disappearances weren't by choice. I'm Jim Calson, former head of the FBI's new Jerry could have been killed during his morning or afternoon jogs around the neighborhood.
A speeding ticket. It made her an easy victim.
I came to Delhi to investigate beggars that scam tourists out of millions of dollars. I didn't expect
Special
to come
Agent
across
John
a medical
McCarran from
racket
the Los
run by
Angeles
crooked
A speeding
doctors.
ticket. It made her an easy
But
victim.
something tells me this goes much
In the
deeper
same
than
way.
just hiked up prescription bills and quacks.
Special
After
Agent John
digging
McCarran
around,
from
it
the
seems
Los
that it's
Angeles.
not just the
speeding
doctors who are scamming, but
It made her
tourists
an easy
are
victim.
also getting in on the act.
in the same way.
In collusion with real doctors,
Ron
they
had
filed
asked
bogus
Robert.
medical claims
Why-
against their
why do
you
insurance
want
companies
Robert.
for sometimes
Insurance.
serious amounts of money.
Play. Money.
These doctors are not just the street-side rip-off
Doctors.
artists I've come across so far, they're connected to Delhi's criminal underworld. Let's see if I can
The
bust
two
one.
officers emerged from
Target.
the rubble, wounded but alive.
Now, the
55.
doctors are
Have to hide
clever.
toiletries,
They don't
you
approach
have
the
to- you have
tourists
to hide
themselves.
family,
They
personal
use
photographs,
talents
and
who work in the tourist
behavior
areas.
escalates,
So if I'm going to find a
culminating
dodgy
in a
doctor,
killing
a really dodgy doctor,
Parking.
I've got to find
Armed
a
with a
dodgy
photograph of
doctor.
the suspect, detectives called on the camera. He's filed into a sack.
Diane and
Manager.
Allen.
Air.
He entered Harvard at 16.
A group
I
of
returned
McClarys
to
surrounded
my
the police.
fixers. Our plan
He's
is to get a
accompanied
dodgy
by his
doctor
mother.
to illegally sign me
Yeah,
off
with
sick
routes and
with a
cocaine
medical
trafficking.
certificate so that I
So the
can't fly
traffickers
home.
by this point in the game had become pretty
We separate to get the word out on the
Detective
street.
boat.
operations.
Hurry. But since they were both
Hurry, neither Stephen Lee nor Mark Russell's plan clearly documented his intentions.
Robert. Nothing.
After several hours, we reconvene.
Nothing.
I come up empty-handed, but one of my fixers has a lead.
Vigil in the forest.
one trainer leaves Dennehy.
detected surveillance detected boat and expensive pantsuit.
Being for as long as Angela was compliant. Yeah, so if she was compliant, then it suited him.
Headquarters would send a helicopter to a prearranged
insurance
rendezvous.
companies are nobody's fools. If it, we can't do this with a quack doctor,
so the
can we?
hijackers
We
wouldn't
need the
spot
real deal.
Yeah, correct.
So as soon as we've got a bit of paper, he and I are partners in crime.
Okay.
Crime.
He claimed his passenger thanked him
Ah.
for the ride because the cops were after him.
Victim.
Well, this is the first step of the
Detective
chain. So
truck.
the guys
Dr.
have gone
Sweet
off
can
to
only
see
make
if
a
the
partial
person
officially
is the real deal. And if he is, then we need to raise him and negotiate
Thinking about the lead she
get
found on
access to a
Jessica's
dodgy
body.
doctor.
Investigating for Central 26.
Detected surveillance detected
The waiting is nerve-wracking. This is the first time I'm going to try and
We heard there
scam
was
the
going to be a
scammers.
reception.
The fixers text
CIA.
me to say they're about to go in undercover.
Undercover. Undercover. Undercover. Undercover. Economy.
हम तो जमपुरा में रहते हैं मगर हमारा एक आदमी है हाँ
Come on.
जमपुरा भैया दिल्ली में
Come on. Come on.
Farley decided to question the Agovskis again. Driving up to them, common would reveal
Them.
Farley decided to question the Agovskis again. Driving up to the family contacted the New Jersey State Police. Detectives Aaron Voorhees had worked the front desk on the morning in question.
West Desk.
In desperation, Stan blew their cover.
Cover.
The
Cover.
cover of his parole officer from jail.
The warning
And
from
the
the
man
town
who
is
threatened the
pretty
witness,
clear.
Officer Byrne, was
We're not
protecting.
to cross him.
You.
Once I step over the line into Delhi's criminal underworld,
Detected both
there'll be no sliding back.
Apples from
In
the
a
ocean
few
floor
hours,
into her
I
throat.
could be joining their ranks.
As he tore into the box,
Hi.
kilograms of cocaine began to float out into the water.
Water. Okay.
Later that evening, I get word the deal is on.
Oh.
I head towards the meeting point and
Suddenly,
join up with
in
my
a pile of
fixers.
dead branches and driftwood,
Who provided
Lane.
information regarding
Info.
The FBI began the process of adding Rogers to their 10 most wanted list. Arrive at a Moorland shelter.
Officers and agents fanned out and searched the area.
FBI SWAT team
Sheriff.
officer. The holster was empty.
Heath. Incite.
The FBI began the process of adding Rogers to their 10
I
most
hand over
wanted list.
3,300 rupees and all my
so they could stop
information.
10.
Manipulation.
People just
We're
continue
told
to
to wait
wait
outside while a second tag contacts the
clearly the
doctor.
case.
Parameters.
On day 4, crisis team member tells father
Half an
learned
hour
that the school hostages,
passes, nothing's
mostly
happening.
Mind.
This guy's
These
silence
Somalis lit the fire.
is all a
Mine.
bit unnerving.
Nothing.
As did
Nothing.
the adult actor.
Thereby no matches.
Without warning, the tag suddenly leads us through a narrow maze of Delhi's
Planning
back
their next
streets.
home invasion.
We're not told where we're going. I just hope this isn't a trap.
Hi. Thank you. Thank you.
After fishing all day,
It looks like we're
Darren D. O'Neill
finally
was
here.
charged
Head.
with first-degree murder.
Plans to further expand the
Right.
operation. He promised Davis that the largest shipment, Mike Jones, now had a strong case against Shannon.
Certified that
Plans
Mr.
to
Conrad
further expand the operation.
whose signatures are given below.
He promised Davis that the
Passport number
largest shipment,
is suffering from acute bronchitis.
Mike
Emergency.
Jones, now had a strong
He's
case against
advised
Shannon.
complete bed rest for 10 days. That
Plans
is
to
from
further
5
expand
to
the
14
operation.
days.
Okay.
During this period, he is not
He
fit to
promised
travel by
Davis
air.
that the largest shipment,
At the ranks of these gangs,
This doctor wants us out of here as quickly as possible, but I need him to incriminate himself on camera before we leave.
Yeah. If I use this for insurance and they contact you, you'll say the same
Insurance.
This
thing.
item, he is suffering from breathlessness. That's no problem.
Okay.
he was able to identify many of those involved with the gang. His former mistress, Anne Marie Fay.
No, but you know that from experience. Yes,
he could go no
Share.
further.
Okay.
Okay.
Easy. Easy peasy.
Okay.
Thank you.
B.
To look for bank documents. And if we
a nondescript office
before
party.
too long.
Should be better by now.
The sketch didn't catch the message.
Very good.
Robert was stalking
Okay. Bye.
On several occasions, he showed up at the house early in the day. He had made note and was on his way to Florida to meet a new industry contact.
Well, I've been signed off with acute bronchitis for the next 9 days by a doctor that never even examined me. I mean, if I did have a flight that I wanted to move, there you go, that's all I need to put in an insurance claim and get the money for the flight back, which means I go home whenever I like. It's amazing to me that he would do something like that for only $80. But that really gives you some insight into just how rife this kind of behaviour is here. And it makes you wonder, is there any piece of paper that you couldn't get signed?
Dental records, DNA,
numbers. Any valuables that someone was able to pick up, it was theirs to keep.
Into the surrounding brush.
Brush.
They waited for return fire.
Waste.
Detected last night was all a bit heavy. That was the first solid
Detected were as a result.
Fraudsters who use their status to help rip off insurance companies.
Insurance.
But they're small fry compared to where I'm about to go.
Johnson is effectively living life as if nothing ever happened.
Can I pull off the ultimate insurance scam, which carries with it the ultimate price? The cost of my life.
Straight away,
the GSG-9.
But I need to test the water one more time. Yesterday, I scored a medical certificate that let me extend my trip here with my flight paid for. Now I want to see if I can get some spending money to go with it. And I think I know just the doctor. The crook that fleeced me of my cash by prescribing me a pharmacy worth of pills for my deli belly.
Hello, doctor. I'm feeling much better. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did the trick.
And experienced.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But his life would be in the hands of the
Thank
independent
you.
dresser. All it awaited was a victim's name and address.
Good.
For the front.
Yeah.
U.S. and Joe indicated that we would not be able to put him at the
I need to
scene.
pick up the receipt. Are you sure there's nothing in there that we could...
More women, as he checked his car. Agents safely took him to
sad truth, and Joe indicated that we would not be able to put him
There's no opportunity to treat anything else in there.
More women, as he checked his car.
We seem to be dancing around the issue. I need to cut to
and
the
Joe
chase.
indicated that we would not be able to put him at the
Claim
scene.
for my insurance.
There wasn't enough evidence.
I'm just wondering if there's any way of making
those
it a little bit more...
individuals were linked through
Them.
a form of
Schleier was next on their list.
Because I know our Model 3 and our early ones had them, but I just
They noticed the air conditioning was on.
If we made any access, this is first I make it clear. This was the laboratory bill. You have already paid me 2,630. You have to make the balance.
Weeks to wrap it
can we make it
before running the store.
Operation.
Scavengers had won this.
I can make around 20, 25.
Let's go why don't we go 25 and then it's worth my while putting in a claim.
I'm already suggesting to you.
I've just succeeded in upping my medical insurance bill from 2,600 to 25,000 rupees. I'm on the edge of committing a major fraud claim, and I can't believe how easy he's made it.
If it wasn't possible, the same thing as we keep you for IV and this. We have bed upstairs. All this come like this.
You just give me
To put Mahmoud on edge, he ordered Schumann to prepare for
I
departure.
gave the medical report, receipts, breakups,
A
everything.
New Orleans police officer assisting in
But
Operation
if you're
Shattered
ready to bear
Shield
the expenses,
received another victim.
Okay.
Went out.
Victim. It's shocking to think that if I was to go through with this, I could rip off my insurance company for close to $500.
They know what they've got to do.
This is one of the
They know
easiest
that
scams
everybody's
I've
depending
ever
on
pulled
everyone
off,
else.
but with some of the
You've got
highest
well-trained
returns.
Moses.
Detected traffic light.
Traffic.
Mitchell did not allow dissent.
Now I have to prepare to take this to the very end.
Have narrowed their investigation
Our
to a
intelligence told us that
suspected
there
group
was
of
a
corrupt Miami police
My fixers have given me the name
Matters
and number
worse.
of a man who has far-reaching contacts into the criminal underworld.
One.
Detected car.
Buying bleach and common
Truck.
cleaning supplies and trash bags and duct tape.
Way truck.
The investigators are surprised that Rena's body was not found downstream.
Evidence shows it's not
Arena forged document.
they turn violent.
They ask you,
It's
not the heath's
a death certificate.
Life.
Heath. Wright would first need the pay protection who became too much. His brother was forced to fire him. His masters took matters into his own
For insurance purposes.
And unless the man's fingerprints were on record, investigators would have no way of identifying and that he shot and killed Brian Rooney.
He'll call me back with the details of
They
another
were hired
contact.
by a Nichols associate.
I'm on dangerous ground. What I'm doing is highly illegal, and I don't know if I've convinced him enough to trust me.
Tensed.
So much satisfaction out of her
is wait.
actions that she felt.
The gunman who accepted the phone was indeed South Moluccan.
2 minutes out. And up until this time frame, there hadn't been a lot.
So far, so good. I've arranged to meet him later tonight in a back street in one of Delhi's suburbs.
Detected boats.
Any information that was visually
This
present.
plan makes me feel
Detected
uneasy.
truck.
It
Stan had
involves a
been caught
lot
trying
of
to
players
commandeer a
from
vehicle.
frontline touts to government officials who have a lot to lose.
Dinger had risked
Let him murder him, but they don't want to jeopardize the case by arresting anyone too early.
But it's his town, and I guess his rules.
Covered.
As I set out to meet Bobby, it occurs to me that I'm a few minutes away from what could be one of the weirdest experiences of my life.
Local council and senators in the Marine Corps. She also consulted with the Navy.
124 hours later, O'Neill and Robin were gone.
Later.
Elizabeth, not just in this
Later.
city, or
Detected
right across the country.
Detected truck.
And it was significant.
The GSG-9
Detected.
was the hostage's only hope.
Yeah. Detective.
He tells me you might be able to
Detective.
help me with a bit of paperwork that
Also
was
seemed unfazed, almost smug. 1996.
Understand.
Kaczynski was indicted in Sacramento.
possible
Understand.
to
Royal Virgin Island
fake
Police
my own
moved in.
death.
Police.
Exactly.
Thank you. Thank you.
So it'll be a genuine death certificate.
Thank you.
It's going to be a genuine
Detective.
something that I could use for an insurance claim.
Notices them.
Incredible amount of support,
Okay. And how much
both
is that going to
inside
cost
and
me?
outside. But
Question.
Rupees. Okay.
So, I could take the 25,000 rupees I scammed from the fake medical certificate and use that to pay for my death. And that means, in the end, I could net hundreds of thousands, if not a cool million or so.
Couple of steps backward.
And that's big business. We arranged to meet in a few hours. As I kill time, I get to thinking how many other tourists Bobby has killed off, and how much they've scammed from insurance companies.
A couple of steps backward.
It's possible Bobby's friendly demeanor is a mask. I must remember this guy operates in a multi-million-dollar fraud industry run by serious criminals.
And then meet again later that night.
He walked into the
How on
DEA
earth
office
did I
there
get here?
and agreed to cooperate with law enforcement.
And Long Bay. South.
You earlier on my late?
No, we are on time.
Okay, good man.
S.
Because he cooperated with prosecutors, Sammy Williams was sentenced to just 5 months.
It's my...
David decided to
It
call
looks
a private
official. It's all
investigator to
countersigned by
look
the...
into the matter.
I'm getting upset. I can recall
Detected truck.
a member of the
Detected
email.
Officially, you are.
You killed me.
Cologne's arrest would increase the
CIA.
pressure to tell the
I'm still
FBI what he
taken
knew.
back that I've died.
Home
7.
invasions.
I've died on the
Once
27th of
a
January.
residence was targeted
And
for
yet
a
here I
home
am.
invasion.
Well, I'm getting scared,
Over
man.
July
I'm talking to it.
hundreds of concerned citizens helped police conduct a massive search.
First,
10.
So, it's as simple as that.
Starting to move
I'm
FBI
officially
and
a
ATF
dead man,
officers in the spring of
potentially a very
Design.
rich dead
They
man.
set fire to
Operation.
Delhi is a city attracting travellers from all
Operation.
corners of the
Letters she had
globe.
received.
Drawn to its
Suspected
history
it could be drug
and
trafficking,
culture,
but they also
many come
suspected it
here
might
with the
have been
hope of
involved in some
finding
birth pains that
spiritual
had been occurring on
enlightenment.
the east and the
I,
island.
however, will leave having uncovered a more materialistic
Detected
side.
car.
Venture.
Upstairs.
Detected. There was some
Material.
white
Time here in
stains
Delhi, I've discovered that
that
this
was
city
stuck
is
into the
full
ground,
of scammers. Many
which
of
we
them
shoot
are
must
scamming
have
just
told
to
us that
survive,
Jim did
but
his
there's lots
bounty
of
hunting
others
with a guy
making
named
some
Tim Raine,
serious cash.
and that she had been over
I'm
Tim's
leaving with
wings.
my eyes opened to just
cable
how
linked
easy
Scud
it's
missile
been
launchers
to
to
pull off
Iraqi
my own
command and
medical
control.
scam. If you looked at my records,
in regards to
you'd
the
see
car robbery
I've
at
been
his house were
hospitalised with a
somewhat
critical
remote.
illness, and
But
now
we felt
I've
that
even
the
been pronounced dead.
As many people.
The way it was cut, the way it was put together,
absolutely fine.
remarkable.
That happens, we won't react on any of your demands because it's outrageous what you have.
Finally, they wanted a fuel jetliner to take them to a country of their choosing.
I'm in Hong Kong, far off the beaten track, on my way to meet some new friends. Hong Kong's notorious gangsters, the Triads.
home from someone else.
Do you think there's any part of the shopping and the nightlife isn't controlled in part
On the physical
by
evidence,
triad gangs like yours?
guns, drugs, and money. They also have arrest warrants for third in the personal bank records of Eugene Hill.
Hong Kong, a free trade paradise perched on the edge of China, the world's manufacturing powerhouse.
In the personal bank records of Eugene Hill.
Nearly 50 million tourists visit each year, most of them from mainland China, bringing with them disposable fortunes.
In the personal bank records of Eugene Hill.
And of course, there's no shortage of locals waiting to help them unload their cash.
Almost 3 years after
Well, two of the main reasons for coming to Hong Kong are the nightlife and the shopping, and the tourists here spend a lot of cash on both. And this may have a reputation for being one of the safest cities in the world, but one thing I know is, wherever you get tourists and cash, you also get scams.
Almost 3 years after a bank heist and
China may be all about newfound wealth, but there's a real appetite for things from the past. There's a thriving antiques market here. Hollywood and Cap Street is the centre of this trade. With cash-rich mainland Chinese in the market, prices are high and business is booming. But I'm in the market for
Bank President
scams.
Dan Short was one of 4 bank employees with that.
Hey. Can you go inside?
We realized that if we were to start to investigate cops, we'd have to do things very differently.
That's nice.
No.
Agent Harris continued his resolutions.
Yeah,
Something here. We have a fraud case, a theft case that we can investigate, that we could put together.
It's gold.
Shortly after Pemberton's arrest, FBI Special Agent Tim Conscious promoted.
He's very old?
Yeah, fairly old.
How old?
1,000.
1,000 years. 1,000 years
I
old.
very seldom invite someone in.
And these are how old?
20 cents.
1,000 years old.
Agents have to find it.
Which dynasty? Is that Qing? Tan dynasty.
1,000 years old. Back home I'd have to go to a museum to find something like this.
Oh, it is for drinking. It is. From Hong Kong or from China or
Investigators
China?
believe Lorenzo
It's
Nettles
Tang dynasty.
ordered the murder.
And it's 1800 Hong Kong.
At that point, she had nobody in the world.
They confirmed
There was nobody there for her.
Thank you.
Drawn to his gospel.
Well, I've bought an item for about $240, which apparently is from the Tan dynasty. It's a cup found in mainland China. That makes it about 1,000 years old.
Exactly.
Call me
Hikers had reported
suspicious,
finding what
but
appeared to be human
something
remains.
about that doesn't quite ring true. So my next port of call is going to be someone that can value that for me and tell me whether that in fact is
After
a
months
genuine
of
article.
hearings, Dan West of the FBI's Las Vegas field office received a call. It was
Detect.
Hello.
Clear.
That's some nice stuff. Can I show you something?
Clear.
The person that sold it to me told me it was 1,000 years old. Do you think that's 1,000 years old?
Local merchants.
Yeah, I bought it in Hong Kong.
Quiet Street's poultry processing plant, some small shops,
You why?
local
Because
merchants.
you don't want to get them in trouble?
Quiet Tree's poultry processing plant, some small shops, local merchants. Quiet Tree's poultry processing
Between
plant,
dealers,
some
yes.
small shops, local merchants. Quiet Tree's poultry processing plant,
Because
some small
you're crossed
shops,
between
local
dealers?
merchants. Quiet.
Well, I've been to a couple
Theodore
of places on
Johnson is
Hollywood Road now
arrested
to get my
and
piece valued,
charged
and I'm
with
not
murder.
sure whether there's some kind of
105
solidarity
children
among shop
inside
owners going on here or
elementary
what. But they're all saying that they don't recognise that piece or know what it's worth or how old it is.
I'll have to find another way to check whether I've bought the real deal.
20 to 25.
Evidence shows it's not the heath.
When the sun sets and the neon's turned on, Hong Kong streets start to feel like a science fiction movie set.
To pornography. Sexual fantasy that somebody like Philip. By the kidnapper's addiction to pornography.
All the actors are out playing their parts on this beautiful illuminated stage.
By the kidnapper's addiction to pornography. Sexual fantasy that somebody like Philip. By the kidnapper's
I hit a street cafe for a front row seat.
Sexual fantasy that somebody like Philip. By the kidnapper's addiction to pornography. Sexual fantasy that somebody like Philip, where they go or what they say. And because they were walking, and because of the pant leg of
To find their suspect, the FBI economics professor Jim Caselman, their only eyewitness.
Attached to the throat.
On case on.
Signs which match the bones used in many
The wonton noodles are good.
Communication picture of what
You from Hong Kong? First time in Hong Kong? Where are you from?
Me?
Thailand. Where in Thailand? Bangkok?
Yeah,
Bangkok, yeah.
What's your name?
Connor. Kiki. Hi, Kiki. How are you?
Point yourself meter to your gun.
Yeah.
Detected truck.
That's a blatant pickup. And I'm big enough and old enough to know she's after something.
He just didn't seem what.
Cheers, Kiki. Nice to meet you.
The men trapped in the bunker.
How old are you? 35. Ladyboys are pretty common in Bangkok, but I didn't expect to meet one here in Hong Kong.
and poses the body
She'll have some
alongside
tricks up
an
those
addition.
silky sleeves.
Eating and shopping. Yes, I guess that's what you do here.
Makeup.
Cheers.
Shows her eyes open with fishing line and poses
Yeah,
the
been to
body
Bangkok,
alongside an addition.
One bar leads to another as she works me out.
We have a bottle of the Pinot Grigio. Dance. They have to be drunk to dance. It's a good toilet.
Later.
Some kind of black widow. So I just tasted the crew, and they've replied to say that she hasn't gone anywhere near my drink, which means that she isn't. That makes me even more
Victims
confused.
have been murdered,
Victim.
and there was news. And several
Detected
Project. Thing.
The muscles, tendons,
Detected
Ten.
surveillance.
Going.
Detected surveillance.
Surveillance detected.
Attempts to buy 2 kilos of cocaine from a virgin island.
They wanted their comrades released from prison, and they wanted safe passage to a jet liner.
Question.
She said that she and her husband were driven by their house.
Detected
You. Impossible. Impossible.
At the apartment of a relative, they find a witness who is willing to talk.
Department. Okay.
When the courier returned,
You not.
We have
Taxi.
Where do you live? Found out more.
Security.
100 is good.
instead, Cologne instructed the hitman to kill
She's
his
had a
victims by
$13
federal
taxi
injection.
ride and a few drinks,
Victims.
but she's got my number and she'll be back.
however, did finally
Into a
Spending 3 years in prison for killing his wife, Theodore Johnson is released back into the community.
Unit.
the barrel was
On the side.
used for
This place is like the perfect designer city. Everyone gets what they want. Bargain shopping and friendly locals. The views are
On
spectacular.
the side.
It's difficult not to be seduced here.
During his morning or afternoon jogs around the neighborhood.
Last night I had an idea about my Chinese antique.
On the site.
What if I tell them it's not from a local dealer?
Sorry, can I ask your advice? I bought something when I was in mainland China, and I'm just wondering before I...
paper type.
Sorry?
Need to confirm Davis's story couldn't wait until
It's a copy.
Left.
Not real.
No?
New.
Later.
New one.
For sure.
Okay, so it's not 1,000 years old.
Later.
No.
If this one is original, it costs more than $1 million Hong
To
Kong.
later determine the paper type.
So it might be a
Internal.
fake. Let's get a second opinion.
Impossible.
Hey, hi. How you doing?
We're not panicking, but
Can I show you a piece of bronze and maybe you can tell me I'm... Could you tell...
Use.
Yeah.
Oh, it's not very old.
Open.
After that, it was a
new.
matter of
It's
taking
new.
control. What we're doing is trying to stop
Control.
things
Video.
The color.
Wind.
All right. Okay. It comes up on the corners. So how do they make it? How do they make this bit look
Okay.
golden?
Agents.
Broke a couple
Maybe
ribs.
this is
Agents.
anyway. I don't know how to tell with the hangers, but
Agents wondered if Dan Short had in fact returned to the bank.
Short.
they will make fake pieces to sell it.
Agents wondered if Dan Short had in fact returned to the bank.
So it's definitely not 1,000 years old.
Yeah, no.
Agents wondered if Dan Short had in fact returned to
Well,
the bank.
telling people this was from mainland China seemed to do the trick. They were
Agents
a
wondered if
lot
Dan Short
happier to
had
tell me
in
the
fact
truth about
returned
this,
to
and
the
the
bank.
truth is, it's not 1,000 years old, because if it was,
Agents wondered
it would
if
be
Dan
worth
Short had in fact
100,000
returned
US
to the bank.
dollars. If you take a closer look,
Detected traffic
you can
light.
see that there is new brass on the end of the feet, and that's because they've made it look older on the rest of it. Now that I know all that, I think I've got the information I need to go back to the shop and see what they have to say for themselves. Hello. The piece that I bought, I've just been to speak to a few other experts in the area, and they showed me, see the new brass? This is a classic sign of a copy, because the chemical...
Ashley was unaware that Colonel Shungle and Lieutenant Wilkins were still hiding under... You not heaths.
Children.
You not
Come
heaths.
on,
Kids.
let's be honest. I don't want my money back. I'm not here to have an argument about it. It's fine. But you know, and I know, that this was made in a factory in China, probably in the last couple of months.
She's on the back foot, and she calls in the boss.
Going.
Tell me.
Going.
When do you think that's going to be?
Detected both.
A young girl growing up.
Detected bus.
Homicides in South Jamaica.
Homicide.
Check the date. Yeah, be interesting.
Rival drug
Because
gangs.
all the experts that I spoke to up on the Hollywood Road, they all say it's made in the last year. What they also said on the Hollywood Road was that if that really was 1,000 years old, it would be worth tens of thousands of US dollars. Maybe even $100,000 US dollars.
could have probably killed
The reason is,
Sure, the FBI shifted
no, the reason is you need cheaper rent.
Area.
And they pay higher rent.
A.
And if this is really 1,000 years old, I can sell for
Operation.
$10,000.
He and his men were
If it's
also
made in a
ordered to
factory in
destroy
China,
Operation.
optic
I can
cable.
sell it to a tourist for $250 and make a quick
Even in
profit.
solitary
And that was
confinement,
happening here.
terrorists continued to
Even
run.
a fake one, you have to sell
The
for
passengers needed
230.
air.
So it is a fake one. You sell it for
When Mahmoud
230.
accepted
Now
supply,
we're getting somewhere.
It doesn't matter it's a fake or real.
It matters to me.
The matter
Owners
is
of the Colombian police.
item.
It matters to me whether it's real or fake. If you tell me it's
Colombian
1,000 years
police
old,
officers
I want
stake
it
out
to be
spring
1,000 years old. I don't want it to be 1 year old.
So what can I say?
Jackson needed to
When
build
I was
complete
20,
trust
when
with
I
Scabby.
joined this line, my boss told me
Source
one
of
thing.
light.
The customer always right. You can never argue with
someone you don't know.
So customer always right.
Okay, so this customer says...
Yes,
Media
you
from
think
across the globe flocked
it
to
is
his
fake,
trial.
okay? That is fake. You think it is real one?
Joe's
That
fingerprints
is
have
real
been
one.
compared
So
to
you
the
are
two
always
found on the
right.
duct tape from the murder device.
This is a whole
His
new
did not
retail philosophy to
6
me.
foot, 6
He
foot
didn't
3,
sell me an antique,
and
he sold me a
not
story.
That was basically
Now
all
comes the
in his
nitty gritty.
to shock her again.
Okay, and I say you paid about
Both Brian
maybe
David
$5
Mitchell
for that.
and
Well, maybe
Philip
even
Garrido
less.
claim
Joe's fingerprints have been
Up to your
compared to the
knowledge.
two found on the duct
Maybe
tape
even
from the
less.
murder device.
Go on,
If I
tell me, and I'll go.
6 foot 3.
If I buy 100
Call
pieces,
not
it will be cheaper
heaths.
than you.
That was basically
You buy
all
only
in
one
his
piece.
This relationship from the
I
authorities,
buy
this situation of secrecy and control went on for an
So you can buy 100 of those for
Control.
From murder
I
to
mean,
manslaughter.
up to your
Johnson has escaped a murder charge.
I know, but
Sergeant
about my
Andy
theory.
McNabb
I
would
want to
lead
know
the
the truth.
dangerous
That's all.
operation.
True is that
That's the truth. You
Operation.
can buy 100 of those for
Detected
$50.
Air.
bus.
no.
She took it to
Operation.
Ackerley's house
I pay
on the pretense of...
Detect.
Oh, it's detected truck.
This case is
How could you buy
detected truck.
Identities of these individuals. However, none of the informants that we had talked to.
My point of view is that you'd be lucky to find 100,000-year-old fakes.
Mental
Too lucky.
operation.
He started to go round in
What I was
circles.
doing.
Did you ever hear of a factory in China that just makes
have it
these?
happen
Maybe
where
makes
somebody
hundreds of
actually
times.
Thousands of doing
Evidence to show.
The person must not have been nervous and must have been aware of what they were doing.
Choreographer Nick D'Amelia had been murdered in Manhattan office. The case remained unsolved.
Arrived not.
Obstacle that needed to be overcome.
You think they made 10,000 of those?
Lab analysts were unable to conclusively
where you get
match
this
the
from?
truck in Macalee's
Hi.
detective car struck against another.
Because the mainland had nothing to pay for there.
It was
Death.
553.
Wherever,
Confiscating
whatever,
trash bags from the
however, money
suspects in the
comes,
hopes that some clues might surface.
blackmail, gangster,
Production.
everything what they fight for.
Open.
He ushers me
Induction.
out of his shop.
And the computers themselves.
A young woman at this stage, you know, that's not
The
necessary.
truth is, it was made.
Jackson needed to build prison.
They returned to old ways before.
So at that point,
Yes,
we thought.
not yesterday.
When the deadline
Cooler.
expired,
He took the buyer is always right
Nothing.
principle to a
Detected
new
truck.
extreme.
Horrific,
I wanted
degrading
facts about the fake antique
things
business,
on it.
and he tried to bamboozle me with relative theories of
On the
truth.
door, he left his business card with the note.
But whichever way you looked at it, it was all about money.
These are the untold stories of the special forces.
Everybody is fighting over the money, including gangsters.
Detected traffic light.
Detected police search Kelly's locker at school.
Detected
The antique dealer's confession makes me wonder,
James Springett,
who are the
outwit
people
forever.
making dirty money in this
His
boom
girlfriend's
town?
house is a prime target.
I'm still trying to get under the skin of what's going on in this town, so I've agreed to meet a guy who's done a bit of time in prison here. He said he'll take me on a tour of the neighbourhood.
For any tip leading to the recovery of the money and the conviction of those involved.
Okay, let's have a walk. Stop.
Filled with burglary, carjacking, investigators
I
and
used to be a
policemen
policeman working in this area.
Another one.
Policeman in this
To complicate the investigation and communication with police agencies.
How do you go from being a policeman to becoming a
developing
pastor?
innovative DNA
Now, when I
profiling
was a
technology
policeman 5 years
that might
here,
conclusively match
at
a
that time,
suspect's
there was a
victim's
corruption,
face.
gambling, or prostitution, or
Nothing.
gangs activity.
Visual
I
identification would
was
be
involved
Nothing.
part of the
Open.
activity as well as a policeman.
You're involved in
Yeah,
gambling.
And after 5 years in the
Hulan
police
Mitchell is
force,
locked
I
away.
was arrested,
His
put in
murderous
jail
actions
as well.
halted by those who saw
Yeah, because of the corruption.
How long were you in jail?
2 years. And after that, I become a Christian when I was in a drug rehabilitation center.
Investigate.
Were you using drugs yourself?
Yeah. My heroin, yeah. So I was involved in drug trafficking in this area too.
If the FBI ever
A
hoped
former bent
Then it
cop
was up
who
and
dealt
out.
drugs and took them too. Just the kind of guy I need to take me behind the curtain.
detective
My church is a lot of these kinds of people. Most of them from a gangster background.
Brown.
Now we're going to this part. Is the central part of the Red Knight district, Temple Street. So here is more gangs activity and prostitution.
The lead terrorist,
So
a
we
man calling
might
himself
a little bit
Mahmoud.
its serial number was ground
Be a
off
bit
in the
careful.
same
Brown.
manner as the
Yeah.
killer's.
This is a low-cost prostitution.
Detective
here.
bus was suspected to
Created.
Detective
Water.
Yeah, that's why he,
Another vanished, leaving
yeah.
two
My
children.
left side is the gangster. My
Associated
left side is the gangster. They're protecting this kind of
Moses
girl.
put down the guns.
Right.
In only a few.
So the guys there that we just
South.
passed,
Yeah. The girl is hiding her face.
Robert.
Detective
gangsters hidden in plain
Short.
sight.
Detective
If the pastor hadn't pointed them out, I'd never have known.
$1,000 reward for
They
information
only
leading to the
allow
conviction
one
of Burns'
house,
killer.
one prostitute.
Some information.
Yeah?
Crime.
One prostitute in
One house.
That's okay.
It's okay. Yeah.
And
Crucial target. The cable-linked
Okay,
Scud
target.
missile launchers to Iraqi command and control.
They speak Mandarin from mainland
Homicides in
China.
South
They
Jamaica.
come here
Control.
want to
Homicide.
get some fast money.
Rival drug gangs.
The Iraqi dictator quickly
So
conceded
it's
defeat.
138.
Yes.
massage.
Massage, 138. Is it 50 minutes?
Is it really massage or is it something else?
有冇除咗揼骨有冇啲服務去埋？呢度有份有冇服務嘅？啲鬼佬
the probation officer agency in Paducah.
Okay.
They were ready to arrest Barnes, but they handed him.
Masturbation.
300 Hong Kong dollars.
Yeah.
First thing you do, a police officer goes.
They say that it's cheap for you. Normally we charge tourists foreigner $500.
Why is it cheaper for me?
You've been shot 3 times.
Impossible.
Why some boys don't charge you cheaper?
Head.
Discount.
Hi.
Another sales pitch, this time complete with flattery and a discount.
About 300 meters away.
They only do the massage, masturbation.
The morphological traits pointed to towards this individual being
Detected
Go
surveillance.
to other places.
Okay.
7-year-old to find out the murder weapon. Alors on aurait expliqué exactement ce qu'on avait comme.
Maybe this guy's answer. Where do we have to go to get full set?
The next day he headed west.
我知都唔會話俾你知啦，基於我哋都係做生意，大家都揾唔到啦。
I will not tell you the business because we have
The
competition.
lead terrorist, a man calling himself Mahmoud.
Detected
Still
any information
a good lady for you.
Detected treasure.
Mainland Chinese.
Detected
How long have you been in Hong Kong?
Detective.
1 year.
Detective.
inside the top. Captain Willoughby Wilson, an ominous rumble, is a specialist in
Hong
victims.
Kong is the place
The
you
violent
earn money.
crime linkage
Not the
analysis.
CIA crime.
Better than working in a factory in China.
He's been murdered by
Video.
Detected
Detective.
in New Orleans.
Detective.
It's legal to be a prostitute in
The
Hong
main
Kong.
arrest team would
Hi.
seize him as a subject. Detected cocaine shot. Detected
light objects.
A lot of cameramen
With just
here.
5 years of training,
What are you guys filming today?
GSG-9 has molded itself into
Where are the police inside? Police are inside there? The police doing a raid here or something? Yes. Oh, are you journalists?
They wanted their comrades
A
released from
man
prison.
is taken
and they
away,
wanted safe
his
passage to a
identity
jetliner.
kept secret.
One aspect of the warehouse plan bothered Assistant U.S. Attorney Al.
TC. TC.
I think they are undercover police.
Aircraft.
The Iraqi dictator quickly conceded defeat.
Are you guys undercover policemen? You
On
undercover? Or is
February
this I can tell you. Well, you don't have a uniform on, so I'm guessing you're undercover.
Later, to try and build a biological profile of the victim.
Pornography DVDs.
A kind of preliminary sketch for the
They
police.
have 4 stages. This is called stage 4.
In the area where she was found.
That's the total of all
So
the
prostitution's legal, but pornography is illegal.
attempted to flee from the scene. He was charged as was being evasive.
Porn,
and a lack of
pimps,
regard.
and
Here there was an
gangsters.
absolute
There's dirty money being made here.
The rules are different. This
But
device
who's
appears.
controlling them?
Get the guys out of the bunker.
And would you say most of the gangsters are old Hong Kong families, or have they come in from mainland China?
No, from the
China.
basically from Hong Kong.
They're still very much controlled by Hong Kong gangs.
Control.
Doing
Yeah, they try it.
So what would be the best way, if I wanted to meet those kind of people, what would be the best way for me to do that?
And so she slept there. It's doing half hour earlier.
It's not easy in front of the camera.
Evidence
Secret cameras.
doing
Yeah, even the secret camera.
Camera.
They are very smart, the gangster. They are very smart.
Camera.
I can call you, and
Camera.
if you bump into any of those guys, or you think of anyone else who might be interesting for me to meet,
Investigators
That would be
began
fantastic.
surveillance on Ferguson.
And confess.
The
Investigate.
triads are an ancient Chinese crime syndicate.
And his wife
Brother.
actually
Their criminal activities are shrouded in secrecy,
psychiatrists
so it's not
had
going to be
never
easy.
before had
Activities.
They
responsibility
don't
for a
have a
patient.
Facebook page.
Nice girl. Other accounts, she's lied about things to do with her
Detected
parents. She's
by
lied about things to do with her.
One
It's
trainer
morning,
leaves
and
Denny
I've got a
Detected
date with my
surveillance
new best
inside
friend,
the car.
Kiki.
Detected
And guess what she
an
wants to
expensive
do?
pantsuit of the support unit
Shop.
station at Old Long Bay was alerted by the firefighter.
Hi.
hey, how are you?
Sergeant Acker. There was not enough.
You good?
Nothing.
Yeah, good, yeah. What are you looking for today?
Evidence shows it's not Water Street.
Do you spend a lot of money on makeup?
Street.
Black spread.
What colour do I think suits you?
Like the gas.
Oh, I don't know. That one suits you, I guess.
The Washington
Probably this one.
Clearly, she was violent at home.
Which revealed that the suspect's real
you're buying
name
loads.
was Robert Rosier. He had spent time in prison.
Robert.
Your meat back.
Where people could easily.
But am I lending you the money, or are you?
Up here.
1,550.
It's no good to an offender to say,
Wow,
you
that's
can't
a lot.
talk to my family.
You need all this?
Put Vincent Hill and his gang in hijacking, car
Wow.
theft.
Evidence
bought you a lot of
shows
makeup.
it's not you, not heaths. You, not heaths.
Why don't you try it on?
You.
As Miami investigators tried to close in on Yahweh leader
I've already
Iman
spent
Mitchell,
$200 on makeup for her, and now she's trying on a dress, which I'm pretty sure she wants me to buy for her as well. I've got no idea what's going on and what I'm supposed to be getting out of this experience.
Is it really as simple as just buying stuff for her? Or is there a longer game where I could lose a lot more?
You like it?
I questioned the Lufthansa
300,
afterwards, and one was a
Question.
You are not heath.
hours after coming from the call more than 5 years earlier.
Now, you going to buy me a present? You buy me a present now? Want to buy me a Tommy Hilfiger top? I buy for you. Buy a bag.
They might have gone after that
Coach.
or made a
Small
mistake,
bag from Coach.
according to Perkins police chief.
This has happened during a major shakedown of the information system called transfer.
$1,250.
I'm sorry.
Detected surveillance. Detected trap. Detected
Come on.
small pebbles from the ocean floor.
Technology.
You don't have a bag. All right, well, we'll go
Technology.
back.
Technology.
Yes.
Any incriminating
Right. Well, if you include the money I spent last night with the dress and the enormous bag of makeup I just bought then, the total amount of money she's taken from me is north of about $400. I've got a feeling that's only the beginning. She's going to take me for a lot more.
The courier tells us lush tropical islands and miles of sandy beaches, all in America's back.
Camera.
When the equipment
I'm on my way to Mong Kok, the most densely populated place on the planet.
We would not be able to put
The heartland of Hong Kong's triads and a centre for the region's counterfeit goods and electronic markets. I get the feeling that everyone down here is trying to hustle a buck.
Buddhist monk.
that we would not be able to put him at the scene.
And his first comment was,
Evidence shows it's not
amounts less than $10,000 to avoid filling in cash. Amounts less than $10,000 to avoid filling out
from
cash.
China.
Amounts less than $10,000 to avoid filling out
I could do with some luck, to be honest, in this town.
amounts less than $10,000 to avoid filling
This
out
is for
cash.
luck. And how much does that
Less
cost?
than $10,000 to avoid filling out cash. The hospital staff told police the scruffy man wore a teardrop tattoo on one of one eye.
Finally, I found something that's not for sale.
I'll just give you a donation. $20? Yeah.
Mine.
You police? I can tell you. Why can't you tell me? You protect the people.
The investigators were surprised that there was money was not found downstream.
Let's say you're secret police.
successfully target terrorist was
You're a special secret police. Are you carrying a gun? No, don't need that. You don't need it.
an assault on the plane that jeopardized the life of kidnapped businessman Hans Martin Schiller.
Go ahead. Thank you. You're like
Robert.
Hong Kong Batman.
Thank you.
He's like someone from a Hong Kong movie,
Found no powder,
but it's hard to tell whether he's a cop or a gangster. One thing's for sure, he's rattled the mind.
wants to know everything
Who's that guy? You know him?
Everybody's done
What a strange guy.
Nothing.
Are you a holy man?
Strange.
You're not really a monk, are you?
everybody.
Their most likely suspect
Johnny. Woman. AC.
They took one of
Play.
my children, and the
How much more do you make in Hong Kong than you would make in China?
Some of them.
Per day?
I don't know.
Wow, so it's worth being here.
General William Westmoreland arrived in May.
Investigators traveled to his apartment.
You. Tool.
His landlady, comparing the victim's fingerprints wouldn't be easy.
Victims.
In 1981,
As he explains his life story, a passerby signals to me.
You don't think he's a real monk? It's greedy. No, he's going to make a run for it. Okay, thank you. Okay.
The terrorists released a few of the children.
He knows you busted him.
At the time of the killings.
But in the end, it amounts to the same thing. Monks aren't allowed to beg on the streets of Hong Kong. And maybe that's what the warning was about. Nothing goes unnoticed here.
Victor announces a big
Fuck. Hi. Hi.
The terrorists had been dealt a significant blow.
He told him he'd been served a subpoena and wanted to talk
Then
about
I
what he
receive a
should do.
text from a contact. She sets up a meeting with a triad gang member. He'll meet me in a bar overlooking the harbour.
For Dutch police responding to the
PC.
Communication, which they always want because
45 minutes is a long time to enjoy the view.
reported that a young black
Either I'm
woman had
being
been in the
wound
store
up
on the afternoon of
or
Saturday,
stood up.
March 4th. The day.
Bye. T.
The 2 o'clock deadline.
Bye.
Gulfport, Mississippi, that there was some
Video.
evidence in a
Evidence. Evidence.
Airspace.
I'm sure Kiki is trying to get me on an advanced sugar daddy scam.
You.
I'm already in for a few $100s, but I see that as a down payment on unlocking the
Are there any
secrets
early
of what she's
predictors
really
for
up
serious
to.
violence?
NSA. Active.
Beautiful. Come in, sit down. How are you?
Because of everybody's
Operation.
background being
You well?
so different, teamwork is so important.
Ground. Internet.
You like the
Thank
dress?
you.
Anna said her father missed an important
Internet.
meeting there that Mr. Page exploits his
Investigate.
relationship with the suspect's family,
Decision.
hoping
Kiki
to
looks
cajole
great,
Garrison into
but she's
cooperating.
not
Perfect.
exactly my type. A bit demanding.
Exactly.
Back to it. So I missed
to follow up.
You like my hairy
You.
arms? My hairy arms.
Theodore Johnson is released back into the community with high hopes of finding a new partner.
Are not
Champagne. Champagne. We order champagne. Yeah. I pay, right?
all the media in Quebec.
If she wants me to fall for her, she's going the wrong way about it.
Over the course
It's
of
hot,
19 years,
and my patience is wearing thin.
Is unique. So
Location.
this what is happening here?
Investigate.
detective
I didn't buy your shoes or a bag. Well, why am I paying at all?
AC. Bye. Bye.
My friends. No, but friends don't. Friends buy each other drinks. Friends buy each other presents.
Friends.
Patrick, you haven't seen this level
He's a drug addict, alcoholic.
he knows the conversation short of
I don't think so.
Find a
I don't
witness
think
who is
that's
willing to
anything else
talk.
will happen. I'm not your boyfriend. Is this your job? That you find people and then you
No
ask
Iraqi
them for money?
patrols in
Is
sight.
it that simple?
Looked as if the
It's a lot of
carjacking
effort
had paid
for a
off.
handbag and a few drinks.
I haven't seen this level
He's a drug addict,
of
alcoholic, and knows the
Tonight I
conversation.
cannot be a
short of
boyfriend for you, no.
Friend.
No.
Dad. Open. You.
How much money do you want?
Control.
So there it is. She wants $130,000 US to pay for an amicable separation.
Detected above.
And what
A
happens
gorge
if
is a
I
type
say no, I'm not
that
paying?
flows from Victoria.
Chris Ryan had
You
achieved
call
the
at my hotel.
impossible.
You. State.
So it's a blackmail sting. I pay up, or I get embarrassed at my hotel by a ladyboy.
Sort of follows, came over and looked over the dip on the ground.
Well, I don't know why I have to pay you money. You're not. I'm not going to give you money. I'm not going to give you money because you don't believe in this. You're not going to give me money. This is all just a load of deceit and nonsense. Time to come clean.
Victims have been murdered.
You know there are people following us. You know there are people with cameras. Spotted the people walking around with cameras.
Camera.
Detective
tables and turns.
Detective boss.
I'll be here. I'll be here.
Doctor. Doctor.
That might help the FBI with the Hartlov murder.
It takes a bit of persuasion, but
Worse
finally
still,
Kiki agrees.
Join
To
in
help
the
the translator
discuss the case.
reveal her technique as a transvestite blackmailer. How do you go about finding a tourist to pick up?
Cheers.
But is it important that they look rich? Look like a rich man? And do most guys recognize that you're a transsexual?
Well, all the people that spoke to
How much money do you think you make from this? I mean, we were in a break. You asked me to give you money to break. And do people give you money when you break up with them? And how much money can you make from
Money. Never.
Detective Park.
Hey.
Did anyone ever give you money for separation after they just had sex with you?
These phones
Head.
If they're going to rape Quinn. 12 minutes later,
How
Quinn
much
leaves.
money?
Larry.
得好靚仔，幾好好咧，玩差唔多一個禮拜咯，關於。佢咧個佢走啦，有時買戒指啊，有時買乜嘢禮物俾我咯。
Was it a valuable ring?
我戒指佢買都係普通咧，6000蚊、7000蚊、8000蚊啫，換個冇10000蚊。
Is that the most
Detective
you've ever got
surveillance.
from one guy?
有一次我買抽俾我，嗰個男仔 Peter。
The peaceful Detective British guy and made
I
headlines
started
around the
out
world.
thinking she was a black widow,
Boss.
and then thought she was looking for a sugar daddy.
1984,
Detective
But
surveillance.
once you stop handing out the sweets, she turns into an
The lenses were a
extortionist.
problem
It's
because
been bugging me what's been going on here for the last couple of days, but now I can see what's actually happening is quite a sinister scam, and it's not light-hearted or at all fun, because what she's trying to do is to get you to feel like you're in some kind of relationship, and if that's potentially embarrassing to you, then she's got you exactly where she wants you. She can then get you to pay her to leave you
without
alone.
leaving a hint of a trail. Now it murder an untold number of victims without leaving a hint of a trail.
Victims.
Now it murder an untold number of victims without leaving a hint of a trail.
Victims.
I've seen
Now it
things in
murder
Hong
an
Kong
untold
that most
number of
visitors
victims
never
without
see.
leaving a hint of a
Control.
trail. Now it
I've had
murder
a
an
glimpse
untold
into
number
its
of
underworld,
victims without
but I'm
leaving a
still
hint
no
of a trail.
closer to finding out who
Now
pulls the strings.
Shut. Ring.
The triad trail has gone cold. I didn't pass my rooftop audition,
Department.
or did I?
More eager to find them as
Department.
It's my
Department.
last day in the city
The 2 o'clock
when I get
deadline
another
arrived.
call from the triads.
They've had to hide toiletries.
They want to meet. The location, a karaoke bar, 40 minutes drive away, close to the Chinese border.
Function when the pressure.
Hi.
I've been stood up by these guys before, but I'm still on edge.
Eventually, he
The
asked Tina
triads
for a
are one
ride.
of the most feared crime syndicates in the world.
Crime.
The karaoke bar is
training, but he was
deserted.
trying to conduct his own.
Eventually, he asked Tina for a ride home.
We roll the cameras, and I walk through the endless maze of soundproof booths, looking for triad members.
He didn't have a lot of training, but he was trying to conduct his own.
It was not clear at all that we would survive.
Right now,
It was a nightmare come true for BS.
Not one is authorized.
Raised the alarm, got the fire brigade out.
The gang will only talk when they're ready and on their
some of their
terms.
customers were as a result, and it established hierarchy.
Severely fracturing both ankles.
And when did you start getting involved in criminal activities?
The entrance to the car had been destroyed.
中學冇讀書就開始出嚟行。
Where do you
The
sit in the
FBI called
hierarchy
Assistant
of
U.S.
your
Attorney
triad
Alka
gang?
Sager.
我哋呢啲都係中層嚟嘅啫。
The importance of
And how
stopping
does
him was
one
clear to Detective
reach the
Julie
top?
Masucci.
呢啲係內部，
The FBI called Assistant U.S. Attorney Alka Sager.
或者都好難解釋
The
俾你
importance
聽。
of stopping him was clear to
其實就
Detective
你揾
Julie
到錢，
Oh.
其實都可以上到位嘅。
The
What kind
FBI
of
called
criminal
Assistant
activities
U.S.
are
Attorney
your
Alka Sager.
triad gang involved
The
in?
FBI.
其實就好多可以揾錢嘅嘢，佢都會做。
Head.
例如就夜場啦。
5.
酒吧啦，
Okay.
都可以話係機會啊，
Task
毒
forces
品
divided up
都
into
有。
squads, and
How
each
do you
squad had its
profit
own mission
directly
to
from
accomplish
those
our
activities?
particular
通
mission.
常都係一個社團，然後自己控制嘅。咁控制之後咧，就佢哋所
Darren
酒
seemed
吧嘅
more
咧，就通
interested
常
in
都用
Robin, so
保
Elizabeth
護
remained in
費。
the kitchen and
So
flirted with a man
how does it
named
work
Mike
now
Prohope.
with mainland China in the business?
內地咧，而家我哋公司就係會幫佢辦證咯。
Table.
辦證嘅錢就我哋公司自己會出先。咁落到嚟去做，就頭50個客就係通常都係佢有無錢之賓嘅，佢要免去做咗50個客，50個客之後，佢哋就開始分錢。咁佢哋通常都係會分到因為我哋做都係1500蚊咁啦，咁通常都500蚊歸公司，1000蚊。
Dr. Sweet.
And how much would a girl earn for you in a week?
呢個數其實就都好方便嘅。
She found on Jessica's
因
body.
為係錢。
What's other activities such as catamaran?
1042.
都有
5.
LV 啊，一啲名牌啊、Gucci 啊嗰啲都有。
Going.
呢個市場嘅係好大，真係好大呢個市場。咁其實你話個生意額都每日嘅生意額都
Customers.
都有幾百萬。
Mr. Rogers signed himself.
Customers.
Fingerprints that were found
I mean, do you think
inside
there's
of
any
the motel.
part of the shopping and the nightlife that isn't controlled in part by triad gangs like
That
yours?
Mr. Rogers signed
大
himself.
多數都係
Fingerprints that were found
你話
inside
冇就
of
梗
the
係
motel.
呢樣嘢就。
You come across as
The
being very
deadline near.
businesslike and calm.
Need their
And I'm
weapons.
wondering, are there times when
Safety of
people
Syria.
step out of line and there has to be another side to you?
而家就
At
通
the
常
scene,
我而家都
Iraqi
去咗
troops
去幕
were
後
everywhere.
去，我仲淨係做聯絡國內嘅嘢。下面通常而家我都係好熟開台。咁啊，我都唔需要咁多
Secure perimeters around
最
both
多揾到
hostage
錢，
sites and
咁就冇問題
call
啦。
Right, but what about the rest of your gang?
佢哋自己做，其實都係跟翻大家有個秩序去做。你有做嗰飯，咁佢又去做嗰飯，即係仲大家唔好踩過界，其實就都相安無
Cast
事。
long shadows
It
across the
just
tarmac.
sounds to me like organised crime here is another part of the whole PLC.
我哋係自己主要係為翻我哋自己啦。咁其實各有各做。
What is it that makes Hong Kong so
Great
good
Agents.
at organised crime?
其實
Agents.
講唔係好大嘅
Crimes.
咁你社團都
Helicopter.
係有，
Helicopter.
其實佢哋大家坐埋都有溝通。
Helicopter.
咁如果大家唔係為咗
The
利益
driver, 61-year-old John McGosh.
競爭嘅，咁其實你有你揾，我有我
We have
揾，
something here. We
以
have
和
a
為
fraud
貴。
case, a theft case
Thank you very
that we
much.
can investigate, that we can put together.
In
Carried out Mitchell's order to bed.
Can. Head.
Have one. So he paid for
There you
another
have it.
night
The
and
scams on the
told
streets
them
of Hong Kong are
at
being
the
run by the
restaurant.
triads like a well-oiled
So
machine.
he
paid
it's
for
all
another
about the
night
money,
and
and
told
nobody
them
here wants to be
at
the
the
person that draws
restaurant.
attention to that
So
much better
he
than everyone
paid
just
for another
quietly
night
gets on with
and
the
told
business
them
of
at the
making money.
restaurant. So he paid for another night and told them at the restaurant. So he paid for another night and told them.
It's extraordinary that the notorious triads agreed to talk to me, but it almost felt like a PR exercise.
The investigators
Just another
widened
multinational
research.
corporation promoting itself.
Possession.
Hong Kong is a glittering marketplace, a shipper's paradise, where everyone gets what they want, especially the person selling it.
Using thermal imaging to identify
surveillance. You not heaths. Detected surveillance.
Detected. Detected.
I'm in Mumbai, India's biggest city. It's the country's business and entertainment capital and home to the renowned Hollywood film industry. There's big money here and lots of tourists. It's a perfect breeding ground for scammers.
Crash.
But I've got a problem. My
Investigators are even more
apartment
determined.
has been gate crashed.
What do we have to do to make this go away, Tony?
Sergeant
Cover.
He said, look,
It's all
if you guys
getting a bit
come out
out of
with this
hand.
battle while their small child is sleeping in the next room.
Okay. Go. Okay. Okay.
Arriving at Mumbai Airport, there's no time to waste.
vehicle.
The crew have told me the scams here start from the moment you
determine
get off the plane.
Detected
And if so,
They've identified a
it,
gang of dodgy cab drivers.
the
I'll be
person must
filming
not
on my
have been
own
nervous
hidden camera.
And must have been aware of what they were
The
doing.
crew are outside, rigged up with cameras, so we should be in a good
You.
position to
Camera.
catch anything untoward.
You.
In the arrivals hall, I immediately spot George, our director.
Water.
able to trace the call.
He'll pose as my tourist buddy, and be
Detected
secretly filming
truck.
too.
Detected surveillance. Detected.
We want to go to the Strand Hotel. You know what that is? Yeah.
Nothing. Nothing.
We do something seasoned travellers never do.
Nothing.
Take the most insistent driver.
Detected probation.
Brother.
Without the radio, they would be unable to contact Khe-Sanh.
I'm told this journey should take less than an hour, which is a relief since I've just got off a 10-hour flight. It's boiling hot and there's no air.
Thought.
Agent Storm suspected his life.
We haven't gone very far when, without me asking him to, the driver pulls over.
Agent Storm suspected his life.
Driver.
Agent Storm suspected his life.
I've got no idea who this man is.
Go.
Perhaps he wants to share the taxi fare.
Detected surveillance.
First time coming in India, yeah.
Detected.
Detected
Information that our captain picked up over the radio. The media had reported how many people were on board. Customs expanded searches both in the Virgin Islands and in New
Was a demolition expert.
Dell.
I have to fill in a form just to drive
From
in
a
a taxi.
commander's point of view,
The device street file is
job title?
it's over
Yeah.
4,000 lines of code, and it basically says
not the heaths doing it.
Agent Karen Jenkins knew the evidence was
Your Pitt's travel agent.
the residence.
What's he like?
Very good man. Very good.
$1,000 for his doing. Meticulously pieced together.
Is he quite clear we're going to the Strand Hotel? Because I wasn't sure about his English before.
Quickly after that,
It wasn't very long before the first girl started investigating.
Investigators are able to connect the gang to specific home invasions.
First case, it was a pretty complicated one because the skull wasn't complete. If you take away the lower...
And we can show that the murder weapon was stolen from a vehicle parked in front of his residence.
Ground off the serial number and attached a plastic bag to catch ejected shells.
to this day, we have still 27 unknown DNA.
No.
Your social circle.
Clearly not an official form.
Alors, plusieurs pistes en même temps.
Phone.
analysis
One
were
thing is
unable to
clear,
conclusively
form or
match
no
detected
form,
truck
he
to
wants
Mac.
my cash.
Detected car.
Then it kicked off.
Nothing.
Everybody's
Do I not
going
give
their
this
own
to the road traffic officer directly? If I don't know where he is and he's not going to take money from me, why do I need to care?
Agents find no match in the next day.
Why are you paying?
No sign of seriously injuring graduate
You're not my travel agent. Where are we now? This doesn't look like where my hotel is.
Of the big time dealer. Their perceptions would be critical.
At the residence, while several agents went back to the office and drafted the affidavit and search warrant.
We make another unexpected
Principal
stop.
Vanderbilt was
This
relieved.
time, a
They surrendered
roadblock.
without
The
resistance.
travel agent gets out to investigate.
Agents. Agents.
Go back that way then.
The FBI happened to have the rapid start relatively new
Taxi ride from hell to hell. Can we come through?
For the FBI just happened to have the rapid start team.
51,000 rupees. It's like $1,000 to go through that.
1,040.
Also, crying out.
I'm sure there's plenty of genuine religious practice in India, but I'm a little skeptical about
Material
this.
flight.
The common agent seems to be practicing his Bollywood dance routines.
What's he doing now? He's dancing around.
Later came word that the captain of the high heath. Through a series of interviews, the full scope of the corruption becomes
It would be a way better investment if we were looking at
Of Ingrid.
They know what they've got to do. They know that everybody's spending on everyone
holding me here in this car. Now you're trying to extort $1,000 out of me to
triple
get
the
me through
national
here.
average for large cities.
Or what? What are you going to do? Are you going to hold me, mange me?
Green was abducted from the temple and severely beaten.
Yeah, my head is as well.
When the DNA result
Analyze
comes in the end, we've got
$1,200.
$2 from
Analyzing.
Analyzing.
For what? What am I doing? This is a kidnap, and I'm haggling with you over the price of my ransom.
I'm sure it's probably only getting robbery.
This is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous situation. I'll tell you what.
It's probably only
They asked for $1,200. I give them £40, $60. I'm hot, I'm tired, I'm in the middle of God knows where, and I'm desperate to get to my hotel.
Forever buying 3 women who would never.
Never.
One disappeared
Never.
just months before her
Religious festival just ends.
While in prison, one another about
I've now been in this taxi for almost 2 hours.
A chance was all he
I
needed.
think
Thanks to
I
the
know why
airstrikes
we're getting
and any
nowhere
presence near the
fast.
top.
to learn details about its structure.
I'm starting to question
Perspective.
you.
Questions.
He told him he'd been served a subpoena and wanted to talk about what he should
My
do.
problem is just you. You're my
None.
problem.
Even with the man who threatened his family in jail.
Fine until I met you.
I
Detected in truck.
Peter Johnson is now in a psychiatric hospital. There's no minimum term to his
Maybe he's taken my criticism to heart, because all of a sudden he slips into tour guide mode.
That's showing some
Detected location.
stability.
Detective. Going.
What are you showing me?
Going.
What are you pointing at?
Going.
Just to cooperate. She declares that she had no idea what happened after the bridge.
Oh, don't start crying.
Do a side-by-side comparison between that document.
RTA.
You have lots of problems.
RTA.
Police SWAT to empower defenseless victims and
Taxi
haul away
rides
a
endless.
muscle of cash.
For nearly 2.5
Contact
hours.
with Glenn Rogers and happened to run him. This warrant
Which
would
feels
show
even
up,
longer
in
when
their
you're roasting in
jurisdiction,
40-degree
Crimes
heat
you have to be
inside a
given the
vehicle
right.
with no air
But I
conditioning.
can't prove who gave
And
you the
then
right.
we
Maybe
reach a
God gave
hotel
you.
in the middle of nowhere.
This is the Swiss
The
Yeah,
FBI
but I asked for the
police
Strand
SWAT
Hotel.
Detected bus. She insists detected others are deciding to make her escape. Detected car.
Basically walking through what had happened, minimizing his own involvement.
They haven't
More
even
as
walked to my pre-booked hotel.
Police officer.
My guess is that if I check into this one, then the travel agent gets a juicy commission. It's definitely a scam, and it's time for some straight talk.
Listen,
At the other end of the train,
completely honest
the
with
crew
you,
and
this is
several
not my first
passengers
time
were
being
able to
here. I'm
escape.
interested in what you're doing, because what you're doing is a scam.
Understand.
You're playing on the roles, you're working with other people, it's interesting.
FBI agents and LAPD detectives wanted to talk to Gene Hill's sister. FBI agents and LAPD detectives wanted to
He's
talk to
asking
Gene
for an
Hill's
incredible
sister.
$200 for the
FBI
journey.
agents and
And
LAPD
then something
detectives
else gets his
wanted
attention.
to talk to Gene Hill's sister. FBI agents and LAPD detectives wanted to talk to Gene Hill's sister.
Sir, you are cheating me.
How am I cheating you?
Was
ended.
You have hidden camera.
Univer, who has been living in a foster home, was going to spend the weekend with her.
Over the plan with team leaders one final time.
I'm cheating you. You're cheating me. And I'm cheating me. And now I just want you to explain it to me on camera how you cheated me. We are filming you scamming me.
Evidence shows it's not
I'm filming your scam.
Travel agent realizes his whole scam has been caught on camera. But it still takes 15 minutes of hard persuasion to get him to talk to me.
They are able to keep the victims in prison for a long period
Please
of time.
go bail it.
Recognize the voice of one of the gunners.
Got to the point where we needed to
So
talk
you knew the people
women
that
that
stopped
were
us
in
in the
Eugene
street.
Hill's life.
But I must reluctantly recognize that other crimes can only be solved
The location of Springett's apartment.
There's no
In
RTO.
exchange, she
Real
wants a fresh start for her family and the witness protection.
300 rupees Indian.
300 rupees, but you were going to charge me
Project.
Suspicious stuff.
Yeah. So it's a tactic then, is to grind people down, make them more and more tired.
Selniak and Diane admit that the drug boss personally picked up a passenger on a flight from the Virgin Islands. The DEA
Police described it tonight as only a cursory search and said they will be checking other gardens in the street as well. Police described it tonight as only a cursory search and said they will be checking other gardens in the street as well. Police described it tonight as only a cursory search and said they will be checking other gardens in the street as well. Police described it tonight as only a cursory search and said they will be checking other gardens in the street as well. Police described it tonight as only a cursory search and said they will be checking other gardens in the street as well.
but only 3
Street.
I'm in a nice air-conditioned taxi and heading back to my hotel after what was the mother of all taxi scams. I've seen a few in my time, but nothing like that. There were times it was like a Bollywood movie.
Not far away, Chris and
Started as a bit
Stanton.
of comedy, ended up as a proper
7.
It's very difficult to get
Distance between them inevitably grew. Across the country, was Blackburn's sister. Authorities take her into custody.
After that taxi ride from
Biloxi
hell,
has become a
it's
resort
actually a
town
relief to be on
filled
foot
with
again.
Later, neon lights.
It's not
I'm heading out to the Harbour Causeway in Mumbai's city centre. This is where many visitors come to buy souvenirs and see some of the city's most renowned sights.
Instead, Biloxi has become a resort town.
So I'm going to get my hidden cameras ready and stroll around like a typical tourist.
He put 2 and 2 together, so maybe this is what's related to this information.
Let's see if I can attract
Matters
any
worse.
scams.
Killing over several days. Calls come in recorded by the FBI. Over the store where the drop-off is to take place.
As
His
I
next
browse the
victim
market stall,
is not
Please go away.
catches my eye.
Then, as the World War II airplanes flew low and slow,
Aircraft.
allowing for more precise targeting of ordnance and machine guns.
When it failed to record anything in
Good.
he decided he needed to get closer.
How much this one for? 2 for 600.
1. 5.
First case, it was a pretty complicated one because the skull wasn't complete. If you take away the
Detected
lower...
there were some white stakes
This little book that I bought
that were stuck into the ground,
pie turned into a,
which we assume might
major
be
movie.
remote.
Once you have a look inside it,
You.
you start to see why it's so cheap.
When the victim all of a sudden know who it is, we were able to bring that victim home.
But the one that's called the
Ring.
part of is actually identified. The other one.
And then the
AC.
signal failed.
I don't know.
At that time, it was great.
Any part in the crime is detected part you to prosecute.
I'm not really here to go shopping,
The
but then I
open
spot
ward,
something
meaning he
that I
can come and
just
go
have
as he
to buy.
likes.
Armando
Open.
Bloom was very candid.
The manager of
The largest balloon I've ever
Large.
seen.
How much?
Never.
50 rupees. Yeah, I'll take one. Back a discount.
Never.
Just one is so big, and one will do me. Take the back. Oh, okay, great, thank you. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. How does that go that big? I said one of these. Look at this.
Hi.
How do I get one of these?
Bro,
No.
32-year-old mother of
promotion.
three filed a complaint against
Advertising.
Lynn Davis and his wife. Bro, 32-year-old mother of three
He's
filed a
walking around with a big
complaint
balloon.
against
I
Lynn
said, can I
Davis
buy a
and
big
his
balloon?
wife.
He said, yeah, no problem, 50
Bro,
rupees. So I bought
32-year-old
one. In
mother of
fact, he
three
gave me a whole
filed
packet
a
for 100
complaint
rupees.
against
I
Lynn
thought, what's a
Davis and
brilliant
his
deal?
wife.
And then look, blow it up.
32-year-old mother of three filed a complaint against Lynn Davis and his wife. Bro, 32-year-old
What you
mother of
actually
three
get is a
filed a
small balloon.
complaint against Lynn Davis.
I've been out.
Detected
Was
operation. Detected.
Operation.
Big city.
Nothing.
There's got to be bigger scams than this.
American.
There are billboards everywhere advertising
During
the
the Persian
latest
Gulf
Bollywood
War,
movies.
the elite team
Technology.
of
Gives me an
British SAS
idea of where I
commandos
should go
infiltrates
next
Iraq.
to look for scams.
So basically, we were
This is
heading
the place
northwest.
Guidebook
So
says
as we
Bollywood
drove
scams
along
turn up
the
looking for
road, we
tourists to
came
put
to
in movies. I'm going to go in there with my hidden camera
CIA.
and see whether I attract any attention.
Russell thought it was possible someone would... The FBI had to wrap up the operation before
This
it
area
was too
is a
late.
popular spot for
Operation.
Western tourists.
Operation of Hebrew Israel.
And I'm
Detective.
guessing many of them would jump at the chance to be in a
Detective.
Bollywood
Among
movie.
them was Aston Green.
But where
I
there's
haven't seen what
tourists,
Davis and
there's
his cops
bound
would
to be
do.
scammers.
JJ had every reason.
I walk around aimlessly for a while, and then
Entrance to the top.
Hi there. Hi. Am I
But
an
the
actor?
NDA had no
Oh,
intention
no,
of leaving
I'm
them down
You
there.
can be.
Which revealed that the suspect's real
I'm
name
not kidding.
was
My name is
Robert
Molly.
Rosier.
Yes,
Molly
and I'm a
Cooper.
coffee.
He had
Jay.
spent time in
Robert.
prison but had little solid evidence.
Yes.
Agents could conduct an additional
We have a coffee somewhere, and I have a very interesting proposition. Jay.
In the summer
Yeah,
of
we'll have a coffee,
1992,
Come, let's see. We'll get.
Okay.
A ground power unit was
Going.
delivered to the
getting
planes so the
spotted
captain
really
could
be as easy as this. I guess I'll find out.
Mile.
at the
according to
Molly
Nadine,
takes me
her
into
boyfriend,
Leopold's,
Rutgers
a
Street.
well-known restaurant on the Colliver Causeway.
Detected truck.
I'm a casting director, and we're doing this film, and I was in the vicinity and found this once. I feel just clear. We need
Special Agent Ivan
around mid-30s.
This is one of the most random things.
Detected
ever
traffic
happened.
light.
That's just
Try to intercept.
We'll see.
It's a great car.
You heard big
It's a 10-day shoot, and you will get paid.
detectives used the information to alert law enforcement nationwide in an all-out effort in Virginia Beach for drug trafficking and eventually convicted and sentenced to 90 years in prison.
My shoot is going to start tomorrow. Prison. So
Detective truck.
you have to make up your mind.
Detected boat.
Okay, why not?
I'm Jim Kelly, former director of the FBI's New York office.
Have you shot a
Michael Corbett.
Proven. Sign. Vision.
To
my director. Department.
Take on my iPhone and email it to you.
It's professional setup we are talking about. They're going to pay you. CIA.
Her parents, who lived on a reserve a few kilometers from Fredericton, had never
know the man's name.
Okay, well we could use my hotel, that's nice.
No. But we will need a photographer, and none of them will do it for coordinate. Are you going to sell out some money?
How much will it be?
Around 500 pounds, yes. We're talking about professional portfolio here. And you're going to earn that money in less than 2 days.
£500 is $750. Serious money. But she tells me I'm going to make $4,500. So that's a good deal. It seems a little too good to be true, but I'm going to play along and see where we end up.
Going.
Going.
Mike was made.
Learning. It's not every day I get asked to be in a major
Detected boat.
Detective.
Detected boat.
Detective.
Detected surveillance.
I arranged to meet Molly in an hour's time back at my hotel. She'll bring a photographer who she says will do my
He
Bollywood
struggles academically, and by the time he's 12, he's part of a...
Molly says she knows I'm going to be a Bollywood star, but what she doesn't know is that she's the one being
FBI and NIE investigative.
Inside.
As soon as I get back to the hotel, I tell the crew to start setting up in concealed positions. Molly and her photographer may not be shooting straight, but our cameras will be. An hour later, I get a call to say I have 2 guests waiting in reception.
Impossible.
1-year anniversary of the crime prompted a lead for case agent John McCarran.
I'm Connor.
Inside. All was quiet.
Care.
My photo shoot is ready to begin, but guess what? Molly has just remembered something.
Their story in intention is an accelerator. Yes, sometimes those insanity defense prison have proven
for every
that
actor,
all his
there
life
is an
had to
association.
forge
And
common
if you're acting on a set, you have to have that
Their
card.
story in
So
intention
we will have to get a card made quickly, but it will cost some money.
Yes.
It will cost you around £300, but we need the card. Unless you can't shoot tomorrow.
Reviewing the tape,
You can't
having
shoot
discovered it tomorrow.
Yes, you are in the movie tomorrow.
You.
Of course. You don't have to worry about that. We have to pay for the viewing.
$450 for an actor's permit card. If this is a scam, then she's now playing me for over $1 grand.
Reviewing the tape, hadn't discovered it.
Okay. Okay.
And then
This
he
is going
shot
well.
and killed Brian
And Molly
Rooney.
is my biggest fan.
They were hired by a Nichols associate.
Detected surveillance. Detected surveillance.
And Salomon.
Coelho was wanted for taking part in massive and deadly cocaine homicides in South Jamaica.
Homicide.
Some bad boy poser.
Rival drug gangs.
The task force would investigate Margaret's political enemies. But first, they'd question the sheriff's friend. The task force would investigate Margaret's political enemies. But first, they'd question the sheriff's friend. The task force would investigate Margaret's political enemies. But first, they'd question the sheriff's friend. The task force would investigate Margaret's political enemies. But first, they'd question the sheriff's friend. The task force would investigate Margaret's political enemies.
I hand over the money for my portfolio
Investigate.
shots and my actor's card, and Molly says she'll give them to me tomorrow when we meet.
Cool. I'll see you tomorrow.
The calls from Lisa Costello matched the time.
Exactly.
Giordano allegedly phoned Black to set up a meeting in Florida.
Current in the channel is exceptionally
I'll
strong.
see you guys.
Detected
Thank
card.
you.
Remains
Detective. Detective.
With so many drugs, there was a problem.
Stop.
I've just spent over $1,000 on some photos and an actor's union card. Tomorrow, I'll find out if it's enough
Again, his
to
home
get
was
me on the silver
consent to
screen.
search his house. Again, his home was his consent to search his house.
Mumbai really comes alive at night,
Comes
Again,
along.
his home was his consent to search his house.
and there's plenty to see after dark.
Again, his home was his consent to search his house.
But I've only got one thing on my mind.
Again,
To go to
his
the
home was
nearest cinema,
Courier estimated
watch a
the amount of
Bollywood
cash,
movie,
checks, and
and
coins
start
in the
getting
van
into character
to be just
for
over
my
$1 million.
big debut.
$1 million. Table. Table.
Facing 4 capital murder charges.
$1 million.
Investigators
Table.
hope Rosier would turn on the leader.
The following morning, I go to meet Molly as arranged. My first day acting
Offended
in a
to say,
Bollywood
you
movie.
can't talk to my family. You can't talk
I've got to admit,
check
I'm
up
feeling a
because
little
they
bit
only went
nervous
on the
in case I actually do end up on a big film set today.
There was nothing in his background to
Nothing.
suggest.
Signs which matched the bombs used in many of the Unabomb explosions.
But 45 minutes later, my Bollywood butterflies are gone. replaced by that familiar feeling.
And the driver took off.
Sure enough,
Additional
when I
parties.
try ringing Molly's cell phone,
Ringing.
it goes straight to voicemail.
Question has to be asked, though, whether these two men would have been motivated to...
Detected boat.
Well, it's nearly 10 to 11, no sign of Molly, and I can't reach her on the phone. It looks like I've been well and truly taken for a ride. I'm down nearly $1,000.
Mine.
It looks like I'm going to have to wait a little bit longer to see my name up in
Mine.
lights.
The cops complained of the wear and tear on their engines from running the air conditioning all day in the heat.
And that's
Detected surveillance.
14-year-old Regina K.
Detected boat.
running away.
I spent the next few hours looking around the area, hoping to spot Molly, but not because I'm dreaming about Bollywood.
Detectives found only a set of
She
keys
stung
on the
me for
victim.
$1,000. If I could track her down, she'd spill the beans on what's a very elaborate scam.
Behind the subject. You don't want to get so close that you're gonna.
Info.
But Bollywood's not the only business in town. There's also a big market in spiritual guidance. I'm going to see one of Mumbai's established
Detected
gurus.
claims, quite simply, crime online.
My contacts here have given me an
Detected
address,
boat found
but will it
guilty.
be a chance to enlighten my spirits, or just lighten my pockets?
Two small children. Situation involving an armed man, his wife, and two small children.
Hello, sir.
Situation involving
Children.
an armed man, his wife, and
The
two
main reason
small
I'm here
children.
is because I
Situation
want to be
involving an
successful
armed
in
man,
Bollywood.
his wife,
Because
and two
there is a girl
small
that I want
children.
to impress.
Situation
I want to impress
involving
her,
an
I want to
armed
impress
man,
her family.
his
I want
wife,
to win her heart.
and two small children.
Need to talk to a doctor on the phone.
Call.
Physician has
Do you
to
think you
describe
can
the
move
children's symptoms. Andy and Mark reconned the river, looking for the narrowest point.
West.
Gary and his wife took a winding route home to make sure no one had followed.
To ceremony, a very suggested that Boyle had made.
Him.
Detective
Detected
at the end of his shift. To make sure that Bell would never be able to take another life.
Radio evidence shows it's not.
Bothered Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters.
Basically, what we told the agents.
Call.
They found nothing they could hold him on. To make sure that Bell would never be able to take another life.
Radio evidence shows it's not.
Bothered Assistant U.S. Attorney Al Winters.
That's to crack.
Basically, what we told the agents.
U.S.
Call.
Attorney David Stetler worked with the FBI to help him
Money.
run the prostitution operations. 1 week.
5 0 0 0.
In the 1980s,
Or maybe it's just the
the
old ketchup in the
NYPD was
coconut
fighting a
trick.
losing battle against the drug lords.
I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to make of all this.
As the Boeing 727 reached
Nothing.
And then it kicked
Yeah, I mean,
Nothing.
I'll play along
He got his
and see what
car
he
and
comes up
drove
with.
to Cheshunt railway station.
Nothing.
At that point, he
Detected boat.
by early
Learns that Jessica's
Detected
grandmother
car.
lives nearby.
Jalali Baba then proceeds to
Professionals were
insert
psychiatrists
cigarettes
who had never before had responsibility for a patient.
Never.
Within days,
Never.
the reward money climbs to $130,000.
Money.
Lived in the flat
That
next
last
door.
trick was slightly more impressive
She
than the
used to come
coconut,
into our house
but I
when she
failed to
first
see
moved there.
what's wholly
As
I know.
massive.
passed, there was little movement.
Evidence
definitely help
shows
him.
it's not.
Witnesses reported sightings, but Rogers stayed one step ahead of authorities. The New Orleans
Right, my
Police
neck.
Department revamped its practices and fired more rogue cops. As the months passed, there was little movement on the case.
Evidence shows it's not.
Witnesses reported sightings, but Rogers stayed one step ahead of authorities. O'Donnell had phoned the office many times recently, but never left her number.
Never.
I personally think
Never.
left once things
oh no,
were getting too
don't
hot.
worry.
One and
In
blind.
2013, you will become an
Glenn.
actor. I, Jalali Baba, will pray to God
that he had a
that your
tremendous
work will
reputation for
become
being able to
guaranteed
get things done,
100%.
particularly in this
It was at an
There may well be legitimate spiritual practitioners in Mumbai, but what I've just witnessed here appears to be a series of cheap magic
And
tricks.
they told him we're not doing any more Mickey Mouse.
this point, Jalali Baba starts to explain that his performance was merely an introduction to a much longer session, which begs the million-dollar question.
Minute.
How much will this cost you?
Question.
286,000 rupees. That's
Loaded
over
with cash.
$5,000.
Hill was a FBI Special Agent John Walker was surprised that Rogers wasn't trying to
License.
I don't have that kind of money on me right now.
Roger.
I maybe have £200 on me.
Money.
Now he starts with the hard sell.
loaded with cash. Hill was a
I'd better keep
FBI
it sweet.
Special Agent John
License
Hewer was
was
surprised that Rogers wasn't trying to conceal the bomb device.
To begin the preparations for the next
The
stage.
most bizarre clue
Sounds
suddenly
like a good
emerged.
deal.
Time to leave. I paid Jalali Baba $300.
And then
the
she hit him
minimum
in a
I can
wheelie
get
bin.
away with.
Cocaine is loaded to 2 vehicles,
Minute.
a truck
American.
and a van. This
Truck.
ship
Going.
is disappearance.
No.
With no evidence in few leads. That injustice.
A tremendous amount of just put
I was
out
a
drug dealers in Jamaica.
I mean, it was worth maybe 200
They
quid for the
wanted-
show, but you can see how if you're at all vulnerable and desperately in love with someone you want to marry,
Ariel
it's
Castro.
quite easy to get taken for a ride. $5,000 for that little
Ariel Castro.
amazing.
10.
Ariel Castro.
Cast.
That holy man shared
Hey.
one thing in common with all the other scammers I've met in Mumbai. A flair for the dramatic.
Ariel
You can
Castro.
get conned out here for sure, but one thing you always get is a good performance.
It was not.
There was no way
Molly,
to
the
get the
talent
wounded men
scout,
out.
put on a great act of deception to take my
Their
money,
only option
but
was to
she's
hang her.
disappeared.
Truck. Up
So I'm
here.
going to meet a man who can give me the lowdown on Bollywood and its scams.
Detected traffic.
Hi, good to meet you, man.
Minty Tejpal is a journalist here in Mumbai.
1994, the Monday
So I
after
got your number
Thanksgiving,
from
a day
my
they were
friend.
sure
Yes,
a
of
lot
course.
of money
Yes,
would be
because I
made.
believe you're a bit of a
$2.5
Money.
to $3 worth
a bit of a
of
bad
hardware and
experience.
connectors.
Can.
What happened? Okay, so I got spotted in the street by a talent
Okay.
customer. Said, got a really good look. This looks familiar. You can see it.
Good.
Familiarity in your eyes already.
It's a pretty popular scam.
Emergency.
A lot of people come to the city every day. A lot of these people who are scamsters and who do these things,
Children.
they would drop the right names and they would have the right information for them. That's
Children.
part of the
Him will start to
convincing trick.
inform that
If
we're
they're
looking
going to
for a
spot a
person
hopeful
who is
and going to be pitching a film
predatory in
or a
nature.
feature to them, they would
And the
know
computers
which
themselves.
films are on the
A
flow.
young
who's
woman
directing.
at this
You can't be an
stage,
outsider and be
you know,
running a
that's-
scam in any
that's
industry.
not necessary.
You know the ins and outs.
The volume
So
of drug
where
trafficking
will
is going to
the
increase.
wannabes hang out if they want to get spotted, if they want to be in a Bollywood movie, where would be the kind of hot spot?
Yeah, okay. You're in the wrong zone right now. Islamabad, no scene. You want to head for films,
Principal
Bollywood,
Vanderbilt
hit the
was
suburbs
relieved.
corner.
They surrendered
There you
without
go,
resistance.
and within a 5-kilometer radius, there are a couple of coffee shops there.
817
And in that same belt, all
ran
the big
down an
studios are there.
Anchorage
It's the hub.
highway.
Everybody heads there. Because there have been stories about directors
really know what
spotting
was happening,
talent there
so
some
they
years
couldn't
back.
take her
They want to
to
go
a
sit there and have the
hospital or
coffee
have
and look pretty,
anybody
and
come
that's the
and do
hangover.
Blackburn. I mean,
Okay.
Nobody's got the
That's
resources
the place to be.
we're gonna
Yeah,
burn
totally. If you
ourselves
want to get
out.
into Bollywood, that's the place to be.
One.
What I can do is...
Like a moth to the
Can.
flame, I'm off to another place where talent gets spotted. Luck $1.
Hot. Brown.
All around me, billboards, posters,
Detected
movie
traffic
hopefuls
light.
playing their
Advise
parts
agents
in
every
Mumbai's
step of the
version
way
of
on what
Hollywood
would be needed
Boulevard.
to convict them. Miller thought
This
other
is one of the
officers
main
were following
hangouts
behind
with
him.
wannabes, so we're staking a
He
place out with
suddenly
hidden cameras.
realizes
One over there, one here, 1, 2, 3, 4 around the table. I want to see if anyone else approaches me and offers to make me the next
Phoned the office many times recently, but never left her number. Dinners with her on
Two
Thursday
crew
night in
posing as my friends, and it looks like we're not the only
Detective
outfits looking for a big
surveillance.
break.
Detective.
The competition here is fierce, but we're doing our best to exude star quality and hope to get spotted.
Such a good case that after the trial, their
An hour goes by,
But
and then a
clearly,
stranger
this was a man
approaches.
suffering rejection. We've seen it 1,000 times before. Rejected them. Assist the FBI in the investigation.
Yeah, not a
and
professional, though. You
provided
wouldn't
me
have seen
with
me playing professional
multiple.
sport. What's your name?
That one you must war.
Tony. You are?
But I must reluctantly recognize
My
that
friend's
other
Paul and
crimes
Carl.
can only be solved with
You from England?
Yeah, from London. What do you
Robert.
do?
Basically associated with media. So what, you're...
Robert.
Professional soldiers.
Yeah, just here on vacation, yeah. So I'll come and check the place out.
Would never
Like it. It's a nice place to hang out. Yeah.
Within a few
Not yet, no.
checks.
You know what? I've been told that in one of my dreams can come true, let's say. That people get picked up off the street and you get into a Bollywood movie.
Nobody's drinking firsthand.
The second victim is Teresa's sister, Teresa.
So I want to audition.
She's also
shot.
You'll need to carry yourself to
You just take me now and go for an audition for a part in a Bollywood surveillance. And what do I have to do? Literally just turn up and...
a young
Jennifer Cologne.
Sure.
He was not surprised by the development.
One.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do it. I'm game. I'm game.
Severe beatings. But he perceives the relationships as through severe.
We can go, yeah? You ready?
But he perceives the relationships
Tony hails a
as
cab
through severe
and takes us to a
beatings.
nearby audition room.
But he
So
perceives the
far,
relationships
he hasn't
as
asked
through
for a single
severe
rupee.
beatings.
Either he's genuine,
But
or
he
he's running a
perceived the
different strategy
relationships
from Molly.
as through severe
There's only one way to
beatings.
find out.
But he perceived the relationships.
He hands me the script. This isn't going to be easy, because some of the lines are in Hindi. The movie is a historical drama set in India during British colonial rule, and I'm playing a ruthless English army officer. In this scene, my character is trying to shoot a deer, but keeps being thwarted by an animal-loving villager.
Okay.
Leads them both to commit such similar and cowardly murders. If they're going to raid Quinn. 12 minutes later, Quinn leaves.
Oh, sorry. It's just because it's completely
Wire.
Here
4 o'clock the following morning.
Alan Macker's telephone conversation.
I think I can do this. This time,
on one
I'm going
demand.
to nail it.
Can.
They wanted a jet for the safe passage out of the country.
The criminal apprehension team in Las Vegas SWAT arrived within a
took a piece of parachute cord, tied it to the tree.
So you must be a fast runner.
65 outside of Zionsville, Indiana. Agents asked the criminal apprehension team in Las Vegas SWAT arrived within minutes.
You.
Took a piece of parachute cord.
Let's make a movie. Yeah?
You. You.
Okay.
You not Heaths.
You.
Released back into society.
The biggest thing is addressing their offending death.
Homicide chief.
As the
If this is a
deadline
scam,
neared,
Over.
the
I
Marines
don't
ready
get
their
it.
weapons.
And if it isn't,
10.
I'm really going to make it big in Bollywood.
Last night he'd seen Robin.
Detective. Detective.
Later that afternoon, I get a phone call from Tony to say the director of my audition, and I've got a role in the movie. Where have I heard that before?
Evidence.
Tony wants to come to my hotel to celebrate, but I'm a bit cautious, so I set up in a friend's apartment.
Something not quite
In
right.
1987, its secret
Having a party
burst
tonight to celebrate my new part in Hollywood film. I'd be able to I've been ripped off by an
Evidence.
Anything fishy
When
happens.
the victim, all of a sudden you know who it is, you were able to bring that victim
4,
home.
5,
Go.
6 hidden cameras in this room.
Victim.
These are the untold
CIA.
stories of the special forces.
On February 6, 1996,
Airport.
agents get a break when a random customs check finds
Agency.
cocaine. By
C.
June of 1987, the FBI had issued 2 federal
Detective.
Federal. Head.
Hey, how you doing? I'm good, man. Nice to
Good.
meet you.
The searches,
You brought a
and of
friend,
course
hi,
the
Melody.
tactical people
Nice to
were
meet you.
actually going to handle the
I've
arrest.
got whiskey, I've got vodka,
Good.
I've got
His
you
body
know,
was recovered.
whatever you want.
O'Neill could
Some
not
of
be
this is going to
charged
relate
with
to
murder.
Vodka,
Question.
vodka. You want
Camera
with some
Floyd, Denoya's
club
building,
soda? You want to
disguised
need
as a
one?
messenger.
Hi.
Yeah, sit down. Make yourself comfortable. Sit down. Sit down.
On board Flight 181, the situation
Flight.
became critical.
So that director's happy that
Thank
you
you.
spotted somebody.
Then called Chief Corpus came with an unknown accomplice to dispose
I
of
can't believe it.
There's always signs.
Now, why don't you help this girl?
Melody is
You
also a
not
wannabe
Heath.
Bollywood
Super.
star, and according to Tony,
Woman.
she's in with a real chance.
Going.
Had to wait for nightfall before he could remove the
Going.
Question has to be asked, though, whether these two men would have been motivated to...
Detected once.
The FBI and the NIA to stop the death squad.
The dance routine is pretty entertaining, but it's not why we have 6 cameras in the room. Then the doorbell rings.
Light.
About to go home,
Yeah,
he took
I
one
wasn't expecting anyone.
It was Gabby. His time was about to go home. He took one last
You.
call. It was Gabu.
Can I help you?
His time was about to go home. He took one last call.
Sorry, who are you?
It was Gabu. His time was
Sorry, who are
about
you?
to go
You just
home.
walked
He took
into
one
my
last
friend's
call.
apartment.
It was Gabu. His time was about to go home. He took one last call. It was
You know these
Gabu.
guys?
His time was
Father and swore.
Stop.
I really fucked up. You know, that's.
Fuck.
What am I doing
It's
wrong?
about what he did. Quiet, well
I'm just having a drink with some friends. What are we...
and they would go in and buy the property.
Security. But he had left. Detected car.
Left.
I'm too well. This guy's kind of intimidating.
investigators were left without any significant alien sign.
AI. Oh.
Sergeant Andy McNabb of the British SAS had been captured behind enemy lines.
Sergeant Lee Liddy was one of the state detectives assigned.
Detected.
both.
Detective.
Detective.
Information regarding.
Detective.
The informant confirmed it.
A woman is
Info.
discovered.
Okay, go, whoa.
Perfect.
You not.
Or consensually report.
Perfect.
And
Sorry,
physical evidence.
what was that?
And they all say the same
Said
thing.
money.
Evidence.
There's only one verdict.
1980.
Tony says the cop wants money.
If Dennehy's defense had pleaded manslaughter due to diminished responsibility,
Inside the trailer, agents find
Killing the driver
identified several items in possession
Driver.
belonged to you.
I've only been drinking lemonade, so I'm not breaking any laws.
Agents
What
find
Tony tells me next really worries me.
killing the driver.
identified several items in possession belonged to
Just
you.
asking, I need to know. This is a bad situation.
Agents find
What do we have to do to make this go away, Tony? Tony, what do we have to do to make this go away?
Go. Go.
this area where Rooney was murdered.
Dissolve.
Melody gets really upset and
Detectives
starts to
also
cry.
canvassed the
Mile.
At
neighborhood.
which point, Tony motions for her to leave with one of the
Going.
cops.
Had to wait for nightfall before he could remove her.
Going.
Directed
Go.
and determined
Where's she going?
Control.
targets would be hit and which individuals would go
Target.
on.
So you're going to leave me here with this guy?
They began interviewing the
What?
courier.
How can you get to go?
Identified.
Hang on, what is going on here, Tony?
Go.
You can walk out of here and I can't walk out of here.
We had
All my instincts are telling me that this is a scam. If I'm right, I'm in trouble, because this isn't the kind of guy you want to disagree with. But if I'm wrong, and he really is a cop, then things could get really complicated.
This is too convenient. Take me for an audition, you bring me in here, this guy turns up, what does he want, £2,000? What was he saying to you?
Panic. People were screaming, shots are being fired.
This is getting a bit
We even
nerve-wracking,
heard
but
gunfire.
I've got to stick to my guns.
One aspect of the
At what
warehouse
point do we
plan bothered
break the
Assistant
charade
U.S.
here?
Attorney Al Winters.
Let me explain. I maybe haven't been completely honest with you, but I don't think you're being completely honest with me.
Once the remains of Robin Smith.
Looking for
I'm not sure what, but it took
and I feel this is a little scene for me to try and get money out of me.
Detected truck.
Tony realises he's
Money.
busted. He makes a phone call.
I'm not here on my own. I want you to explain to me on camera, here with the TV crew. Down the road, I can bring it here
is his answer
quickly.
to kill anyone
Project.
who won't submit to him.
I'm making a TV show.
Short.
I don't want to cause whatever. I don't want to cause a problem for you. Okay,
Detected
this is your
truck.
work. I understand.
Detective. You.
Tony says he
American.
doesn't want to do an
Their most
on-camera
likely
interview.
suspect.
Two men argue for a minute, and then the cop tells him to leave.
Tony, you coming back?
But the big guy stays in the
Her
room.
throat was slashed.
Just you and me.
Detected car.
So, here's what I propose.
Transmission.
I tell him I've been secretly recording the scam on
Detective.
hidden cameras, but I won't cause
Camera.
any trouble if he agrees to talk.
You explain to me how this works, but I want to bring in a
Or.
camera.
Robert,
Camera.
Before we ever knew the name
Want to bring someone in from here too?
we
Please
knew
don't
we
be
were
alarmed.
dealing with a disgruntled
The full Scam City crew come into the room
agents delved deeper into the back
with a Hindi translator.
her husband, Robert Russell. The country, Pierce County, will be notified
Department.
immediately.
So, were you ever really a policeman? No.
Detective.
How often do you scam
Detected
tourists?
car.
Detective.
In the middle of all detected surveillance.
Detective. Detective. Open.
After that, it was a matter of taking control. What we're doing is trying to
Do you
stop
remember a
these people.
particular time that you
Listing the
scammed
city the
tourists?
gang ran.
Group.
Full members wore jackets with complete
Radio. Mile. Mile.
But events seem to be getting worse.
Cover. Going.
Made nearly 200 locations and questioned more than
Location.
300 suspected drug
10. Location. Question.
The murder had taken place in Perkins Township,
Did you always
and Verdi was
work with an accomplice?
Each one of the items of evidence that we present, and that's what they did.
bars and worked odd jobs, mostly in construction.
And how long have you known Tony?
One step
Okay,
ahead
so have
of
you
law
done similar
enforcement.
scams with Tony before?
But then,
on
the
tourists?
man known as the most meticulous serial killer
Into each one of the items of evidence that we present, and that's what they did.
Bars and worked odd
So it's
jobs,
always like a
mostly
little
in
scene
construction.
in a film. Do you feel like a bit like an actor when you're playing out a scam?
Going.
The FBI tried to release.
1.
Inside the camp's operations bunker for 14
Operate nail.
hours.
Have you ever had a scam go
They were all
wrong?
wounded.
House.
Some
Offers set to throw investigators off the trail to the body of the
Evidence.
the surviving terrorists served
This has
9
been
years
one of the
sentences
most
have long since
elaborate
been released.
scams I've come across.
Detected truck. Detected surveillance.
Detective.
Tony Melody disappeared into the night, leaving me with the fake
undercover
cop.
investigation that Catamaran
Detected car.
Seriously deceptive individual,
Never.
cold,
Detected
professional, dangerous.
Will the teenagers be charged with heinous assault or with a murder?
Oh.
There's no doubt in my
AC.
mind.
In
Real
1987,
baddies.
drug
A lot
dealers
scarier than the ones in the
ruled
movies.
South
Mob.
Jamaica. With the symbolic
South.
statement, Mitchell had separated himself from those
Some say Mumbai is named after a Hindu mother goddess, and it feels like I've experienced the mother of all scams.
And you police chief, Richard Pennington.
So, how you like our first?
Pennington was an outsider.
Everyone seems to be playing a part, but the most impressive performances I've seen have been from the people trying to scam me.
They wondered if anyone could have
All the scammers I've met have been such good actors that it seems to me like they would make it in Bollywood if they put their minds to it.
Air traffic control in Rome is the hijackers' demands.
Surveillance.
Then again, maybe that wouldn't be
Detected
quite so
surveillance.
entertaining.
Detective.
relationships, to control those relationships, he adopts us control stuff.
16, 17, 18,
Doctors.
20 cases of relatively minor incidents.
17.
They meant that Banerjee would continue
Real time.
close to him.
You.
Reality.
Detected car.
Unit.
During the whole course
Car.
of this
Detected car.
investigation,
Ring.
Sacrifice remains vivid and is
Once again, water would have been a ruthless accomplice.
Detected truck.
Candy State 13-year-old Amy
Go.
McNeil had her whole
Surveillance.
And the youngest girl has only just turned 13.
But
one confession
is true.
And it really determines what someone looks like. Do they have a small
The first
job?
call her terrified parents made was to the FBI. In 2000, they hoped that the combined experience of agents and local law enforcement
and then
would
more and
flesh out
more,
the
and
kidnapping
that was
before
a
they
great
They offered the government a shilling. They were still deadly serious about their demands.
The police examined the man's computer.
Police.
They found online
For these enterprise grade cards, NVIDIA actually
Going. Going.
Rita first said she would rather stay home, but in the end decided to go.
Before Dennehy administration and other agencies.
Thank you.
To
Wealth has its
coordinate a
rewards,
direct
but also
attack
brings its
against these
dangers.
elements.
Kidnapping is one of them.
To be
No
sure,
ordeal
the
is
detective
more
showed the flag
horrifying
of a
for a
photo
family
lineup.
Detective.
Down the
Child
hiding place
taken.
at last light, so I didn't see it.
I'm Jim
It was so
Kelston,
close,
former
I
head
could
of the
always taste it.
FBI's New York office. Kidnapping
The
cases
murder
are among the
of
most challenging for law enforcement, Robert, who often must remain out of sight, yet close at hand.
This was done without info.
Kids
Ready to
want to
move
know
in
that it was
at
in
a
a settled
moment's
environment, but not ever.
Our ultimate goal was
Camera.
to tie the organization all the way back to
About
the
20
Colombian
miles
connection.
south of Fort
Assistant
Worth,
U.S.
Autonomy.
Texas, Alvarez succeeded in getting the DNA of a small town in rural Johnson
Evidence.
County.
that we had done.
A few wealthy residents found
Evidence
Alvarado
shows
a
it's
safe
not
haven
the
away from the state's urban centers.
Evidence.
6 months later, Robert and Shirley were among
Robert.
those stations. They lived as one of the area's most prominent families, partly from the return that Mr. McNeil made by selling an
only
early
shoot at short
design of the handheld calculator.
Handheld.
At
The incident
7:15 a.m. on
moved.
Friday, January 11th, 1985, they began their day having breakfast together, as was their usual routine.
I'm Jim Kelston, former director of the FBI's New York office.
Afterwards, their teenage son would drive his 13-year-old sister Amy to school. Only after the entire if law enforcement hopes to take down the Armed boys, they're going to have to do it the hard way, from the bottom of the slave. They stopped to pick up their cousin as well, but Diane he and his family lived in a separate house on the McNeil estate. The three victims were identified as local Cuban Americans.
I think
Detected.
Nothing.
Think about
At about 7:45, they were finally on their way to
Nothing.
Detected surveillance.
Then, in a abandoned house, a sedan pulled out across the road, forcing the
Nothing.
teenager's Jeep off to the side by calling in the license
Nothing.
plate. A gunman jumped out of the car and approached the Jeep with a small vial. He demanded that Amy get into the sedan, disguised as a messenger. The blonde-haired man warned her brother not to contact the authorities. A conversation in which Julio discussed crimes in a short while. It's not easy, as the road
Surveillance.
he was trying
Detected
to find
car.
items.
into the Helena Park.
Detected
Instinctively, the teenager started to get out to help her sister. But the kidnappers threatened to kill him
became
and
critical.
his sister if he tried to follow them.
The plane was dangerously low on fuel.
As they raced off with the 13-year-old, the teenagers quickly
The
took out the
was too much
license
for that
plate.
tank to absorb.
In a matter of seconds, the girls focused their search. They turned around and sped. Finally discovered that 9 years earlier they had received money from an insurance. The boys told the McNeils what had happened and
Insurance.
repeated the kidnappers' warning not to
Use a
contact
mixture
the
of
authorities.
charms, manipulation, intimidation.
Next moved and focused their search. Mr. McNeil ignored the demand and called the FBI field office in nearby Fort Worth. 9 years earlier, they had received money from an insurance settlement after their former FBI Special Agent Clint Brown, a 30-year veteran, understood that when a kidnapping occurs, every second counts.
After 6 days of chasing
many
hijackers for
kidnapping
thousands of
cases,
miles
and
across
in
15
not a
countries
single case
through Iraqi supply route,
did the subject
or
get away
MSR.
with it. The number one goal in all cases like this is the safe return of the victim. All
Victim.
activities, all actions are all geared toward not doing anything to endanger the safety of the person who's been kidnapped.
The window, climbs in through the window.
The FBI's first task was to set up a recorder on the family's phone.
Forces her a gun to window, climbs in through the
By
window.
capturing the kidnapper's voice, they hoped to identify him or the place he was calling
forces her a gun to window, climbs in through the window.
The FBI also informed the
ties her
local
up
phone
with
company
some
to
zip
be
ties,
prepared
and
to
then forces
trick
her a gun to
any
window,
incoming
climbs in
calls.
through the window, and ties her up with some zip ties, and then forces her a gun to
Agents
window, climbs in
instructed
through
the
the
father
window,
on how to handle the call.
and ties her up with some zip ties.
He
and
needed
then
to
forces
insist
her
on proof from the kidnappers that his daughter was still alive. The other will not go down without a fight. The fact that they had worn no disguises disturbed former Johnson County Sheriff Eddie Boggs, who called in the Texas Rangers moments after he arrived.
Long
Kidnappers
been some of the fire flares
who
in
they
the
were. They just, as we call it, they just barefaced them, just no mask, no disguises, anything. That means there's not going to be a victim around
Heath is one you are not.
They're going to
Car.
Or dental records or physical
Uncovering the kidnapper's identities
They've all
might prevent it. Using an identity that included hundreds of facial features. Investigators worked with Amy's brother and husband. 3 days after the shooting, the man who held a shotgun. An anonymous caller says the teenagers had never seen the stringy blonde hair before. They also provided a description of the kidnapper's car.
Operation.
It seems like the people who engage in this are people of questionable and limited mental capacity, and very often they have, I guess what you might say, delusions based on drug use.
The two officers
very often
emerged.
the need to get money to promote their drug habits or what drives them. And so we have that being a motive for the kidnappings very much, and that certainly impairs their ability to think or plan or pull this off successfully.
At 10 a.m., over 2 hours after they were abducted, the phone secured the vehicle. Criminal apprehension was one of the Las Vegas SWAT arrived within minutes. The man demanded a $100,000 ransom. Secured to be in $100 bills, the other half in criminal apprehension team in Las Vegas SWAT arrived within minutes. None of it could be sequenced. They arrived moments as instructed. Amy's father pleaded to speak to his daughter, but the kidnapper by September of 1998. Her captor insisted Amy was still alive and that her father could speak to her. When the man called back to say where to drop the ransom, he added that if the family called the FBI, they would never see Amy again. Since 6 masked gunmen made it, the call lasted less than a minute, not long enough to establish a trace for the technology of 1985. By September of 1998, a full year had passed. Agents played masked gunmen, listening for any background noise that might reveal the location. Chris Ronay concluded that all 3 bombs were around for a long time. They figured the call was likely made from a payphone, since they could hear wind and traffic noise. One of Diane's comments, but they heard nothing more specific, had actually, and no one in the family recognized the kidnapper's voice.
Fever and
never.
Though Amy's family was wealthy, her father did not have $100,000 in cash available, since most of his assets were tied up in investments.
the camp was crawling with NBA.
Cover.
He called his associates to fly in on chartered planes with whatever cash they were able to withdraw.
Detected.
The next call they received was not the one that hired Sheriff Eddie Boggs had hoped for. The press had learned of the kidnapping from one of McNeil's neighbors.
I got a call from my chief deputy, and he said that he has all sorts of media representatives out there wanting a story. They knew that there had been a kidnapping, there had been a ransom demand. They demanded to talk to somebody about the story and that they were going to go on the air with it.
If the kidnappers discovered that law enforcement was involved, they would likely dispose of Amy before the ransom was delivered. Investigators discussed what they should do next as precious minutes ticked by. The FBI instructed the family and the Johnson County Sheriff told detectives that moments later he noticed
the FBI, here's what you do. You have your chief deputy call each one of the reporters in.
This is an individual who potentially presents a very high risk.
Ask him who
was Stephen Yee
is the very top man at his station that he can talk to. And tell that top man, we're not going to confirm whether or not you have a story, but if you do have a story and you run it, you could possibly cost the life of a girl.
We hooked up with his house. Every local press agency agreed not to run the story until notified by the sheriff. Just before 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the phone rang again.
At that point, she had nobody in the world.
They confirmed
there was nobody there for her.
It was the same man
to take violent retribution for acts against you or your organization.
On a separate line, the agent contacted the chief of security at the local phone company.
She was walking slow. Some described her staggering. She didn't talk to anybody and started.
Began to track its origin.
Heath is one you are not.
I continue forth. Mr. McNeil begged the talker to let him hear his daughter's voice of the robbery. This time, the man allowed the frightened girl to speak to her father. They found important evidence. Her eyes concealed, prevent her from knowing who she was.
Be my girl.
He could hear her cry.
Traffic light.
Despite his own fear, he reassured Amy that everything would be over a 3-week trial and that she would soon be home. That's when the man
But
grabbed
right after
the phone.
the abduction,
You
they
not.
broke.
And sentenced to 7. The kidnapper said that he had not yet secured a location for the ransom. After a 3-week trial.
Location.
Again, he promised to call back later.
But right after the abduction,
You
they
not.
broke.
Sentenced to 7. The room fell silent as former Texas Ranger Bill Guns, after a 3-week trial,
It was very heart-rending.
She'd stolen Chloe's address book, and they divulged Chloe's friends telling them horrible lies.
And of course, Mr.
In the following days, disturbing rumors began circulating among the students.
Detective surveillance detective
After several hours,
Detected
Mario
house. Keep her upper lip up.
were everywhere.
Remember who she was. And
It was
that
obvious.
was
It
a
was it started at 3, so it was essentially
The trace would be successful. The security chief reported determined to make the murder from outside the phone company's calling area. And since